Law, law, law. I am speaking. There we are. There we are. Is my speaking heard? Is my words piercing the veil? Oh dear now. Oh dear now, let's. Hello there! Welcome to the holodeck. Today we have been gifted a wonderful, wonderful trinket. I don't suppose any of you have read this wonderful book that is turning invisible before my eyes. This is a little book known as Mouse and His Child. Very, very good book. I do so happen to love it. Oh goodness. This is indeed very gamer. Jamie, welcome in. Sit down, make some room, everyone. This is in fact the most gamer we have ever been on this channel. Now, as I'm sure you're all aware, this is in fact the Day of Fools, for it's the month of April, and today... No, I shall not keep this voice for 5 hours. No, perish the thought, no, I shall not keep this voice for 5 hours. This is merely the introductory tone in which I am here to elucidate you to the atmosphere at which we must carry us in. Now, it is important and imperative that everyone understand that the book over there is the version that I had as a child. The book over there, on the chair in the distance, that is the book that this good captain had. A long, long time ago, when I was very small indeed. But the book I hold in my grubby little mitts is in fact not that book. For you see, that book was destroyed long ago. Don't worry about the story. The details will bore you. This is in fact a recreation of that very book. As you can see, cleverly adapted into a special motion picture. Very good. It is of course by the wonderful Russell Hobain and his wife Lillian Hobain, detailed each and every picture within these very, very folds of this book. Now, it is in fact a very old book, might I say. You may notice that the pinning of this publication is the year 1967. It was published and copyrighted in 1967. Don't worry, everything in this room is fake. Nothing is real, not even me. This is a hologram. Everything has been dematerialized and rematerialized to be exactly as I intend. Now, this book was written from a collection of poems that was in fact gathered together and then made into this story. This was in fact not an original composition. It was a knit work of his passions. The preamble says, "The sense of danger must not disappear. The way is certainly both short and steep. However gradual it looks from here. Look if you like, but you will have to leap." That is a quote by W.H. Audin. You can see this is actually a very detailed little world. This is still the first page. We have yet to even strike at the meat of this tender beast. But one thing I will point out before we begin in its entirety. For there is the titular mouse, and in his arms is his child. Chapter 1. The tramp was big and squarely built, and he walked with the rolling stride of the long road. His steps were too big for the little streets of the little town. Shivering in his thin coat, he passed aimlessly through the crowd, while rosy-faced Christmas shoppers quickened their steps and moved aside to give him room. The continual sound of music made him stop at a toy shop, where the door, continually swinging open and shut in a moving stream of ceaseless people, jangled its bell and sent warm air and Christmas carols out into the street.
"Deck the halls with boughs of holly,"
sang the loudspeakers in the shop, and the tramp, he smelled the Christmas in the pine wreaths. He smelled the Christmas in the bright paint and the bright varnish, in the shining and fresh metal of the pasteboard, on the new toys. He put his face so close to the window. Looking past the toys displayed there, he peered deeply into this toy shop. Under the wreaths and winking colored lights, a little train clattered through sparkling tunnels and over painted mountains on a green table. Clacking, clicking, clacking, its tiny wheels circling in and out with the beat of the music. Beyond its shelves were packed with tin toys, wooden toys, plush dolls, teddies, teddy bears, games, good games, puzzles, wonderful puzzles, fire engines, and boats, and wagons, and row upon row of closed boxes, each printed with a fascinating picture of the toy it hid from sight. On the counter, rising grandly above the heads of the children before it, was a splendid and terrifyingly tall dollhouse. It was large and expensive, a full 3 stories high, a marvel of its kind. The porches and balconies were elegant with their scrollwork brackets, the mansard roof with dormers and cross gables, topped by a tall brick chimney and a handsome lookout. In front of the house stood a clockwork elephant. She was wearing a purple headcloth, and when the sales lady wound her up for the eager and waiting children, she walked slowly up and down, swinging her trunk and flapping her ears. Near the elephant, take care, DJ. Near the elephant, a little tin seal balanced a tiny red and yellow ball on her nose, and kept it spinning, while her reflection in the glass countertop smiled up at her and spun its own red and yellow ball. As the tramp watched, the saleslady opened a box and took out 2 toy mice, a large one and a small one, who stood upright with outstretched arms and joined hands. They wore blue velveteen trousers, patent leather shoes. They had glass bead eyes, white thread whiskers, and black rubber tails. When the saleslady wound the key in the mouse father's back, he danced in a circle, swinging his little son off the counter and then down again, while the children laughed and reached out to touch them. Around and around they danced gravely, and more slowly, as the spring eventually unwound, until the mouse father came to a stop, holding the child high in his outstretched arms. The saleslady wound the toy again, and as the tramp's whiskered staring face on the other side of the window gazed through, "Welcome in, Amy," she pursed her mouth and looked away. And the tramp turned from the window back to the gray, gloomy street, where the darkened sky had begun to let down its snow. The poor ragged man stood in the middle of the pavement, while the soft flakes fell around him, and the people, dodging his eyes, quickly stepped past him. Then, with his big broken shoes, printing his footprints in the fresh snow, he danced solemnly in a little circle, swinging his empty arms up and down. A little black and white spotted dog that was trotting past stopped and sat down to look at him. Only for a moment, the man and the dog were the only two creatures on the entire street not moving in a fixed direction. The people laughed, pointed, chuckled, shook their heads, and moved on. They hurried away. The tramp stopped with his empty arms upraised. He then lowered his head, jammed his hands in his pocket, and lurched away down the street and around the corner, and in and off into the evening, fading into the lamplight on the snow. The dog sniffed at his footprints, and then trotted on after where they led. The store closed. The clerks and the customers all went home. The music was silent. The wreaths were dim. The shop was dark, except for the dollhouse on the counter. Light streamed from each and every window, out into the shadows around it, and the toys before it stood silhouetted black and motionless, as the hours slowly passed. Then, "Midnight," said the old store clock. Its pendulum swung, gleaming in the shadows, as it counted 12 thin chimes into the silence. It folded its hands together and stared through the dark window at the thick snow sifting through the light of that street lamp. Far away, and muffled by the snow, the town hall struck midnight with its own deeper note. "Where are we?" the mouse child asked his father. His voice was so tiny in the stillness of the night. "I don't know," the father. "What are we, Papa?" "I don't know. We must wait and see." "What astonishing ignorance," said the clockwork elephant. "But of course you're new. I've been here such a long time that I'd forgotten how it was. Now then," he said, "this place is a toy shop, and you two are toy mice. People are going to come and buy you for Christmas. They're going to buy you for their children, because it is almost a time for Christmas." "Well, why haven't they bought you?" asked the little tin seal. "How come you stayed here so long?" "It isn't quite the same with me, my dear," replied the elephant. "I'm part of the establishment, you see, and this," she gestured behind her, "is my house." The house was certainly grand enough for her, or indeed anyone, for the cornices and carven brackets bespoke a residence of dignity and style. The dolls never set foot outside it, for they had no need to. Everything they could possibly want was there, from the covered platters to the silver chafing dishes to the sideboards of the ebony grand piano, among the potted ferns in the conservatory. No expense had been spared, and there was not a detail wanting. The house had rooms for every purpose, and all opulently furnished and appropriately occupied. There was a piano teacher doll and a young lady pupil doll in the conservatory, a nursemaid doll for the children who were in the nursery, and a cook and a butler doll in the kitchen. Interminable weekend guest dolls lay in the guest room beds. Sporting dolls played billiards and smoked in the billiard room. A scholar doll in the library never ceased his perusal of the book he held. And although he kept in touch with the world by the hand that lightly rested on the globe that stood beside him, there was even an astronomer doll in the lookout observatory who tirelessly aimed his little telescope at one of the automatic fire sprinklers in the ceiling of the shop. In the dining room beneath the glittering chandelier, a party of gentlemen and lady dolls who sat perpetually around a table. Whatever the cook and butler might hope to serve them, they had never taken anything but tea, and that from empty cups, while white plastic cakes and pastries, defying time, stood by the silver teapot on the white Damascus cloth. It was, of course, the elephant's constant delight to watch that tea party through the very window, and, as the hostess, she took great pride in the quality of her hospitality. "Have another cup of tea," she said to one of the ladies. "Oh, try a little pastry."
High society scandal! Changing to the cloudy, with possibilities of bargains galore,
replied the prim and proper lady. Her papier-mâché head being made of paste and newsprint, she could only and always speak in scraps of news and advertisements, in whatever order they came to mind. "Bucket seats," replied the gentleman behind her. "Power steering optional. Government falls." The mouse child was still thinking of what the elephant said before. "What happens when they buy you?" "That is, of course, outside of my experience," said the elephant. "But I should think that one simply goes out into the world and does whatever one does. One dances or one balances a ball, whatever the case may be." The child remembered the bitter wind that had blown in through the door, and the great staring face of the tramp at the window, with the gray, cold, unforgiving winter sky behind him. That sky was now a silent darkness beyond that one street lamp, and the white flakes were ever falling. The dollhouse was so bright and warm, and the teapot was gleaming so beautifully upon that dazzling cloth. "I don't want to go out in the world," he said. "Obviously, this child isn't being properly brought up," said the elephant to the gentleman doll near her. "But then how could he? What poor thing, without a mother's guidance."
Prices slashed, said the gentleman. Everything must go.
"You're quite right," said the elephant. "Everything must go, in one way or another. One does what is one wound to do. It is expected that I walk up and down in front of my house, and it is expected of you that you drink tea. It is expected of this young mouse that he go out in the world with his father and dance in a circle. But I don't want to," said the mouse child, and he began to cry. It was an odd, tiny, tinny, rasping sound, and the father and son echoed and rattled from the echo. There, said the father. Don't cry, please don't." Toys all around the shop were listening. "You'd better stop that," he said. It was the clock that spoke next, startling them with his flat, brass voice.
I might remind you of the clockwork rules. No talking before midnight and after dawn, and no crying on the job.
He's not on the job, said the seal. We're on her own time now.
Toys that cry on their own time sometimes cry on the job, and no good ever comes of it. A word to the wise.
Do be quiet, said the elephant, turning to the mouse child. I will sing you a lullaby. Pay attention now. The mouse child suddenly stopped his crying and listened while the elephant sang. Hush, hush, little plush. Mama's here with you through the night. Hush, hush, little plush. Everything will be all. Are you my mama? Asked the child. He had no idea what a mama was, but he knew at this very instant that he needed one badly. Good heavens! Cried the elephant. Of course I'm not your mama. I was simply singing the words I once heard a large teddy bear sing a smaller one. Will you be my mama? Said the child. Will you sing to me all the time? And we can stay together. And we can live here, in this beautiful house, where the party is, and we'll never have to go in the world. Certainly not, snorted the elephant. Really, she said to the gentleman doll, this is intolerable. One is polite to the transient element on the counter, and see what comes of it.
21-inch colored television, offered the gentleman. Nagging backaches and muscle tension. A heartwarming show and a love story the whole family will enjoy.
You're an idiot, snapped the elephant. And no one on the counter said another word for the rest of the night. Outside the window, the snowflakes whirled in the lamplight and out into the darkness again. Inside the shop, the clock ticked slowly through the long, dim hours. And the tea party in the dollhouse, silently and motionlessly, continued. The next day, the mouse and the child were sold, while the elephant walked back and forth, and the seal balanced her ball, and the ladies and gentlemen sat over their teacups. The father and son were put into a box, wrapped up, and carried away. They came out of their wrappings to find the store gone, and themselves under a pined Christmas tree, with other toys all around them. The tree was hung with lights and angels, and smelled badly of pine woods. The fire crackled and sang around the hearth, and the children were curled on the rug with the family cat to watch the toys perform. A furry white rabbit struck his cymbals together with a tiny clash. A tin monkey played La Gondolina on his little violin. A little bird pecked steadily at the floor, and the mouse and his child danced. Presents in bright wrapping were torn and piled all around them. But the wind-up toys were not truly presents for the children. The grown-ups had brought them down from the attic every year with the Christmas ornaments and all of this and that. And every year,
And every Christmas, they were packed away again. "You may look at them," said the grown-ups to the children, "but we must wind them for you. They will not be broken, and we can enjoy them for many Christmases." I used to do that too. I really, really loved the Thomas Kincaid light-up houses. Those things are beautiful. I would like to get my own collection of those someday. When I have space, put them out. So the mouse and his child danced. I have a pot of tea here. Thank you. Allow me to reach back into the void. It's a hollow deck. Don't worry about it. Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you, Rando. So the mouse and his child danced under the tree every evening. And every night, when the family was asleep, they talked with the other toys. The monkey complained of being made to play the same tune over and over on a cheap fiddle. The bird complained of having to peck at the bare floor. And the rabbit complained there was no meaning or rhythm to the cymbals. And soon the mouse and the child complained of the futility of dancing in endless circles that led nowhere. Every evening the toys performed, and every day the pine trees shed more and more needles on the floor around them, until Christmas was dead and gone. And then the tree was thrown out, and the toys were packed off to the attic with the ornaments, and they lay jumbled in a box together, in the warm, sharp, dry smell of the attic beams, and the dim light of the clouded, cobwebbed windows. Through the incredibly long days and blisteringly cold nights, they listened to the rain on the roof and the wind in the trees, but they could never hear the sound of the living room clock striking midnight. The sound could never reach them. They never had permission to speak at all, and they lay in silence until another year has passed, and they stood once more beneath the tree. And so it was that 1, 2, 3, 4 Christmases came and went. And then there was a 5th Christmas that was different from the others. "Wind up the toys for us," said the children as they lay on the rug by the fire and leaned their little cheeks into their little hands. When the mouse father was wound up, he danced in a circle, as he always did, swinging the child up and down. The room, the tree, and the faces in the firelight whirled past, and the child, as always. But this time, he saw something new. Among the other presents stood a dollhouse. It was a little one-room affair with a red brick pattern plastered on its fiberboard walls. As the mouse child danced with his father, he looked. He looked through the tiny dollhouse window and saw a very small teddy bear and a large pink china doll sitting at a table in which there was a tea set much bigger than them. Around and around the mouse child danced, rising and falling as his father swung him up and down, while the tea party in the window circled past. Far away that other dollhouse seemed now. How far away the other tea party, with the elegant ladies and gentlemen, and the elephant he had wanted for a mama. The mouse child knew he was on the job. He knew it. But he began to cry. No one had noticed his outbreak but the family cat. She had grown used to the mechanical toys and no longer paid any attention to them. But the strange little creaking sound of the mouse child's metal sobbing startled and deeply upset her. She dabbed at the toy, "Pacha!" and arched her back, jumping suddenly sideways, leaping onto the table and knocking over a heavy vase of flowers. It fell with a terrible crash, landing squarely on the mouse and his child. The vase shattered to bits, and the toy was smashed. 10 pages in, and our protagonists just died. Early the next morning, the tramp came through the town, as he did each winter, with the little dog still at his heels. He walked through the snowy streets past the house, where the children and grown-ups lived. He looked into the trash can to see what he might be able to use. He took an empty coffee can, a bundle of newspapers, and went back to the junkyard where he slept the night before in a wrecked, burned car. Only then did he find the mouse and his child inside the papers, crushed almost flat, but still holding fast to one another. I didn't say it wasn't going to be sad. You asked if it was a sad story. And it's not, because it ends well. The tramp looked at the battered wrecks around him in the cold, clear sunlight. He looked down at himself in his ragged clothes. He sat down in the car he had slept in and reached into his pocket for a little screwdriver. While the dog watched quietly, he took the mouse and his child apart to see if he could make them dance again. The junkyard lay silent. Its wrecks upheaved like rusty islands in the sparkling clean snow. The only sound were the sounds of bells, ringing Christmas throughout the town. The cawing of some crows, hoarse and sharp in the cold, cold air. That entire day, the tramp sat in the junkyard, laboring over the broken toy, stopping only to eat some bread and meat that he took from his pocket and shared with the dog. He was able to bend the 10 bodies back into their original shapes, but he had a great deal of trouble with the clockwork motor. He wound it up. The mechanism jammed. And in trying to clear it, he broke some of the little cogs and bars that had made the mouse father dance in a circle and swing the child up and down. The tramp removed these broken parts and put the toy together as well as he could. Their patent leather shoes had been lost in a trash can. Their blue velveteen trousers hung wrinkled and awry. Their fur had come unglued in several places. But, despite all of this, the mouse and his child were whole again. Now, when it was wound up, the motor worked without jamming, but the mouse and his child danced no more. The father, his legs somewhat bent, lurched straight ahead with a rolling stride, pushing the child backwards before him. The little dog sat and watched them with his head cocked to one side. The ragged man smiled and threw away the leftover parts. He then put the toy in his pocket and walked out onto the highway. High on a ridge above the town, where the snowy fields sloped off to either side, the road crossed a bridge and over the railroad tracks, went far, far past the town dump, and stretched away into the horizon. It was on this road that the tramp set the mouse and his child, and wound up the father. "Be tramps," he said, and he turned and walked away, with the dog at his heels. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2. The mouse walked forward onto the bridge, pushing the child backwards before him until his motor ran down and he could move no farther. The train rumbled and shrieked on the tracks below. Cars and trucks shook the bridge as they roared past and vanished into the distance, while the father and son stood, trembling. The afternoon wore on towards the evening, and the broken glass and mica of the roadside glittered in the last low vestige of sunlight. The snowy field glowed briefly. With a single flash, it went dark. At the dump, the trash fires smoldered, red and smoky in the dust. The bridge lights went on, and beyond, their unearthly blue glare, the highway lamps spaced out deep into the twilight of the dark horizon. A gibbous moon stared crookedly down from the cold, cold sky, until it was blotted out by clouds. Far away, the clock on the town hall tolled the hours, and the mouse and his child waited in silence until they heard the 12 faint strokes of midnight. "You see now where your crying has brought us," the father said. "I'm sorry, Papa," said the child. "I didn't mean to cry. I couldn't help it." The father looked thoughtfully into the night, beyond the bridge, where the red tail lights diminished and the white headlights continually appeared. The wind was rising, and in the silences between the traffic, the girders of the bridge creaked and cracked with the cold. How strange it is to walk backwards. No, excuse me. How strange it is to walk straight ahead. "And I walk backwards," said the child. "But I like it better than dancing in a circle. What should we do now?" "Who knows?" said the father. "There seems to be a good deal more to the world than the Christmas tree, and the attic, and the trash can for that matter. Anything might happen, I suppose." "But it won't," said a soft voice close by. "Not this evening, my lads." A large rat crept out of the shadows of the girders and leapt into the light of an overhead lamp. I believe this book was actually inspired the borrowers. Could be wrong about that, but they definitely give off big vibes of each other. He stood up suddenly on his hind legs before the mouse and his child. He wore a greasy scrap of silk tied with a dirty string in the manner of a dressing gown. He smelled of darkness. He smelled of stale and moldy things. And he smelled of garbage. He was there all at once, with a look of tenure, as if he had always been waiting, just beyond their field of view. And once let in, he would never go away. In the eerie blue glare, he peered beadily at the father and son. His eyes, as the passing headlights came and went, flashing blank and red like two round, tiny ruby mirrors. His whiskers quivered as his face came closer, and he bared his yellow teeth. He smiled. And then his paw shot out, and struck the mouse and child, a rattling blow that knocked them flat. "Time to be moving on now," said the rat. He set them on their feet, wound up the father, and guided them across the bridge and up the road towards the dump. As they walked the highway lamps, their shadows swung behind them, then before, then disappearing into the darkness, till the next dim light circled was reached. Dimly lit circle was reached. "Where are you taking us?" asked the father. "To a ball," said the rat. "A jolly, jolly ball at the royal palace, where we shall all drink champagne and dance until dawn." "How will that be?" He laughed softly, his voice half repellent, half pleasant. It was oddly mild, yet persuasive. "Are we really going to a palace?" the child asked. "I don't think so," said the father. "He's teasing us." "Yes," said the rat, "I am a dreadful tease, famous for my sense of humor. And we're home again, safe and sound." They were off the highway now and at the dump. Stumbling over snow-covered rubbish, they followed a path through the city of rats and other vermin, where the little refuse fires tended by the inhabitants threw dancing shadows on the dirty, dirty snow. Tunnels and alleyways led through the trash to filthy and dark dwellings. Skulking figures watched them pass, and loud rat voices all around them quarreled, cursed, and sang. The path widened as they went. Little hole and corner stalls with rat proprietors appeared. "Orange peels, domestic and imported. Fancy molds, green, black, and white," cried little vendors with his matted fur. "Bacon grease, guaranteed 2 months old. Some egg scraps going fast." He beckoned to the dressing-gowned rat. "How about some caviar, Manny? Hard as a rock, not less than 6 weeks old. Very nice." Manny Rat fingered the caviar, then handed it back. "Have you got any of that imported treacle brittle? The kind that comes wrapped in the red foil?" "Next trip my buyer makes," said the other. He winked at Manny Rat. Then he continued to chant. "Orange peels, bacon grease, scented soaps, lottery paste." As the mouse and child stumbled on, they heard thin and ragged voices singing. "Who's that passing in the night?" "It's foragers for Manny Rat. We grab first and hold on tight." Foragers for Manny Rat. The voices trailed off wearily in groans, moans, and curses. "Come on," someone snarled. "Keep it moving, you." "My spring's gone," came the tinny reply. "See for yourself. One end sticking out of my chest. I'm done for." "No such luck," said another tin voice, as the unseen group passed out of earshot. Manny Rat snickered and pushed the mouse and his child along through the evil-smelling huddle of gambling dens, gaming booths, dance halls, taverns, all crudely built from scraps of wood and wet cardboard boxes. The bonfires in the alleyways threw moving shadows of the revelers, large upon the walls of the open stalls. The dance hall thumped and whistled savagely, with tin-can drums, tinny reed pipes, and matchbox banjos, while the dim light of the candles through the doors and windows sent bobbing little rat shapes, dancing eternally on the blackened snow. Farther above the general din, there rose the crackled voice of a wound-up carousel that played a waltz with too many missing notes. Beyond the rubbish mountains and the trash fires wailed a passing freight, its wheels screeching and clacking faintly in the distance. "Hurry, hurry, hurry, step right up," shouted a red and black sextant beetle at the entrance to an orange crepe theater. The gustering flames of a birthday candle stub behind him, threw his frisking shadow onto the snow ahead. The beetle wore a cape made of fur from a woolly bear caterpillar. He shivered, nonetheless. "A scientific exhibit," he announced to the passerby. "Education for the whole family." He drew aside a ragged curtain to disclose, lit by fitful and weak candles, a headless pink celluloid hula doll, wearing the faded remnants of a cellophane grass skirt. Two cricket musicians, barely kept from freezing in a nest of cold dead grass, sat in a glass jar, huddled together, far too cold to chirp. "I don't like this place, Papa," whimpered the tiny mouse. "Hush," said the father. "Crying won't help." "Observe her curious motions as she sways this way and that," urged the beetle. He wound the key on the headless doll's back. She jiggled listlessly, while the candle's flames sank further and further down in the wind. "Come on, boys, let's go," he said, and kicked the cricket jar violently. The crickets chirped once, perhaps from surprise, then lapsed into silence. The beetle let the curtain fall. "There's more inside! Hurry up! Step up and see the show!" "How many have you taken this evening?" asked Manny Rat. "Very slow tonight," said the sexton beetle. He showed him the small end of a salami and a dead sparrow half buried in the snow. "We haven't been burying anything on the sly, have we?" asked Manny Rat, taking his salami. "We always make sure Manny gets his cut." "It's been a slow winter," said the beetle. "I'm doing the best I can. Honest, boss." Manny Rat wound up the mouse father and left the midway, starting up the slopes with the father and started up the slope, on which the mouse and the child fell many times. "Almost there, chaps. Then you can rest your clockwork a little bit. Then you can resume your duty." The slope leveled off, and they walked through a rusty bed spring around the skeleton of a baby carriage. And found themselves in a long, narrow space, where empty beer cans standing like elms at the entrance to a manor made an avenue that led to the gutted and screenless cabinet of a long-dead television set. Welcome in, cats. Good to see you. This was, in course, the residence of Manny Rat. The mouse child, the mouse and his child, wound, unwound, fully came to a stop, while their captor sat down on the edge of the hole where the television screen had once been, and ate his salami. As he looked up into the night, the massed clouds lifted to reveal the sky. The moon had been set. The stars were sharp and clear. Low above the horizon wheeled Orion the hunter, and near the luminous scatterings of the Milky Way, in the great dog constellation, blamed Sirius, the brightest star of all. Manny Rat liked dark nights best. He grimaced at the stars and turned away. Standing as he was, on uneven ground, the child was tilted at such a perfect angle that he too saw the dog star beyond the father's shoulder. He had never looked up at the sky before. Indeed, he had yet seen little of the earth, and even that little was more frightening than he had ever imagined. At first, the icy glitter of the far-off star was terrifying to him. He sensed a distance so vast
it reduced him to nothing. But as he looked and looked and looked on, unable to turn his head, the steady burning comforted him a little. If he was nothing, so was this rat. And so was all this dump. His father's hands were firm upon his, and he resolved deep in his heart to see what the great world would offer him next. "What are you going to do with us?" the father asked Manny Rat. "Why have you brought us here?" Manny Rat ignored the question and looked over the trodden snow towards the far end of his beer can avenue. The mouse and his child heard singing again in the dim starlight. They saw, dark against the snow, an ugly young rat tough driving a group of battered wind-up toys ahead of them. There were more than a dozen of them, all staggering under the weight of the bags they carried on their backs. They had been salvaged from the dump by Manny Rat and Ralphie, his assistant and rat of all works and trade, and whatever mobility they possessed was due to the mechanical skill of these two rats. The wind-ups had once been kicking donkeys, dancing bears, tumbling clowns, roaring lions, baying goats. All manner of specialties were represented in the group. But few of them now had all their faculties, and most of them had either lost a limb along with fur, eyes, ears, and clothing. All of their trades and tricks were gone. The best they could do was plod straight ahead when wound, and they could not do that very well. They tottered up the avenue, led by a moldy goat, who with the others feebly sang, "Who's that passing in the night?" Foragers from Manny Rat. "Make your move and take your bite. After us, or stand and fight." Serve Manny Rat. The song eventually faltered into silence as the foragers came to stop at various points between the beer cans, whose springs were unlucky enough to not be completely unwound, were knocked to the ground roughly by Ralphie. The mouse and his child stared at the other toys, and the standing members of the group stared back at them in silence. "Where'd they come from?" asked Ralphie, as he shuffled up the report to his master. "I found them wandering on the road," said Manny Rat, "where they evidently straggled away from your squad. Aren't these a couple of your new recruits?" "I don't think I've seen two like them before," said Ralphie. "But all them wind-ups look the same to me anyhow. I never know I got a whole squad unless I count." He leered at the mouse and his child. "Wandering on the road, eh? Maybe their motor's too strong. Maybe I should work 'em over a bit." "Never mind for that now," said Manny Rat. "I would very much like to know who I heard complaining a little while ago. Something about a broken spring, I believe?" "Him," said Ralphie, pointing to a one-eyed, three-legged donkey. "He's got a lot to say." "It's nothing," said the frightened donkey as he heard Manny Rat approach him on his blind side. "I've plenty of work left in me. I was just feeling a little slow. You know how it is." "No, you're not well," said Manny Rat. "I can see that easily. What you need, friend, is a long rest." He picked up a heavy rock, lifted it high, and brought it down on the donkey's back, splitting him open like a walnut.
Put his works in the spare parts can, said Manny to Ralphie. The young rat deftly removed the donkey's motor and leg assembly and dropped it in the empty tin can that stood near the mouse and his child. The Bonzo dog food, said the label. They were white and orange, and below the name was the picture of a little black and white spotted dog. I believe that's our second death of the book. This was made in a cartoon, by the way. The black and white spotted dog was walking on his hind legs and wearing a chef's cap and an apron. The dog tray carried on which another can of Bonzo dog food, with the label on which another black and white spotted dog, exactly the same but much smaller, was also walking on his hind legs and carrying a tray upon which there was yet another can of Bonzo dog food, and so on, and so on, and so on, until the dogs became too small for the eye to follow. The father stared at the can as the parts fell in with a melancholy. The child's back was to it. "What about the rest of our gallant foragers?" said the Manny Rat. "Anyone else not feeling well tonight?" No one answered. Some standing, some lying in the snow. They waited in silence, their rusty metal and mildewed plush glinting with frost. Manny Rat turned to the father. "I can see by the way you stare that you have not been here before. Let me welcome you, then, to the dump and to our happy little band." He came closer, baring his slanting yellow teeth. "Notice my teeth, if you will. Pretty, aren't they? They are the longest, strongest, sharpest teeth in the entire dump." He swept his paw across the dark and dirty horizon. "All of this will belong to Manny Rat one day. I'll be the boss of this whole place." "Is that so, or isn't it, Ralphie?" He leapt suddenly at the young rat. Bowers came out 15 years before this book. More nefarious tone. I like it. Glad you do. The ending is even better. "You're the boss," said Ralphie, stepping back quickly. Don't get excited." Smiling and rubbing his paws together, Manny Rat walked over to the silent squad of toys. "What have we tonight?" Ralphie emptied the bags, heaping the snow with bread crusts, apple cores, partly eaten pork chops, one or two unfinished lollipops, a completely rotten egg, half a can of anchovies, 2 shiny marbles, a red piece of glass, and other choice gleanings from the local garbage cans. "That's it," he said. "And I seen another busted wind-up we could fix. It was over by the smashed-up folding table near the road." "Any Wriggle Brittle?" "Last I heard of it was the other day. Couple of fellows pulled off a job at the grocery store. But after they got the treacle brittle, they put it in a vault over at the Meadow Mutual Hoard and Trust Company." "Don't hang around here, for heaven's sake. Go over there and get it for me." "How? I don't even know where the vault is." "Listen carefully and I'll tell you," said Manny Rat. "First, you go into the bank and you tell them
I am thinking of renting a safe deposit hole, and then they'll show you the vault.
Then they'll show me the vault, repeated Ralphie.
Then you say thank you. Then you leave. You go outside, you dig a tunnel into that vault. The ground around there is sandy, you see. It's easy digging, but you must be careful not to come out where the guard is.
Where the guard is? I got it.
Then you get the treacle brittle and you bring it back here, said Manny Rat. What could be simpler? There may be more than you can carry. He licked his lips. Take a wind-up with you. Hurry now while the bank's open. They close at dawn. The mouse father heard, and before he knew it, there was a moment. This was his way forward and out of the dump. He could not look beyond that and did not attempt to. Take us, he whispered. Take us.
These two look like good carriers,
said Ralphie. He hung a paper bag from their joined hands and wound the father up.
Let's go,
he said, and started moving across the dirty snow that gleamed pale in the starlit beer can avenue. We have seen a murder committed here tonight, said the father to his son, and now we are to be thieves. But we must keep moving forward, he said comfortingly to his son.
Let's knock off the chatter, said Ralphie. I've got a lot to think about.
He began to mutter to himself, rehearsing the words he would say at the bank. I do that too. While pushing the mouse and his child ahead of him through the black, malodorous tunnel that wound through the trash piles and out beyond the rubbish mountains at the far edge of the dump. We're about to meet one of my favorite characters. The narrow passage dipped, twisted, and climbed, and the mouse and his child, constantly falling, and then being set roughly on their feet again by Ralphie, trudged on and on, emerging in the open night to a steep, snow-covered tin can slope above the harsh red glare of the trash fires. A pall of smoke drifted over the narrow path, and here they heard someone approaching and chanting in a deep, melancholy voice.
Are your eyes losing their redness? Has the snap gone out of your tail? Nature's remedies and restoratives sold here. Love potions and magic charms.
Him and his magic charms, said Ralphie.
If the boss didn't think it'd bring bad luck, I'd charm him. Dreams interpreted, continued the champs. Fortunes told, territories surveyed, weddings performed, moderate fees.
Black against the luminous smoke, an odd and slow hopping shape appeared, passing alternatingly through the darkness and light. As the flames below it rose and fell, it came steadily up the path. Drawing closer, it revealed itself to be a large bullfrog who wore an old tattered glove against the winter cold. His bulging eyes looked out from the opening in which a hand would normally be inserted, his limbs sticking out through 4 frayed holes, and the 5 empty woolen fingers dragged behind him. A coin swung from a string around his neck, and a little bag of travel provisions hung at his side. A matchbox was also slung on his back, and it rattled with his stock of herbs,
medicinal sundries, charms, and amulets as he hopped through the snow. Alone as the rest of his kind, the world of frogs slept safely, hidden from the cold in the mud. "Good evening," he said as Ralphie came towards him with the mouse and his child. The frog's eyes took on red glints from the fire as he fixed upon the father and son with a profound look of penetrating observation. "What fortune awaits you?" he boomed. "Frog lifts the veil that hides the future. Credit given upon favorable readings."
Look at how much smaller the mouse and his child are to the rat. And look at that little froggy. That little froggy right there. Yeah.
"Listen," said Ralphie. "You showed me a charm last summer." "Ah," said Frog, "I remember. It was a herb called High John the Conqueror. For success in love." Well, it don't work," said Ralphie. "I rubbed it all over me like you said, and it gave me such a smell. The girl I was after ran off with another rat." "Which proves she was not the girl for you. That is the charm's wondrous property. It shows which love is true and which is false. Come, let me read your fortune free of charge."
Ralphie groaned and held out his paw. Frog looked into it. "Ah," he said. His eyes flashed red, then gold, as he stared from the rat's paw up his arm and into his face.
"What do you see?" said Ralphie. "A journey," said the frog, having noted the bag carried by the mouse and his child. "A long journey." "Oh, you're wrong there," said Ralphie, chuckling. "It's a short one." "One never knows about journeys," said the frog. "It may seem long." "What else?" said Ralphie. He smacked his lips while he thought of the delicious treacle brittle. "There'll be good eating," said the frog. "I see that very definitely."
"Tell our fortune," said the mouse child.
"Wind-ups ain't got no fortune to tell," said Ralphie. "Not so," said the frog. "The future is impartial, and fortune smiles upon all that she will."
He bent close to the child.
"Tell me, what do you want from the future?"
"I want to find the elephant," said the child suddenly in a burst of excitement. "I want her to be my mama, and I want the seal to be my sister, and I want us to all live in the beautiful house."
"Good heavens," exclaimed the father. This was the first he had heard of the elephant, the seal, and the dollhouse since they had left that store 5 years ago. "Let us see what time will bring," said the frog. "As your palm is inaccessible for me to reach, I shall use the ancient form of divination that was taught to me by a praying mantis." Ralphie was well content to be put off his errand, as he had already been working hard today. He watched with interest as the frog unslung the matchbox from his back, took out a handful of sunflower seeds, lightly roasted, and tossed from his neck the coin that hung there. Tossing it and the seeds together, and watched them fall to the snow. "Now," he said, "you must walk through the design." He wound up the father 3 times on different angles by the fortune teller, the father and his son, the mouse and his child, walked through the seeds, changing their random pattern in the snow. Then squatting, heavy and still, the frog examined the displacement of the coin and the seeds, staring contentedly at their new arrangement, while above him the floating red smoke of the trash fires intermittently obscured the stars. Ralphie leaned closer, watching intently, and the mouse and his child unwound and watched. The frog, as far as he knew, had never actually accurately predicted the future in his entire life. He told fortunes purely for profit, just as he sold charms, cures, surveys, and weddings. The weddings, at least, were legal. He was a legitimate justice of the peace. The surveys were more or less exact, the cures occasionally healed, and the charms worked as hard as their wearers wished them to. And what in the matter of fortunes he had learned long ago. He had learned to say whatever best suited the occasion and the desperation of the customer. The mouse child wanted a family and a home, and the frog desired deeply to please him. Therefore, he went through the motions of the divination, preparing the while to see in the future a mother and a sister and a beautiful house. So the frog intended. But as he looked at the coin and the seeds, he found himself unable to speak the words he had planned. He had practiced the seed and coin oracle many times, but never before had he experienced anything like what was happening to him now. All else beyond the pattern in the snow departed from his vision. His ears hummed and buzzed. All other sound vanished, leaving him alone with the voice in his mind, and the dark seeds dancing in the stillness of their mystic danger. "You have broken the circle," he said, "and a straight line of great force emerges from it. You must follow it." "Where?" said the father. The frog traced the line from seed to seed and made an up-down gesture. "Depths and heights. But the bottom is strangely close to the top." He paused. "The road is long and very hard." "Where does the road take us?" asked the child, feeling a little scared. The frog stared harder at the seeds, his golden eyes unfathomable. His yellow throat swelled, gleaming and glistening in the opening of his ragged glove. He seemed to grow large and remote in the starlight. His voice was distant when he spoke. Low in the dark of summer, high in the winter's light, a painful spring, a shattering fall, a scattering regathered. The enemy you flee at the beginning awaits you at the end. The words stopped suddenly, and his voice went quivering into silence, and the child began to cry. "That isn't much to look forward to," said the father. Can't you tell us more than that? No, said the frog, nor can I even read the meaning of the word I spoke. Now that the words had gone from him, he seemed smaller, nervous, uneasy. There was silence for a moment. The rat, the frog, the mouse, and his child, lit by a sudden flaring of the flames below, stood out sharply against the darkness, motionless on the tin can slope. "Oh, let's go," said Ralphie, shivering as if he just felt the cold for the first time. "Let's get to where we're going." He wound up the father, and they started on their way out of the dump and into the dark fields beyond it. Behind them, on the narrow path, the frog picked up the coins and the seed and watched them disappear from his sight. In the Beercam Avenue, the battered wind-ups of the forage squad lay and stood in silence from where they had been stopped, while their master paced around them thinking treacle-brittle thoughts. The sky had clouded over again, and Manny Rat felt better with the stars far out of sight. He looked towards the fires beyond the rubbish mountains and sniffed smoke complacently. Then, humming a little tune, he passed through the ranks of his silent slaves and went to look for the wind-up Ralphie had told him about. He found her. He found her near the wreckage of the bridge table, close to the highway. The purple headcloth was gone. Her gray plush was black with rot. One eye and one ear were missing. But still, the elephant maintained an air of monumental dignity. Arrgh! Thank you, Aiden. Oh, how she had suffered. She who thought herself a lady of property, secure in her high place, she had been sold like any common toy, while the gentlemen and ladies in the dollhouse never so much as looked up from their teacups. The house itself, her house, as she always believed it to be, had been cut off abruptly from her sight as the tissue paper closed about her head. And thus her world departed, and reality was thrust upon her. She had taken to a house much grander than the one on the counter, and there she had endured what toys endure. She had been smeared with jam, worried by the dog. She had been sat on. She had been dropped. She had been made to pull wagons. She had been shot at by toy cannons. She had also been left out in the rain until her works had rusted fast, and she was thrown away. Still, she endured. Deep within her, the tin there blazed a spirit that could never be quenched. Though the heavens should fall, she knew justice would one day be done. That one day, and on that sweet day, was what she lived for. To pace again with her swinging trunk behind the windows and beside them, the mansion that was hers. To know again the stately mode of life that was owed and was due. In the meantime, though, here was a rat to be encountered, and he should be confronted firmly, as she, of course, had met all adversity thus far. "Good evening, madam," said Manny Rat. "Do we find ourselves worn out and thrown away? Do we lie here lonely in the wintry waste? And the rot? The pity of it." The elephant said nothing. "Be of good cheer," said Manny Rat. "Rejoice! Help is at hand." Still, the elephant preserved her silence. "Surely you can speak," said Manny Rat. "You've heard the striking of the town clock, and the hour is long past midnight." "We have not been introduced," murmured the elephant, almost inaudibly, as if she hoped to create the illusion of the words not actually coming from her. "Oh, but we shall," said Manny Rat. "We shall become, moreover, close friends, intimate associates." He tried the elephant's key, and it would not turn. The spring was tightly wound, but thick with rust. What better introduction could there be than to have me take you apart and repair you so you can work for me? He reached into his robe and produced a rusty beer can opener and undid the tin clasps that held the elephant together. "Nothing more to say, madam?" he asked. "Not even so much as a how do you do?" The elephant was silent. As the sky began to pale, the air was sharp with the morning. As Ralphie, the mouse, and his child came through the woods along the path to the Meadow Mutual Hoard and Trust Company, an earthen bank beside a stream. There were many tracks in the snow, and following those, there went a great entrance between the roots of a large and terrible sycamore tree. The interior of the bank was a chill, dim, and hushed affair. The acorn tallow lamps did little more than cast their own shadows and catch the glint of frost and mica upon the earthen walls. In the half-light, a drowsy chipmunk teller looked up from his sunflower seeds he was counting as the rat walked in with the mouse and his child. The father pushed his son up to the rock behind which the chipmunk sat, then stood treading the ground until his spring unwound. The chipmunk looked at the paper bag, then looked at Ralphie. Then he felt for the alarm twig beneath the desk with his foot. Can I help you?" Ralphie squinted curiously and cautiously at the shadows around him. He saw no guards, and he forgot everything Manny Rat told him. "All right," he said, snarling and showing his teeth. "This is a stick-up. Take me to the vault." Yes, sir," said the chipmunk, stepping hard on the alarm twig as he spoke. The twig passed through a hole in the dirt wall behind him, and its other end vibrated against the snout of a badger who was dozing behind the stone that served as the vault's door. The badger opened his eyes and smiled. "This way, please," said the chipmunk. Ralphie wound up the mouse and his father, and they went through the short tunnels, where the stone blocked the opening to the vault. "Here's the vault," said the chipmunk. "Well, open it up," said Ralphie. "Certainly," said the chipmunk. He moved the stone and stepped out of the way as Ralphie rushed into the waiting jaws of a badger who ate him up. "These city folk are not much for robbing banks," chuckled the badger when he had finished his meal. "But they are good eating. Young fellows nowadays, they just don't know how to pull a job. All they know is hurry, hurry, hurry." He produced a bone to pick his teeth with. What about those two? He asked the chipmunk. The chipmunk looked back through the tunnel and out past the entrance. The mouse and his child were spun around by the violence. Violence? What the heck happened to my voice there? Spun about by the violence of Ralphie's rush into the vault. They had been turned completely around, and they stumble out of the Meadow Mutual Hoard and Trust Company and into the Blue Dawn, treading over the paper bag and leaving it behind them. What about those two, mate? Looking like proper brothers they are. The chipmunk watched as they walked down the path until they bumped into a rock and fell over. He shook his head. Whatever they are, they're harmless. Let them go. The mouse and his child lay in the snow where they had fallen, and they rattled with tinny, squeaking laughter. The frog was right. Ralphie did go on a long journey. Squeak, squeak, squeak. And there was good eating, too. For the badger. 7 o'clock, called the clock on the steeple of the church across the meadow as it struck the hour. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it. Listen, said the father as he heard it. It's time for silence. And then he began laughing, all over again. If it's time for silence, Papa, how come we're still talking? You've already broken one of the clockwork rules by crying on the job, said Father. We might as well break the other one too, and have it be done with. But I've often tried to speak after dawn, said the child. I never could till now. I wonder how that's happened. Perhaps your laughter freed you from the ancient clockwork laws, said a deep voice. And the bullfrog fortune teller hopped out from behind the Meadow Mutual Hoard and Trust Company tree. In the daylight, he seemed smaller than he had in the night, and so much of his mystery was gone. He was not a young frog, and the woolen glove he wore was very shabby. In the cold light of morning, he could be seen clearly for what he was. An old, eccentric traveler, neither respectable nor reliable, hung with odd parcels and tricked out with a swinging coin, plying his trade wherever chance might take him. He set the mouse and the child on their feet and considered them thoughtfully. I have never heard a toy laugh before. Did you see what happened? Said the father, and he told the frog about the attempted bank robbery. A rash youth, Ralphie. He had no patience, poor boy. For once I read a future truly, and it came to pass with fearful swiftness. But were you not curious about my presence here? Why are you here? Asked the child. Because I followed you, said the frog. Something draws me to you, and in the seeds I saw your fate and mine bound inexorably together. I said nothing at the time, for I was afraid. There were dark and fearful things in that design, unknown perils that can only be revealed with time. He shook his head thoughtfully, and his coin swung like a pendulum from the string around his neck. Are you afraid? Asked the father. Utterly, said the frog. But do you not choose to go ahead? There's no going back. We cannot dance in circles anymore. Will you be our friend and travel with us?
Be my uncle, said the child. Be my Uncle Frog.
Ah, said the frog, flustered. I had better make no such promises. I am at best an infirm vessel. Do not expect too much. I may be your friend and your uncle, as long as our destined roads may lie together. More than that, I cannot say. He gestured towards the snowy meadow that sparkled in the sunlight beyond the trees ahead, and he pointed back along the shadowy pathway they had taken to the bank. Which shall it be? Toward the town? Or out into the open country?
Maybe we could look for the elephant? And maybe the seal? And maybe the dollhouse that used to be in the store with us? We could, couldn't we, Papa?
What in the world for?
So we can be a family and be cozy, answered the child.
To begin with, I cannot imagine being cozy with that elephant. But putting aside myself for the moment, the whole idea of a quest is impossible. Despite what she said, the doll and her house were very likely for sale, just as she and the seal were. And by now, they could likely be anywhere. It would be hopeless to attempt to find any of them.
He sang me a lullaby, said the child.
This is absurd, really, said the father.
I want the elephant to be my mama, and I want the seal to be my sister, and I want to live in a beautiful house.
What is all of this talk of elephants and seals? Asked the frog. It's nonsense, said the father, and yet it's not the child's fault. Our motor is in me. He fills the empty space inside of him with foolish dreams that could possibly never come true. Not so foolish, perhaps, said the frog. This seal, was she made of tin and black and shiny? Did she have a small platform on her nose, which revolved while a sparrow performed acrobatic tricks? No, said the father. She had a red and yellow ball on her nose.
She could have lost the ball, said the child. Maybe she does have a platform on her nose now. Where is she? Where is this seal you saw?
I do not know where she is now, but 2 years ago, she was in a traveling theatrical group that came to the Pine Woods every year.
If Uncle Frog could take us there, maybe we could find the seal. Then we could all look for the elephant together.
Finding the elephant would be as pointless as looking for her. But since I cannot convince you of that, we might as well travel to the Pine Woods as anywhere else. At any rate, we will see something of this big world. Very well. On to the Pine Woods.
Extra!
Screamed a raucous voice
As a blue jay flashed in the morning sunlight. Rat slain and bank hauled up. Wind-ups flee with getaway mice. And getaway frog. Late scores. Woodland mice lead meadow team and acorn bowling. Voles idle.
And so it begins. For good or for ill, you have come into the world, and she has taken notice.
A long and hard road. That's what you said you saw ahead of us, was it not?
All roads, whether long or short, are hard, said the frog. Come, you have already begun your journey. all else that necessarily follows from that act. Be of good cheer. The sun is bright, the sky is blue, and the world lies bare before you. The father saw the brightness of the meadow over the darkened trees. 2 crows, sharp against the sky, sailed over it on broad, blackened wings. And he thought about how many steps he would have to take to travel the same distance that took them mere moments. His spring tightened as the frog wound him, and his motor buzzed. He pushed his son on ahead. Behind them, in the shadows of the trees, stretched the double track of 10 feet, and odd thumping prints left by the frog's legs and woolen fingers. And bending over the trail in the snow was a figure clothed in the greasy scrap of silk hanky that was tied with a dirty string. The clockwork elephant followed, with 2 paper bags slung on her back. The planner of the bank robbery, growing doubtful of Ralphie's prompt return, thought it had been prudent to meet him halfway and collect the booty. That slain and hold up attempt, said Manny Rat. That idiot Ralphie. I suppose that means no treacle brittle for me. Those wretched wind-ups have gone off with the frog, as if their only purpose in life was to make a fool of me. Oh, I'll be the laughing stock of the entire dump. Unless I find them and smash them. So begins Chapter 3. Midnight, rang the clock of the steeple church across the meadow. 12 o'clock, and all is peaceful here. Sleep well. Across the light of the moon that floated clear in the cloudless sky, Frog paused under the trees that bordered the meadow. He turned to look back anxiously over the snow behind them, and then faced forward again, listening. The mouse and his child walked on a little way, and then they stopped, being fully unwound. "What's the matter?" asked the child. "I hear something, and Manny Rat is close behind us." "Good luck with that encounter." "I've seen him dodging in and out of the trees. If he catches us, I fear our friendship may not survive the encounter." "I hear something now," said the child. It was far off, ghostly whistling, and a rhythmic whisper of distant drums. "Whatever that is, it can scarcely be worse than Manny Rat. In his present mood, I suggest we press on." He wound up the father and hopped beside him and the child as they drew closer and closer to the sound of the drum and the whistling that now drew closer and closer. The shadows of the trees ahead, a green light, pale and dim, glimmered and then was gone. It glimmered again and then was gone. "A foxfire beacon," said Frog. He stopped and knocked over the mouse and child to stop them too. "I have seen those before, and I have smelled the same musky scent that I smell now. What is now in front of us is..." He leapt aside as a wood mouse bolted and dragged her children along beside her. "War!" she screamed. The drumming grew fiercer and louder, and the whistling could now be recognized as the shrill singing of piercing, tiny voices accompanied by a reed fife.
Onward, shrews, for territory. Victory crown our might. Onward, shrews, for fame and glory. Heroes to the fight. What are shrews? Asked the mouse child.
They look something like mice, but they are short-tailed, sharp-nosed, and smaller. They are very little and very bloodthirsty. They eat constantly, and when they have war, they eat even more. The mouse father motor having been run down, the frog stood him up, and the child back on their feet. The band of shrews was less than 100 yards away. The scout, who had signaled with the phosphorescent wood, moved to join them. The frog watched the foxfire bobbing dimly and growing smaller in the distance. Their eyesight is very poor, said the frog. They haven't seen us yet. Perhaps they'll just go away. And just as well. They look to be a commissary company. I believe they're after rations. That's why the mouse was running so hard. In any case, they don't eat metal or tin.
Do they eat frogs? Asked the child.
When they catch them, said the frog.
The shrews moved on in the moonlight, and the child, looking beyond his father's shoulders, saw the little company, spiky with tiny spears they carried, clustered against the black snow. The singing had stopped, but the rolling beat of the nutshell drum beat on, and the piping of the reed and fife continued as the scout made his report.
Those spears have poisoned tips, said the frog.
Be careful, said the child. Don't go any closer.
There's no going back either, for here is Manny Rat.
Good evening, said Manny Rat. He had left the elephant in a brush behind him and thought better to come upon his quarry in silence. Are we doubtful of the future? Do we wonder which way to go? He bared his teeth in the darkness. Frog, remembering his promise to travel with the mouse and his child for as long as their destined roads might lie, decided that these roads must now diverge. Friendship was a noble thing, but life indeed was sweet. Therefore, he hopped out of the shadows to meet Manny Rat, hoping to find some soft answer that would turn away his anger, from himself at least. Manny Rat hesitated. The frog, old and weak, was utterly helpless against him. But the frog made the rat uneasy. He had always feared the fortune teller just a little. It felt to him to be not only a prophet of luck, either good or bad, but its active agent as well. He drew nearer, staring past the frog, when he saw the mouse and child staring back at him, and the night sky mirrored in his glass bead eyes. Manny felt himself, with some strange magnetism, drawn to the father and the son. Felt that something was wanted of him. He forgot, for the briefest of moments, that he was there to smash them. He shook his head and picked up a rock. Step aside, frog. I'm going to smash your friends. Frog, racking his brain for some way of placating Manny Rat, acted on sudden impulse.
Let me read your fortune.
Manny Rat laughed and held out his paw. Go ahead. I may be the only member present that actually has a future. Smiling, the frog approached, but he never took the rat's extended paw. A good villain, no? He never took the rat's extended paw, nor did he speak the fair words he was shaping. He found himself looking into Manny Rat's eyes, and other words, obscure and cryptic, came to the fortune teller's mind, and against his will, his broad mouth opened and spoke these unbidden words. A dog shall rise, a rat shall fall. Manny Rat leapt back as if he had been struck. What is that supposed to mean? Frog had no idea what the words meant, nor did he care. He wished heartily that he had never ever set eyes upon the mouse or his child. As his mouth opened again, he heard, as if from a distance, his own voice repeat, "A dog shall rise, a rat shall fall." "That may be," said Manny Rat, his fear forgotten in his building rage. "But you'll fall first. You and your wind-up friends will finish together. I'm going to tear your throat out." "Of course," said Frog. "Why not?" He nodded sadly, and then turned his back on Manny Rat and looked towards the shrews. They were right-faced and prepared to march away. Above the spears, a tattered moleskin flag hung limply in the moonlight. Frog sighed and wondered what the mole's last thoughts might have been. "It's useless to look to them for help," said Manny Rat. "If you have any parting words of one language or another, now is the time to say that." "Rations!" bellowed the frog. "Fresh meat for the army, rations for the troops, right here, free and willing." "Rations!" came the screaming, chill response from the army of shrews. The compact mass wheeled suddenly and sped terrifyingly quickly across the snow. Thank you, Rando. The spears pointing in a single direction as the flag fluttered like a hungry, lean banner. "Do stay for dinner," urged Frog, as Manny Rat took to his heels. But the thwarted rat made no reply. Running for his very life, he vanished into the darkness of the trees as the wave of musky scent surged over the fortune-teller, the father, and his son. "Uncle Frog!" cried the child. "The shrews will eat you!" "Better they than Manny Rat," said the frog, having intended to instead betray his friends. He had now betrayed himself, and now, calm and utterly resigned to his fate, he waited as the briskly sprinting shrews skidded to a halt before him. 2 or 3 more of the short-sighted troops bumping into the mouse and his child, completely knocking them over. All of them were thin and famished, and moved their jaws as though determined to be chewing hard anything that would be coming their way. "Taff!"
very hard and tough," said one, rubbing his nose where it had bruised and dented on the father's tin. "Save him for the officer's mess," said another as he pinched the fat of the frog. "This one's fine, plump, and juicy, and it smells so good." "Oh, yes," said another. "I've had frog. Frog is good." A stiff-nosed corporal appeared and looked at the frog. Let me see if I can get a better angle on that. Boop. He drew a straw from a moleskin pouch. "One frog," he said. He notched the straw with his teeth. Two what?" "Mice," said the frog. "They don't smell like any mice I have ever ate," said the corporal, and he bit 2 more notches into his tally. "Who turned you in anyways?" "Destiny." "Can't trust anybody," said the corporal. He put away the straw and turned over the captives to the guard. "All set," he reported the sergeant in command of the commissary patrol. "Let's go then," said the sergeant. "And no more fife and drum. We are now too close to the border." "Rations fall in?" shouted the corporal. The frog, the mouse, and the child were hustled to the head of the column. Behind them, a small group of captive wood mice shuffled their feet and wept. "Shut up," said a guard to the wood mice, "or I'll stick you with this spear and you'll go bye-bye right now." "For'ard, ho!" shouted another. The scout with his foxfire trotted on ahead, and the flag-bearer stepped bravely under the lean banner. The troops shouldered their spears and marched with their short tails whisking the snow, their massed black shadow keeping step across the moonlight as they herded their rations back towards headquarters. The mouse, as he walked forward, found himself facing the drummer boy. "Is it really war?" asked the little soldier. "Of course it is. Our territory's all hunted out, and we have to fight the shrews down by the stream for theirs." "It's the other way around, I heard it," said the fifer. "I hear their territory's all hunted out, and they're invading ours." "What's a territory?" asked the mouse child. "What do you mean, what's a territory?" said the drummer boy. "A territory's a territory. That's all." "Hey, rations don't have territories," said the fifer. "Not after we catch them," said the drummer boy. "But before they do, everyone does." "We didn't," said the mouse child. "Well, then no wonder you're rations now. What chance does anybody have without a territory?" "But what is a territory?" asked the mouse child. "A territory," said the drummer boy solemnly, "it's where everything smells right. It's where you know the runaways and the hideaways, night or day. It's where you fought for, or where your father fought for. And you feel all safe and completely strong there. It is the place where, when you fight, you win." The father walked in silence as a wave of shame swept over him. What chance does anybody have without a territory? He repeated to himself, and he knew the little shrew was right. What chance indeed? He now saw that for himself, and, more importantly, for his son, the whole wide world was now someone else's territory, on which he could not even walk without someone to wind him up. The frog wound him even now, as they march. And the father felt the key turn in his back, as a knife turns in a wound. No one spoke for a time. The wood mice whimpered softly, the shrew's feet pattered on the crusted snow, and the frog's matchbox rattled as he hopped. And the 10 feet of the mouse and the child scraped steadily ahead to the buzzing of the motor. The whole company was nervous as they marched. The spears clicked against one another, pointing this way and that, as the shrews, sniffing incessantly, looked behind them or peered into the shadows of the trees along the meadow's edge. "Where are we now?" asked the corporal, his long nose twitching anxiously. "Almost there, I think," said the sergeant. The route he was taking was not the one the company had ever used before, and there was no one to guide him. The scout and the sergeant were relying purely on his sense of direction to bring him back to an area where he could pick up the scent of his previous battalion. "When are we getting back to headquarters?" demanded a shrill voice. "Let's eat now!" shouted someone else. "Knock it off!" shouted an uneasy sergeant, and he sniffed the air yet again. Frog hopped patiently without a word. As far as he knew, he was hopping to his death. He was thoroughly disgusted with himself. He had attained his present age, not by paying closer attention. Let me start the whole sentence again. He had attained his present age, however, by paying closer attention to not being eaten than his enemies could bear on eating him. Therefore, he put aside his fears and opened his perceptions to every possibility of escape. Looking down at the tracks made by the mouse and his child as they walked ahead of him, he noticed something. The father, owing that one of his legs was bent slightly more than the other, in fact, did not walk in a straight line, but a series of long arcs that curved always slightly to the left. Being at the head of the column, he had imperceptibly taken the whole company off the course of their march, and the sensation of unease had begun to spread through the dissenting ranks. "I feel funny," said the drummer boy. However soldierly he bore himself, he stood less than 2 inches in height. The moonlit meadow suddenly seemed vast and dangerous about him, and his trembling paws involuntarily rattled a soft tattoo on his drum. "So do I," said the fifer, "and you know why, and I know why. It's because we're lost, and we're in their territory." The flag bearer, the sergeant, the corporal, as their own misgivings were put into words, stopped short, and the column halted unevenly as the shrews bumped and piled against each other. The scout, whose sorties had been growing ever briefer, snapped back to the company as if connected to them by a rubber band, and hastily buried his fire in the snow. The father, unable to push his son past the fifer, trod and stomped the snow until his spring ran down. "Are you scared?" said the mouse child to the drummer boy. "Me? Scared? Never," declared the young seller. "At least I don't think I'll be scared. This is my first war, really." They were in a little hollow screened by a thicket on the windward side. Their voices all seemed strangely loud in the incredibly still air, and everyone fell silent stifling their breaths in the cold. "What's gonna happen, Uncle Frog?" whispered the mouse child. "I don't know, but look sharp for a chance to escape." "War," muttered the father. "The trash can, the dump, murder, robbery, and now war?" "Shut up," said a shrew who was guarding them, and then drew his breath in suddenly as a spear produced from his throat, and he fell forward to his death. "Ambush!" yelled the sergeant. "First platoon, move up to the right flank. The rest of you fall back and cover. Pfeiffer, sound distress." The musky scent was overpowering as the shrews regrouped to face the attack from the thicket, and the little Pfeiffer sent the notes of distress call piping through the moonlight until a spear cut him short. The drummer snatched the fife, and the piercing trill pierced the moonlight again, drawing another whistling of deadly spears. He tried to shout, "Onward, shrews!" but he had no breath to say it, and he died without another word. "Here they come!" shouted another, and the enemy shrews were upon them, shrieking their battle cry, "Ours! Ours! Ours!" "Now," said the frog to the father, keeping low and moving quickly. They pulled 3 spears from the snow, arming himself with one, and placing the others under the father's arms, so they pointed forward over the child's shoulders. He was about to wind the father for their flight, when the child's eyes met his. For an instant, the frog was held by some silent compulsion, while the shrill and terrible cry of battle rose around him. He knew what the child wanted, and dared to not ask for. Hesitating only for a moment, the frog leapt among the shrews where the fighting was the bloodiest. He took the nutshell drum from the body of the little soldier, and returning safely, hung it on the neck of the mouse child. "Follow us," shouted the father to the captives cowering behind them. "Onward, mice!" cried the child, and he felt the little drum resound in his voice. The wood mice, with much whimpering and tears, followed, flattening themselves against the cold and unforgiving bloody snow, while the spears rattled against the father and the son, splintering and flying overhead. Frog, ducking and dodging, fought off the shrews that blundered into his path, but both sides were too absorbed in killing another to pursue the fleeing rations. Once among the trees near the meadow's edge, the surviving wood mice dispersed and ran for their homes. While the breathless frog leaned on a spear and panted, the mouse and his child strode forward until their spring ran down. Behind them on the snow lay the bodies of fallen, shredded shrews and wood mice, their mouths open, still shaping the final cries of rage and fear, their open eyes fast gazing in the moonlight. The mouse child stared beyond the father's shoulder at the astonishing stillness of the dead. I'm going to show you guys that. That's an actual sentence in this book. The father looked at the spears he carried, and he felt the weight of the enemies who had fallen upon them. And for the first time in his life, he knew what it was to strike a blow for his own freedom. "Look," said the frog. The snow was black with streaming shrews as the opposing armies of the meadow and stream, responding to the Pfeiffer's call, converged in the hollow, and the dead and dying were trampled in the alternating waves of attack and retreat. "Ours, ours, ours!" chanted the defenders, while the attacking shrews, giving grounds but always charging again, screamed, "Onward, onward, onward!" While the frog, the mouse, and his child watched from 2 trees, 2 weasels came bounding over the rise on the other far side of the hollow. Lithe and keen, they seemed to slide between the moonbeams as they ran. They stopped, their heads swaying snake-like, as they sniffed the musky scent. "I knew you'd like this place," said the female to her mate. "I came here the other night, and it really is a darling little hollow. There's always something good. Look, shrews! Oh, smell those shrews, dear." "I don't know. Shrews what I had for lunch," said the male. "There's no pleasing you," said the female. "And they're such tempting little fellows, too." Below them, the armies were dragging off the wounded and the dead, as the moon sank low over their moving shadows, lengthened on the blood-stained snow, the glittering crust unbroken by the tiny trampling feet. "Look," said the female as both armies drew back and closed ranks for yet another bloody charge. "They're all in little rows, ever so neat." "All right," said the male. "Let's have a shrew, then. Don't want to argue about it." The weasels flowed like hungry shadows down into the hollow, and once among the shrews struck right and left with lightning swiftness, smiling pleasantly with the blood of both armies dripping from their jaws. Not a single weasel went hungry, and not a single shrew escaped. When the weasels had satisfied their thirst for blood and flesh, they bounded away, leaving behind them heaps of tiny corpses scattered in the snow. "This is a nice territory," said the female. "This is the nicest we've had yet. I'd kind of like to settle down here for a little while." "Not bad," said the male, burping a little. "Not a bad little territory at all. I could see us making a nice little home here." They nuzzled each other affectionately as they ran, and their heads were so close together that when the horned owl swooped out of the moonlight, the talons of his feet pierced both their brains at once. "My land," wheezed the owl, as he rose heavily with the weasel's limp, lifeless bodies dangling from his claws. "Two at once! The missus won't believe this when I tell her. Yes, sirree, as territories go, this is a mighty good one." He flew on, and the earth slid back below him, silver in the moonlight. Over the meadow, Mutual, Hoard, and Trust Company he flew, and the field beyond the woods, over the trash fire beacons of the dump, and the wind-ups in the Beer Can Avenue, over the rats midway where the carousel played its cracked waltz, over the rubbish hills, over the charred ruin of the dollhouse, with its mansard roof smashed, its lookout missing, its chimney toppled, and its ladies and gentlemen long gone and forgotten. The frog, the mouse, and his child, seeing no immediate danger after a cautious look around, left the trees and struck out for the pine woods beyond the stream at the far end of the meadow. The full moon, low behind the trees, watched them like a yellow eye as they reached the stream and followed it. The frog thumped softly on the snow as he hopped. The matchbox rattled. The clockwork buzzed. The 10 feet of the mouse and his child scraped and slid upon the snow. The stream beside them gurgled and whispered, deep under the ice. "Onward, mice," muttered the father to himself as he pushed his son ahead. Most of the cloth of his trousers had been torn away by the spears, and his bare tin glinted in the moonlight where his fur was missing. The child, similarly battle-worn, listened to the drum that thumped and rattled on his chest, but walked backwards, in silence. "These are the pines on the far side of the stream. We can cross here." He helped the mouse and his child down the bank and onto the ice. "Destiny has many rivers," he began. But he never finished his sentence. There was a swoop of soft wings as he spoke, and a cold gust of air, and the frog rose up above the stream in the talons of a horned owl's mate. Father and son knocked flat, heard the fortune-teller's coin clink on the ice. "Good luck," called the deep, sad voice of their friend and uncle, and the frog was gone, lost in the moonlight. The sky was brightening into dawn when Manny Rat approached the hollow where the shrews had fought. He moved slowly and laboriously, clanking as he walked. He moved slowly, so slowly, for he had fashioned armor for himself from 2 tin cans. He was thus protected from poisoned spears, and had come to snatch his victims from the shrews. The elephant labored behind him in the snow, her one eye fixed on him, as though hatred alone kept her rusty works in motion. Manny Rat walked through the thickets of spear shafts, among the silent rakes of the dead and eaten, cursing quietly as he looked in vain for any sign or remnant of the toy mice and the frog. After making sure that no live shrew After making sure that no live shrews lurked nearby, he divested himself of the tin cans, straightened his handkerchief dressing gown, and considered the situation. Well, I have come this far. I might as well continue. It really is quite remarkable how they keep going. What a relief it will be to smash them. Sighing philosophically, he dined on what the weasels had left. Then provisioned the elephant's paper bags with meat for future travel. He took up the trail again. The sun was up, and the spears in the snow, like trail markers, dipped the hours on the shadow. And when the Blue Jay reporter flashed over the battlefield, "Late night bulletin," he squawked. "Night battle on the meadow border results in..." He paused and flew lower, for he did have some confusion over who had won and who had lost. "Victory," he concluded. Pleased with the sound, extended his headline, "Victory, victory, victory!" He screamed and was gone with the business of the day. Behind him, on the battlefield, 2 tin cans glistened in the sunlight. From one scrap of paper fluttered like a little banner in the morning breeze the Bonzo dog food label, and on it, a little black and white spotted dog, wearing a chef's cap. He smiled at the image of the smaller Bonzo that he carried eternally on his tray. Chapter 4. I'm going to take a quick aside. What do you guys think so far? It's good, yeah? Captain, I'm sad. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I'm going to show you the back of this book. It says, all ages. It says, all ages. Here's the front cover. Here's the front cover. See that book over on the chair over there? See that book right there? That's the copy I had. That's what the copy I had looked like. I'm hearing sad and I'm hearing violence. What do you guys think so far?
By the way, since I can keep my volume a bit better, this makes me want to go to Barnes and Nobles. This makes me want to play D&D. That's what it makes me want to do. It gets happier. It gets happier. Don't worry. Don't worry. This author digs a hole and then hands you a rope. It's true. Very true. We'll figure it out someday. Ahoy, babe. Ahoy there. I see we've been going for 2 hours. It is 7:20 right now. We are just under halfway. Stream ends when this book is done. Just so you know. We might have some time to talk about it before or afterwards. But, I should be able to keep my volume at a respectable pace so that we can actually finish this. Do you guys like the campfire? Do you guys need me to add another log to it? Is it sounding okay? Campfire. There, over there. Right there. Wrong. Did I point this way? I might have pointed that way. Oh, goodness. Oh, man, did you guys hear that? So, bit of behind the magic. I've got my chair entirely reclined to further, like, give the image. Further give off the impression that I don't have anything. I've got my chair fully reclined, but I'm gonna, like, partially pop it up so I can get my back a bit better. Ugh. If I have to. I'm not gonna, like, leave the book with a chapter unread, you know? But I'm pretty sure 5 hours should be enough. We're pretty much on track. All right. Chapter 4. The mouse and his child lay on the ice where they had fallen, the father's legs moving slowly back and forth as his spring unwound. "My Uncle Frog is gone," wept the child. "What happened?" "He was taken by an owl, as the weasels were," said the father. "He kept his word, and he guided us as far as he was able. Now it seems our destined roads have parted, and once more, we are alone. Alone to face Manny Rat," thought. And even as he spoke, he knew that sooner or later, the rat would be on their trail again. He saw those burning eyes clearly, as if he stood before him now, and heard the soft voice of the fortune teller. "Step aside. I'm gonna smash your friend." The father said nothing more to the child. They lay in silence through the night, while the wind brought them the smell of pines to remind them of the Christmas tree, where they would never dance again. Act 1, Scene 1, said a scratchy voice across the stream as the sun rose. The bottom of a pond, mud, ooze, rubbish, and water plants. This kills me, said a second, more resonant voice. That is literally deep, but is it profound? Shall we call for help? The mouse child asked his father. They don't sound like they'd hurt us. We'll just have to take the chance. Help! They both yelled as loudly as they could with their little tin voices. Help! 2 tin cans, standing upright, half buried in mud at center stage, continued the voice. At stage left, a rock. Help! Said the mouse and the child again. A head rises from one of the tin cans, the voice went on. Wait a minute.
I heard something, said the other voice. If it's that farmer with a shotgun, get ready to take off fast. A large crow came walking out of the pines and cocked its head to listen. A tall, well-set-up bird. He wore his great black and glossy wings in the manner of a cloak thrown carelessly over his shoulders. What he had was his wife, and fellow actors admiringly described as presence. Wherever he was, he seemed to be there more intensely than any other bird. He sighed. It's a couple of stranded wind-ups, he called to his unseen companions. The crow flew down to where the father and son lay on the ice. There he saw the coin the frog had dropped. He flipped it up with a foot and caught it in his beak, removed it with a flourish, and held it out at leg's length to look at it. The coin had been gold-plated when the frog found it at the bottom of the pool, but now it was worn down to its original brass. You will succeed, said the lettering around the rim, and the center bore a 4-leaf clover. Well, you've got nothing to worry about, said the crow to the mouse and his child. You'll succeed, says so right here. When? Asked the child, feeling very small. The crow looked at the other side of the coin on which the horseshoe appeared, and the partial message, "Your lucky day is," and the rest had been obliterated by the hole drilled for the string. When your lucky day arrives, he said plainly, and hung the coin against the mouse child's neck, where it clinked against the drum. He picked up the father and son and flew back to the pines to land beside a rather showy lady crow and 3 darling starlings. The other members of the company were a gaunt, dejected-looking rabbit and a brilliantly colored but frowsy parrot who wore 2 or 3 sleeveless doll sweaters and a woolen muffler. It was she whose scratchy voice they had heard earlier. Hey! Long ago, she had been somebody's pet Polly, but having since spread her wings and flown to freedom through an open window, she felt herself entitled to a more resounding name, and was now called Euripides. Mrs. Crow, who had been stranded more than once herself, was cordial and welcome. After all, she said, they don't eat. They might as well join the company and make themselves useful if they can. She leaned down and looked at the child more closely. What do you do when you're wound up? She asked. Do you play that drum? No. We used to dance, answered the child truthfully. And now we walk, said the father, and behind us an enemy walks faster. That's life, rocked Euripides. We're looking for a seal, and a rat's looking for us, the father added. 2 toy mice in search of a seal followed by a rat. That is too much. The starlings fluttered together, laughing and flapping in a tangled mess. The crow and Mrs. Crow laughed as well, while the parrot looked thoughtful. She used to have a red and yellow ball on her nose, and we're looking for the elephant too. We're gonna have a family. Fantastic! Laughed the starlings. It's got possibilities, said the crow. He wound up the father and stepped back. All right, let's see what you can do. The mouse and his child walked across the snow until they bumped into a twig and fell down. They lay there, the father's legs moving slowly back and forth, while the company watched in utter silence. The sky was bright and cold. The white snow sparkled in the sunlight. A woodpecker drummed beyond the frozen stream. The wind sighed drearily in the pines. "Can you help us?" asked the father. "We must keep moving on. We really cannot stop here." "Pathos," said the crow. "Real pathos." "They've definitely got something," said Mrs. Crow, as she helped the mouse and the child to their feet. "The patter about the seal and the elephant does need working up, but the walk is good, and the fall is terrific. Maybe we can use them the next time we do a review." Crow draped his black wings over the shoulder of father and son. "Welcome to the Cause of Art Experimental Theater Group. Last year was the Cause of Art Classical Repertoire Group. But we've got to move with the times," said Crow, and his wife nodded knowingly. "But we don't want to be a part of the Cause of Art Experimental Theater Group," said the child. "We've got to find the seal. We were told she was with you. She had a platform on her nose." "Who?" "What platform?" Once again, I point out the size differentials. "The seal," said the child. "Have you seen a tin seal with a platform on her nose?" "Oh, that seal," said the crow. "A wind-up seal." You're right, I don't notice things that are smaller than this. Ugh. She did a whirligig gesture with one wing. I remember. She did an acrobatic routine with a sparrow." "That's right," said the child. "Sure, but that was back when we were the Cause of Art Follies. Our best season, I remember. We had a hot line of red chickadees in that show, and everybody was crazy about." He shook his head, opened his beak, and shut it with a clack. "Where'd you find her?" "We got her from Manny Rat," said Crow. "He books most of the wind-ups. Do you know him?" "It's Manny Rat, who's coming to destroy us," said the father. "No, it can't be as bad as all that. Why in the world would he destroy wind-ups? He fixes them up and sells them, you know. He's not the type of rat to destroy his own profits. We paid 3 bags of jelly beans for that seal. A pretty stiff price for a broken-down wind-up. I mean, business is business, even if it's show business. They were new jelly beans, too, out of a case that fell out of the back of a truck." "Where is she now?" demanded the child. The crow shrugged. "Who knows? On tour somewhere, I guess. I traded her to a rabbit with a traveling flea circus." "What for?" asked the child. "For a pair of doll roller skates and part of a gyroscope," said the crow. "Anyways, let's go over it again. I need to run through the dog again from the top." "Won't you help us?" begged the father. "Look, give yourself a chance to calm down a little, and we'll talk about it later. Believe me, you're safe here. Nobody's gonna bother you when you're with me." He struck a boxer's pose and grimaced ferociously and launched into a slow-motion roundhouse punch and gently nudged the father's jaw with one wing. He winked at them and then turned back to his company. "All right, let's get started. Are you sure you want to do the last visible dog tonight? Said Mrs. Crow. Sure, I'm sure, said the crow. But I know it's there. It's the hottest thing we've got. It's new. It's far out. It's a play with a message. What's the message? Said Mrs. Crow. I don't know, said Crow again. But I know it's there, and that's what counts. It seems to me like the woodchuck's revenge is a better bet, said Euripides, who was, if not the company's lyric muse, at rate their repertoire, since it was she who stored in her memory all plays presented for them, and by them. You can't go wrong with a plot like Woodchuck, she asserts. The whole family loses its territory when a fox forecloses on the mortgage and throws them out of the den. Territory again, said the father of the child. Must I always be reminded of our placelessness? We could find the dollhouse, said the child timidly. Could that be our territory? Couldn't it, Papa? He felt the weight of the coin on the string around his neck. Maybe we succeed. Maybe we will succeed. Maybe we'll have a lucky day. Euripides, meanwhile, was still putting forward the merits of the woodchuck's revenge. Banker Foxcroft, she demanded. More deadly in his treachery than a trapper who with sharp-toothed steel besets the woodland path. What new pitfall has this fool prepared for us? It's always been surefire. Look, Euripides, as director of the cause of art, I intend to further cause art. We'll do the dog tonight. All right, Act 1, Scene 1, let's go. Euripides sighed. The bottom of a pool. Mud, ooze, rubbish, and water plants. 2 tin cans standing upright, half buried in the mud, at center stage. 1. A head rises from the tin can. It is the head of Furza. The head of Wurza rises from the other tin can. Gretch enters stage right and crosses to the rock. Some play, said the rabbit, who was Gretch. I don't get any lines till the 3rd act. All I do is stand on the rock. The crows both silenced her with a look. Mr. Crow turned to Mrs. Crow. All right, Furza speaks first, that's you. What's the latest? Said Mrs. Crow as Furza. The latest what? Ooze news, replied Furza. Dogs, said Wurza. The manyness of dogs, the moreness of dogs, the too muchness of dogs. And also a jiggling and wiggling. A jiggling and wiggling of what? Of nothing. Oh, where was it, for goodness sake? Out and among and in the dots. After which, Crow stepped out of his role. You feel it building? No, said Mrs. Crow. I'll be honest with you, I don't feel it building. Never mind, it just has to happen, said Crow. Let it happen. Your line. Where among the dots? Out and beyond. Yeah, out, go on, beyond the. Don't stop. Beyond the last visible dog, shouted the crow. There, see how it pays off? Bam, pow, zoink, beyond the last visible dog. It's getting to me, said Mrs. Crow. But what does it mean? Crow flung his broad wings wide, like a dramatic black cloak. What doesn't it mean? There's no end to it. It just goes on, and it doesn't mean anything and everything, depending on who you are and where your last visible dog is. Beyond the last visible dog, said the mouse child to the father. Where is that, I wonder? I don't know, said the father. But those words do touch something in me. Something half remembered, but half forgotten. It escapes me almost as if it were clear. Do you think that's where the rabbit and the flea circus are? Asked the child timidly. Maybe we'll find the seal and the elephant at the dollhouse among the dots. We can't find anything unless we move ahead, said the father. And I don't suppose there's any chance of that till after the performance. The rehearsal continued through the afternoon while the starlings set up the scenery and props on the open ground beyond the pine wood, where a bowl-shaped hollowed tree stump formed a natural amphitheater. Towards the sunset, the blue jay was heard screaming, "Cause of Arts presents!" What are you presenting? He yelled as he flew overhead. We'll announce it at curtain time, said the crow. I want the audience to come with an open mind. Presents an exciting new play, shouted the jay. Bank robber wind-ups make dramatic bow tonight. And he was gone before the crow could correct him. That's pretty fancy billing for a couple of unknowns, said the crow. Bird of the word that he was, he refrained from questioning the past of his new recruits. We have a small following, said the father wryly, and in his mind's eye, he saw Manny Rat. In the evening came the full moon, rising in honey-colored glory above the pines, showing a scattered crowd converging on the snowy bowl. The animals and birds paid their acorns, beechnuts, seeds, grubs, and along with turnips and dead beetles saved for this special occasion, they were ushered by starlings to their places, where they combined sniffs, growls, whines, and twitters in a general murmur of audience waiting for entertainment to begin. The crowd filled up the semicircle of slopes in tiers, facing the flat open space that was a stage at the center of the hollow. There were pines at both ends, and at the slope of the rear of the stage, a tattered length of brocaded crimson velvet. There's a V missing there. Velvet attached to one of the true trees. It was the curtain. From behind it, the mouse and his child and the little troop peeped at the audience. It's a good crowd, said the crow as the bowl filled up. There is a place for the art in our meadow. There is genuine need. There's a need for something, sighed his wife. Let's hope it's the last visible dog. Now the starlings rushed back from their ticket-taking and ushering duties to sing an overture, and the lively music lilted over the moonlit meadow. The audience sighed and leaned back. Crow strode on stage in the front of the curtain, throwing back his wings dramatically to a burst of applause. Thank you, one and all. As you know, Cause of Art have stood for the best and wholesome family entertainment for longer than most of you care to remember. We have brought you classics, chorus girls, always moving with the times, always striving to offer art that is new and vital. He paused, and his voice took a more serious note. Tonight, he said, we continue that tradition. We offer you the newest effort from one of the deepest thinkers of our time, the Cause of Art Experimental Theater Group presents The Last Visible Dog by 1C Serpentina, a tragic comedy in 3 acts. There was scattered groans amidst the applause that follows. A possum shifted uneasily in his seat and whispered to his wife, I'm afraid he means business this time. Stay awake, that's all, said the lady as the starlings lifted the curtains to reveal 2 large, rusty grape juice hands, in which sat Mr. and Mrs. Crow, their heads covered by their black wings. Euripides' voice was heard off stage, setting the scene. The bottom of a pool, she squawked. Ooze, mud, rubbish, and water plants. 2 tin cans, standing upright, half buried in the mud, at center stage. An irate Riesel rose from the audience bearing his pearly white teeth. You watch that stuff? We don't want none of that modern filth around here. Calabash, said one of his friends, and a low growl of objection ran through the crowd. Crow and Mrs. Crow duly rose from their tin cans as Wurza and Furza. The rabbit Gretch entered and stood on the stone, shading their eyes with one paw as they looked around, hopeful of investing his silence with heavy meaning before he settled into immobility. Get that phony rabbit out of here, yelled a tiny porcupine. Bring out the chickadees. His fellow playgoers broke into laughs and catcalls, and the octors did not become audible until Wurza reached the line. The manyness of dogs, the moreness of dogs, the too muchness of dogs. An enraged Martin cried out, That's what this play is? Too many dogs? The meadow isn't ready for this, the local field mouse critic said to his wife. Neither are the woods, she said. Also a wiggling and jiggling, continued Wurza, scanning the crowd nervously. Jiggling and wiggling of what? Said Furza. Of nothing! That does it! Screamed out the weasel. Let's go, boys! Look out! Screamed Mrs. Field Mouse critic, but she screamed too late. The starlings backstage fluttered up just in time to escape, but Mr. and Mrs. Crow disappeared in a rush of weasels before they could get off the ground, and the rabbit lay dead, his lifeblood staining the moonlit snow around him. One so seldom gets anything to really completion from these road companies. Mrs. Crow, scattering weasels right and left with her rings, cried, Hoodlums! Don't deserve art! Crow defended his wife and himself from the vermin, like the veteran trooper he was, but they were unable to break clear. Come on, fellows, he gasped. You're acting like a bunch of hayseeds. The mouse and his child unwound, motionless, and watched the disaster, while Euripides from a bough above them swore softly to herself. Looks like the end of the cause of arts. In a couple of minutes there'll be nothing left but fur, feathers, and a few bones. Can't you do something? Asked the child. What would you suggest? Asked the parrot. Wind us up and send us on stage. Certainly, squawked the flabbergasted Euripides. Why not? She wound the father, and shaking her head, watched him walk across the snow, pushing the child before him. The weasels, who were striving ardently to end the crow's career, looked up as the backwards walking mouse child bumped into them and stopped. The father, continuing to tread the ground without being able to move forward. "Excuse me," said the child. "What is it?" said Alf. Row by row, the crowd on the slope stood up for a better view of the two small figures, and some of the playgoers began to titter. "We were wondering, sir, if you've seen a seal," said the child. "A seal?" said the weasel. "That's right," said the father. "We're looking for a rat and a seal. No, the rat's looking for us." Crow and Mrs. Crow listened as they lay on their backs, their wings folded prayerfully, while several grinning weasels sat on them. "She's probably out beyond the last visible dog by now." "And he's probably hiding beyond the last visible pine," said the father. "She used to have a red and yellow ball on her nose." "But she doesn't have a ball anymore," said the father. There was laughter from the crowd, this time much louder than before. Mr. and Mrs. Crow let out their breaths in one joint sigh. "Go on, Alf. Help them find their seal," tell the weasel friends. "Or at least stand aside and let us go before our spring runs down," said the father. "Gotta find the elephant, too. And then we're gonna look for a territory of our own." And the crowd roared in approval. "This little act has something," said the field mouse critic to his wife. "I think that last visible dog business is just a build-up for this. The whole thing's a joke. Too bad it backfired for that rabbit." Animals sitting near the critic heard and passed the word along. "They're marvelous," said a mole. "They're almost animal-like." The weasels on stage chuckled good-naturedly, while the father and son walked straight ahead until they bumped into the rabbit's rock and fell over. The crowd laughed and laughed until it cried. "Do it again!" cried the audience. "Encore! Encore!" The weasels cleared the stage, and the crow flew up into the pines. The father and the son were carried back to where they had made their entrance. As the mouse father, rewound by a helpful young weasel, started once more across the stage. The father mouse looked across and saw a familiar figure waiting in the shadows of the pines, with a heavy rock uplifted. The child, walking backwards, heard his father whisper, "Manny Rat." "Help!" the mouse child cries. But Manny Rat was downwind. No one else had seen or scented him yet. The audience laughed, anticipating new comedic variations from this toy mouse act. Irony was too much for the child, and it made him giddy. Just let it happen. "It's your line," reminded the child. "Banker Rat Sneak," yelled the father, "more deadly in his treachery than a trapper who with sharp-toothed steel besets the woodland path." Manny Rat, watching the two figures advancing towards the moonlight, was startled, and was made vastly ill at ease by the father's shout. He wondered whether or not it might be wise to withdraw at that very moment, and he turned to go back through the pines to where he had left the elephant. But the audience had moved in closer around the stage, and he could not escape unnoticed. "Banker Rat Sneak!" yelled the mouse child at the top of his lungs. "What new pitfall of perfunctory nonsense have you prepared for us?" said the audience, and settled back to watch contentedly. "Does he hound us still?" declared the father. "He who drove us forth to wander denless through the world." "He hounds us still," cried the child, still advancing backwards towards Manny Rat. Could retreat no farther, had made himself as small as possible. "Banker Rat Sneak skulking in the shadows," called the child once again. "Come out and face your victims. The day of reckoning has come. This final fateful day that settles all accounts. This day that shall leave one of us to share territory with the worms." "Come out!" roared the audience as one. "Banker Rat Sneak, come out!" "What kind of an outfit is this?" complained Alf the Weasel. "They finally give us something we can sink our teeth into. And the actors fall asleep on their cues?" He strode across the stage into the wings and growled, "Let's get on with it!" And he pulled out Manny Rat by the scruff of his neck. "Unhand me!" cried the rat. Improvising desperately, he crept on stage. "I, Banker Rat Snake, have come here to collect a debt long overdue. I will have justice." "Villain!" screamed the crowd. "Territory stealer!" "Tremendous talent, that rat," said the field mouse critic. "How well he plays the villain. I have never seen a character I detested more thoroughly." The rest of the spectators, all whom shared uncritically the same emotion, booed and hissed the hapless rat. Manny Rat, who would have been well contented to abandon his role, could scarcely make himself heard. "Justice!" he wept, and the audience responded eagerly, rushed the stage, and mobbed him. I always gave Manny Rat more credit for sense than that, said Mr. Crow to Mrs. Crow. "What in the world would make him want to break into show business?" "Another gator in the house." "Everyone gets the bug from one time to another," said Mrs. Crow. "Help!" screamed Manny Rat, rising to the surface of the crowd like foam upon an angry ocean. "Sorry," said Crow, as this crowd rolled over the rat again. "Once you go on stage, you gotta take your chances just like the rest of us." Bitten, clawed, pinched, and chewed by bird and beast, Manny Rat began to claw and fight like a demon, while the mouse and his child, having for the moment escaped demolition by him, were in immediate danger of being trampled flat by the enthusiasts who had stormed the stage. "Onward!" said the child wildly to no one in particular. "And upward!" replied the child, as he felt them being lifted in the air, as Euripides the repertoire parrot, seeing their plight, had sailed into the tumult with a blur of bright feathers and frayed sweaters, was now winging up into the night, carrying the mouse and the child in her claws. Circling the pines, the parrot looked down and assessed the situation. The entire cause of art company, with the exception of the luckless rabbit, were safe, at least until their next performance. The mass of struggling figures on stage separated, and Manny Rat streaked across the snow with several more diligent weasels in hot pursuit, while the rest of the audience abandoned themselves to general riot and destruction, thereby purging themselves of all remaining pity and terror. "That's show business for you," squawked the parrot, and I've had enough of it. How about you?
I feel we have sufficiently furthered the cause of art, said the father, and I have no intention of continuing my theatrical career. By the way, this whole time, that's how cause of art has been spelled. Yeah. It's been a pun this whole time. It's been a pun this whole time!
Where are you bound for now? Asked Euripides. I don't want to fly in circles all night.
I don't know, said the father.
Let's be south then, said the parrot, because that's where I'm heading. I could use a vacation. And she flew higher and set a straight course, and the pine woods and the cause of art were left far, far behind.
I really want you, chug chug with you.
The parrot's wings fanned gusts of cold air on the mouse and his child. The darkness flowed on either side. The moon had set, and below them all was dim and gray. I've got one more still. I might need some more when I take my. I might get some more when I take my break in about half an hour. Excuse me. The father and the son felt the wind race like a road unwinding beneath their feet, motionless as they traveled on. I wonder what happened to Manny Rat, said the child. I wonder if he got away. If he did, I can expect we'll see him again soon, said the father. He does seem determined to smash us, and I don't think he'll give up. Neither will we, Papa? The father said nothing, and the child's only answer was the wind that whistled by them as they flew. We'll find the elephant and the seal, and we'll find the dollhouse too, and we have to have our own territory, don't we, Papa? You simply don't understand how it is, said the father. How can we find anything? How can we ever hope to find our own territory? But look how far we've come, pleaded the child. Think of all we've done. We got out of the dump, we came through war, we saved the cause of art, we escaped after an attempted bank robbery and survived the war only because we had Frog to help us. And we saved the cause of art by making the animals laugh at us. They laughed because we cannot even walk without being wound up. Because we have no teeth or claws and can do nothing for ourselves. They laugh at us because we are ridiculous. He was silent, looking down at his child, who hung from his arms in the darkness, the nutshell drum and good luck coin swinging from his neck. Believe me, said Euripides, the crow doesn't think you're ridiculous, and neither do I. What you did was pretty clever, and it was brave, too. You might have been smashed to bits by that mob.
Yeah, we are brave. And clever. But only clever enough to wind ourselves. I wish we could.
Ah, there's nothing you can do about that. Although, come to think of it, maybe there is.
What do you mean? Asked the father.
The old beaver pond isn't far out of the way. Old Muskrat lives there. Have you ever heard of him?
No,
said the father plainly. Well, except for Manny Rat, he's the only one who can do anything with clockwork. He figures out all kinds of things. She changed course and swung north. He's fixed broken wind-ups for the cause of arts once or twice, so maybe he can help you too. We're not broken, said the father. Not yet. I mean, maybe he can fix you so you can wind yourselves up. I've heard he can almost do anything. The parrot flew steadily on, and the child, hanging from his father's hands, now saw again the bright star Sirius. It seemed to fly onward, keeping pace beside them through the distant sky. As before, the child found its light a comfort. His good luck coin clinked against his drum, and now he felt luckier than ever before. Maybe we shan't always be helpless, Papa. Maybe we'll be self-winding someday. Maybe, said the father. Below them, scattered houses and farms gave way to wooded hills, and the parrot flew lower and lower. The trees came as close as Euripides swooped down to glide over a valley where a stream widened into a frozen pond. At one end of the pond was an irregular dam made of saplings and cut branches. Below the dam, an ice-covered sheet continued into the valley. That's the beaver dam, said the parrot as they flew over it, and that big snowy mound in the middle over there is the beaver lodge. Muskrat has a smaller one right over there. The entrance tunnel is somewhere by the bank. I think I see his tracks. She landed at the edge of the pond and set down the mouse and the child with a clink on the ice. Muskrat will be sure to find you here, she said, and if anybody can do anything for you, he can. Father and son felt a wingtip brush them softly as she took back off. Good luck, and goodbye. And she was gone. Chapter 5.
Ooh. What a nice parrot, right? What a nice parrot. She didn't have to go off her course, but she did. Oh, goodness. Okay, so this author has a definite thing for death as shock value. Is that safe to say? Is that safe to say? I feel like that's very safe to say. I feel like that rabbit died for no reason at all. I feel like that rabbit died for the sake of, like, being like, oh, no, the crowd's serious. It just won't kill our main villain. Just a rabbit. Anyways, I'm going to hit a quick BRB. And I'll be right back. I'm going to take that BRB a bit sooner than I expected, because I wasn't expecting the end of the chapter. This book has chapters that just go on and on and on. I feel bad for the rabbit too. But I'll be right back. I hear you talking crap about my fire, and that simply will not do. Simply will not do. How dare you? What did my fire ever do to you? Shame on you. Shame on you. Thank you. It's good to be back. Let me bump myself forward a bit more. Now I can sit back in my chair and feel comfortable. Oh, oh boy. Ah. Well then. Well then. That's fair. That's super fair. I'd love to pour one out, but I'm currently using it to stay alive and keep my voice functioning. If we stream tomorrow, depending on how late this takes us, it's definitely going to be a low verbosity stream. I'll tell you that for free. My voice is already feeling the wear and tear of not only Final Fantasy, but also the remaining 75 pages of this book. Ooh, I shouldn't have looked. It's 100 pages. The 100 remaining pages. Yeah, I've been thinking about, if I'm being real, I'm thinking about doing like something more community-minded this weekend. Not really sure what. I'm open to suggestions in the Discord. But I don't know. There seems to be demand for it. So I'll just leave it at that. Chapter 5. The mouse and his child stood in the darkness and heard the wind whistling over the ice and snow. Under the wind of the winter, silence waited, and the ice creaked with the cold. The child, who stood facing the bank after hours had passed, finally said, "Someone's coming." "Is it Muskrat?" asked the father. "I don't know," said the child. "He doesn't look like Manny Rat. He's larger and stouter, and he has a different kind of tail. He has a nice face, and he limps." The muskrat, who looked somewhat like a large brown meadow mouse, approached them slowly. He had lost one of his legs in a cruel hunter's trap, and he walked with a bob, with a step, step, hop, and a step, step, hop, and a step, step, hop. His whole manner suggested one continuous train of solid, round, furry thought, and he was mumbling to himself. Muskrat looked up as he bumped into the mouse and his child. "You're a little early." "That's all right. We can start here. Today's lesson is the them tables. Begin." He settled back on his haunches and waited. I don't know what you mean." "Very well," said the muskrat. "I will help. Them times us equals..." I don't know, really. Equals bad," said Muskrat, whacking his ice with the flat of his tail. "You're supposed to have learned that." I'm sorry," stammered the mouse father. "Don't be sorry. Come, next time with your lessons prepared. Continue, please. Them plus trap times us equals..." "Worse?" asked the child. "Good boy," said the muskrat. He came closer and peered nearsightedly at the father and sons. "I beg your pardon," he said. "I took you for two of my regular pupils. You are new here, then?" He wrinkled his nose. "You smell a little bit themmy. Been in a trap, have you? You must tell me about it. Come to my place and visit for a while." You'll have to wind me up,"
said the father. There's a key in the middle of my back. Muskrat looked at the key. Of course. I remember now. Key times winding equals go. She had such a key in her back. Who? The tin seal, said Muskrat. The seal, gasped the child. Did she have a platform on her nose? No, said the muskrat. It was only a metal rod that turned. And that was how she used to wind up string for me. Many a cozy evening we spent that way. Charming young lady. He smiled, lapsing into silent reverie. Where did she come from? Who? Asked Muskrat honestly. The seal! Ah, the seal! She'd been traveling with the rabbit flea circus. But the whole concern broke up not far from here. A fox ate the rabbit, and the flea joined the fox, and the seal came to stay with me. Where is she now? Demanded the child. I don't know. She found her life here dull after a time and went off to be with a kingfisher. Was she a friend of yours? We were close, said the father. Long ago. Well, that's how it is, said the muskrat. He shook his head thoughtfully and went with a steppity hop, steppity step hop, step step hop. Why into here often equals there, and so one moves about. You have a strange way of speaking, said the mouse father. I'm always looking for the hows and whys and the whats, said the muskrat. That is why I speak as I do. You must have heard of muskrats. Much in little? No, said the child. What is that? Muskrat stopped, cleared his throat, ruffled his fur, and drew himself up to his full height and said in ringing tones, Y times how equals what? And he paused to let the words take effect. That is Muskrat's much and little. He ruffled his fur and slapped the tail resoundingly with his rapped the ice resoundingly with his tail. Y times how equals what? He repeated. Strikes you all a heap the first time you hear it, doesn't it? Pretty well covers everything. I'm a little surprised you haven't heard of it before. Caused a good deal of comment both over and under the pond. And almost everyone agreed that the ripples are ever widening. Your work is, of course, known everywhere, said the mouse father. Although we're not acquainted with muskrats much and little, we have heard a great deal about you. Ah, said the muskrat. He smiled a little and groomed his fur flat, complacently. Yes, I have some reputation. Perhaps I'm not entirely unknown. Not that I care for such things. He wound the father up and continued to travel across the ice. We have traveled far to see you, said the father, in hopes of learning how to be like me. I thank you humbly for the compliment. I have the most profound respect for your admiration. Yes, it is a small, ever-growing circle of students and followers whom I hope to guide along the path to... Self-winding? Interrupted the father. Pardon, what did you say? Self-winding, said the child. We want to be self-winding so we can wind ourselves up. Euripides the parrot said that you fixed broken wind-ups. Can't you fix us? I'm afraid that's out of my line of work. Oh, I've tinkered with clockwork now and then, but I've long since gone beyond the limits of mere mechanical invention. That's applied thought, you see. My real realm of work is pure thought. The cleanest work there is, you might say. He nodded and mumbled softly to himself as he bobbed along with his uneven, limping gait. The sun was up when they reached the beaver lodge. The snowy dome gleamed rosy in the morning light. Muskrat sniffed as he looked up at the structure that towered above him. Its snow-covered smoothness broken by projecting twigs and branches, and the ends cut with saplings. They came here a few seasons back, he said, when there were nothing here but a little trickle through the grass. They built the dam, made the pond, and now built this lodge. Pretty well run the whole place, too. There was a murmur of voice inside the lodge, and the muskrat leaned close. Always the same thing. How many aspens have you cut down? How many birches? How they're gonna improve the dam next year? Dull fellows. And I suppose they have their place. It is, after all, their pond that supports my pure thought. In spite of all the hurly-burly of industry, the working-class atmosphere, my roots are indeed deep here. Not only my roots, but the stalks of my leaves, the arrowhead, the smartweed, the cattails, and the wild rice. Yes, he said finally, this is my home, where my work has brought me pond-wide respect and esteem. Let the beavers have their wealth. I am content with the treasures of the mine. He smiled with satisfaction and stepped and limped along beside the mouse and child with a step, step, hop, step, step, hop. Here is my place, said the muskrat, as they came to the smaller of the two domes in the ice. We can't get far to it from here. The entrance is underwater, but there's a tunnel on the far bank. From inside the lodge came the sound of two young muskrats laughing. Merry little rascals, said Muskrat. That must be Jeb and Zeb. Come for their lesson. He, said one voice. He times who equals he-ho. Rinkum times dinkum equals rinkum dinkum he-ho, said the other. What are they talking about? Asked the mouse child. And making fun of my much and little. Muskrat managed to fake a smile that was almost convincing. High-spirited lads. Jeb, said the voice of Zeb, what do you want to be when you grow up? A beaver, said Jeb without hesitation. A beaver, said Zeb. A beaver, echoed Muskrat. Rat, said Jeb, clicking his teeth and whacking the floor of the lodge as hard as he could with the flat of his tail. Beavers do things. They cut down trees, chomp, bonk, make dams, plash, kerplunk. Beavers get rich. Maybe old Muskrat wants that stuff too, said Zeb. Maybe he could cut down trees if he wanted. Him? Snorted Jeb. He can't do anything. My daddy says Muskrat got caught in a trap once and it shook his brains up. All he's good for now is teaching kids the them tables. Said Muskrat. He climbed on top of the lodge and jumped up and down several times, stamping heavily on the roof. There was instant silence inside. Boys? Yes, sir, came the polite response. No lesson today, very busy, great many things to do. Come back next week. Bye-bye. There was a single splash inside the lodge as Zeb and Jeb dove in the water and swam home under the ice. You were saying, began the father, hoping to bring the muskrat back to the subject of self-winding. Muskrat turned away. Crushed, he said in a choking voice. I am utterly and completely crushed. Good for nothing but to teach the children the them tables. That's what the whole pond thinks of me, he whispered brokenly. That's the sort of respect they have for a mind like me. You mustn't be so upset, said the father. Your work is admired everywhere. That's why we came for your beavers, hissed Muskrat, doing a limping dance of irritation. He began to pace back and forth, step, step, hop, steppity, step, hop. Chonk, bonk, he said. Our beavers do things very well, then. I'll do something. What'll you do? Asked the child slowly and cautiously. I don't know. But it'll be something that'll make them sit up and take notice. His pacing quickened into a steppity hoppity and a hop hop steppity. Then he stopped. I can't pace right, he said. My best much and little thinking was done before I lost my leg in the trap. The reason I did when I was whole is a universal rhythm that my mind must catch. I used to feel it. Now I don't. My mental powers are hobbled, likened to my gait. Perhaps, said the father, lurching ahead with his bent legs, if we pace for you, maybe you'll solve your problem. If we pace for you until you solve your problem, you might be able to help us with ours.
What's that? Asked Muskrat.
What's what? Asked the father.
The problem you need help with. Self-winding! Screamed the child. There's no need to shout, said Muskrat. Yes, that seems fair enough. Your pacing, while lacking something in style, is nevertheless quite steady. Let's go to my workroom and get started. They reached the shore of the pond, and Muskrat took the mouse and his child down the tunnel that led to an underground den. Crystals of frost winked in the frozen walls, and the dark, cold rot of the earth pervaded the slanting passage. A faint greenish glow appeared in the doorway of the den. This is where I do most of my thinking, said Muskrat. The lodge in the pond is rather too much in the middle of things. He followed the mouse and his child into the room. A little group of Firefly students had lit up when Muskrat's familiar steppity-hop was heard in the tunnel. And now they said in unison, "Good morning, sir." They are fireflies who outstayed the summer. They lived in a glass jar in the corner. Their dormitory cast a pale blinking light on the clutter around them. An oil can and a ball of string lay among mussel shells, old forgotten nibbled ends of roots and stalks, beside a small terrestrial pencil sharpener of a globe. A bonzo dog food can stood filled with salvage from the bottom of the pond. Rusty beer can openers, hairpins, fish hooks, corroded cotter pins, tangles of wires, drowned flashlight batteries, a jackknife with a cracked blade, part of a folding ruler, and nearby it, sprawled improvisations of discolored pipe cleaner, old dry tobacco tins, fishing license badges draggled in wet dry fly feathers, coils of catgut, jointed lures that bristled with hooks and staring wobbling eyes. All the neglected apparatus of past experiments in applied thought. Against the wall leaned a bit of a broken slate with X, Y, and Z scrawled in it. The air was still warm, and the odor studious and strong. Muskrat rubbed his paw together and hummed a little tune. You ask me, his tail should be a little bit bigger, but I think this is a really cute image. I like the little fireflies that are on the desk. Very cute. The muskrat heaved everything into the center of the den and smoothed the circular track along the floor. Now then, he said, winding up the father. He started the mouse and the child on their rounds. The curved walls of the den kept them perfectly on track, and the child's good luck coin gleamed in the pale moonlight of the fireflies as it clinked against the drum. The glass bead eyes of the father and son caught the glow now and then, lost behind the jumble, as they circled steadily around the muskrat where he pondered. "We're going in circles again, Papa," said the child, "but this time it'll take us somewhere." "Yes," said the father. "Things have certainly seemed to be looking up, and Manny Rat will have certainly lost our trail by now. I'm beginning to think Frog might have been wrong about an enemy waiting for us at the end." "And maybe Uncle Frog wasn't eaten by that big owl? Maybe he'll find us again. He's very wise." "Wise or not, I don't think anyone returns from the talons of an owl." "I beg your pardon," said Muskrat. "I must ask you to be quiet. Absolute silence is essential to much and little thinking." The mouse and child said no more, but paced in silence. "First we must define the problem," said Muskrat. "Defining the problem is how you begin."
Hear him, said the senior firefly, and the junior ones made mental notes. Muskrat sat back on his haunches, rocking slightly, his whiskers quivering with the intensity of his thought, which he only interrupted when it was necessary to wind the mouse and his father. The problem is to do something big and resultful. Something, in short, that would make both a crash and a splash and a plink and a plonk, and show the whole world truly how much is meant by muskrats much in little. Y times how equals what? Blurted one of the smaller fireflies. On the chance that an oral examination was taking place, quiet, said one of the elders, and quenched his light. Now, what does a big and crashful and splashful chonk and bonk the felling of a tree? Suppose we say, then, the problem is to fell a tree. His usually mild eye flashed with something more than firefly's feeble light. A big tree. To fell a tree. To fell a tree. Hush. Now who fells trees? Beavers. How do beavers fell trees? He clicked his teeth. Teeth, said the mouse child. Do be quiet. Teeth is right, though. The teeth of beavers are proper size, shape, and sharpness for cutting trees. Mine are not, but theirs are. When a beaver gnaws at a tree for a period of time, the tree will fall. He picked up a withered brown arrowhead stalk and chewed it reflectively. So now we must remove this data by following up much and little. Pay attention, whispered the senior firefly, glowing brighter. Beaver plus tree times gnaw equals times gnaw times tree fall, muttered Muskrat. Bravo! Cried the mouse child. Thank you. He drew himself up and launched anew with his thoughts. Now let's disassociate true from the beaver. How his mind soars! Exclaimed the fireflies together. We've got to be making daring leaps or you're nowhere, said Muskrat. Where was I? Disassociate the tooth from the beaver, said the mouse child. Yes, and consider it simply as any tooth of the proper kind. We might as well say tooth K. Tooth K? Said the mouse child. Tooth K times gnaw. Tooth K times gnaw times tree equals tree fall. It's coming to me. The fireflies had dimmed a little, but now they kindled up again. I've got it! What? Shouted the mouse and child together. X! X! Exclaimed the muskrat. The fireflies abandoned all reserve and flashed with such a light that Muskrat's shadow was thrown large and huge on the wall behind him. He's done it. He's made the leap. Muskrat was dancing about with a steppity hop, bumping into things with every step. I needn't a tooth at all. Anything with the proper K, which is to say size, shape, and sharpness will do. He limped to the broken piece of slate and hastily rubbed it clean and wrote X times T equals tree fall. He said huskily and crooned beneath his breath a little song of triumph. Ah, said the fireflies. They blazed all at once together, then sank back exhausted to a pale glimmer, and the room grew dark. Tremendous. Simply tremendous, said the mouse father. We've solved the problem. Now, I'll tell you frankly, I couldn't have done it without you. Steady pacing's what does the trick. Well, thank you, said the mouse father. Now we can get to the problem of self-winding. Oh, yes, indeed, as soon as we felled a tree. There'll be very little to it, I'm sure. Once you've got the X, I'm off to find one now. What? What'll the X be? Asked the mouse child. I don't know, answered Muskrat, but I'll know it when I see it. And he was off down the tunnel, gone, with a hop, hop, steppity hop. Muskrat was gone for several days. The fireflies, out of courtesy, kept going at half strength the whole time, while the mouse and the child, completely unwound, stared at the much and little of the dim slate and smelled the dark dampness of the earth. When they heard the muskrat's footsteps in the tunnel on the day of his return, the sound was new and different. Scuff, slide, hop. Scuff, slide, hop. At length, Muskrat came to the den and flung down an axe, the handle of which had broken short. Here, I found it at a them place. And I must say, I don't care for the smell of it. Besides which, it's a great deal bigger than I'd like it to be. He limped around the axe, looking down at it uneasily. Well, why not? Once you accept X, size really doesn't matter. Then to work. Our objective is... to fell a tree, interjected the father. Exactly. You have a head for detail? I admire that. For applied thought, you need string. After finding his ball of string where it lay in the clutter, he took an axe, and the mouse, and his child, out through the tunnel, and up to the stand of a birch and aspen beside the pond, where the beavers had been working earlier this year. Gnawed and pointed stumps stood everywhere, casting their lopped pointed shadows on the snow among the full-length shadows of the bare tree among them. Muskrat's breath made little clouds in the cold, clear air as he limped about, blinking in the sunlight while he considered where his project would be sited. High above them flew the blue jay on his journalistic rounds, pausing to sail a moment on his motionless wings, so sharp against the dark blue sky that an edge of white shone around him, a halo of white against the gray sky. The keen wind whistled through their tin and hummed in the father's unwound spring. The muskrat stood solidly planted in the earth, thinking hard as he looked with admiration at the tooth marks on these stumps. These beavers may not have intellect. They've got the method. He began to fuss with sticks and stones, muttering to himself. Will it take long? Asked the father. Not very long, as these things go. Having found a short, thick branch that had fallen during the storm, he seated astride it, laboriously planing it flat with a heavy axe. Now, he said, panting from his efforts and pulling little clouds of misty breath from his mouth. Up, down is ready. We attach the X. He had split the end of the stubby plank he had fashioned, and now wedged the short length of the broken axe handle into the split, so that the cutting edge of the axe was at a right angle with the plank. The muskrat looked at the tree he had chosen, an aspen not far from the edge of the pond. The tree was 2 feet thick, and the gray trunk towered 60 feet into the clear gray sky. He took the little plank with the axe head and balanced it like a seesaw on the rock, so that the cutting edge rested against the tree. He tied a stone to one end of the plank to weight the axe head, and another heavier stone to the other end for a counterweight. Don't worry, there's a picture. It is on the next page. I'll show you once I finish it. Now, Muskrat touched the plank, the axe head lifted, and when he let go, there was a satisfying thump. There, it goes up and down until it gnaws at the tree. What will make the axe go up and down? Asked the mouse child. You will, said Muskrat simply. And I say I must envy your part in this. He tied a long piece of string to the end of the plank, led the string under the forked twig, and he stuck in the snow like an upside-down Y. He tied the free end of the string to the mouse father's arm and scooped an oval track into the snow for the mouse and his child. I'm going to flip a page ahead to show you guys the picture so you guys can get the good mental image. Boop. So they walk in this figure 8, and that pulls this end of it down, and then the axe goes over and hits the tree. The muskrat wound up his father and the mouse and his child, and walked the oval track in the snow. The forked twig acted like a pulley for the string, and as they walked away from the tree, the plank lifted the axe and walked back towards the tree. The axe fell with a chonk. Well, y times how will in time equal what? There we are, that's it. How long will it take to fall this entire tree? Asked the mouse child, backing around the oval as father pushed him. Let me see, this is late winter, and the tree is about 13 X's around the trunk. Once around the track equals up and down equals chunk. We'll be done by late spring. Easily. Late spring? Said the father. Does it take the beavers that long? No, but of course they have the tools. You see, we must use makeshift. What a long time to walk in a circle, said the mouse. It's an oval? And don't think of it as walking. Think of the crash, think of the splash, think of the ever-widening ripples. The mouse and his child walked steadily around the oval while the axe rose and fell, its blade biting in the tree with a chonk, chonk, chonk that sent echoes ringing around the pool. As they walked, the muskrat moved the plank and the rock closer to the tree, so the axe progressively bit deeper. And when the cut was well started, he moved the whole apparatus around to the new part of the trunk. He then made a new oval track in the snow for the mouse and his child. Do you suppose, the father asked the muskrat, that while we walk you might think about self-winding? Ah, but that is not pure thought, you know. That requires tinkering, and I can't consider the hows and whats of your clockwork without taking you apart. And I can't take you apart until we finish our work here. In the late spring, said the father. That's right. But time always passes quickly on an exciting project like this. You'll be done before you know it. He looked at the Blue Jay reporter that passed overhead, circled, and came back. Very good. Our work has begun to attract attention. Good morning, he called to the Blue Jay. I'd be happy to give a brief statement. Later, said the reporter. I've got a lot of ground to cover. Have you seen an elephant or a seal? Asked the child. Don't remember, said the Blue Jay. Muskrat wind-ups active in winter sports, he said in a less than front page voice, and flapped away. Day after day, night after night, the muskrat and mouse and his child worked at the tree until the overlapping oval chaps radiated from the tree like petals of a flower. And in every oval, the 10 feet of the father and son worn away, and the snow they walked until it was bare earth. Muskrat's project trudged ahead. The life of the pond went on as always. The beavers were busy in their lodge with the production of plants for the spring. The fish moved slowly in the dark frozen water, and the turtles, snakes, and frogs slept through the entire winter in the mud along the bottom. On the shore, the chipmunk and the groundhog slept the season out in the burrows down below the snow, while the wood mouse and rabbit foraged in the frozen night, pursued doggedly by owl, fox, and weasel. High in the glittering sky, Orion shone down on the hunted, who ran their nightly race and left their tracks each morning for the sun to see. A record in the snow of who had escaped and who had not. Above the mouse and his child waxed and waned the icy moon, and bright Sirius kept his track of the sky while they trod below theirs. Beyond the beaver pond, the world went its way. The cause of art decided to not attempt the last physical dog against that season. Having lost both their rabbit and their repertoire. They recruited a stage-struck possum who patched together a revue which they continued to do on tour. The meadow, along with the stream, new regiments of shrew soldier boys marched and drilled and took up arms for territory. At the dump, a broken carousel still played, and rats caroused along the midway as they had before. The dollhouse, ravaged as it had been by the nursery fire that started when its youthful owners played with matches, became, in its romantic ruined state, a trysting place for young rat lovers, and then a social and athletics club. Of ladies and gentlemen that all remained was the globe of the scholar doll that he had beneath his hands, and that was now a football for the rats. Everywhere else in the dump, the gambling dens, dance halls, all prospered as before. The sextant beetle and many other businessmen enjoyed full profits for a change, and trade throve unassisted. For Manny Rat had not returned to claim his share. His forage squad stood leaderless in rusting immobility at the Beer Can Avenue, where his television cabinet gaped emptily at distant fires. Starting from the pine woods where the weasels had given up chase, the frustrated rat, bitten, torn, and generally smarting, and stinging from his theatrical debut, went back to where he had last seen the mouse and his child. From there, cast about in ever-widening circles, he found no trace of them. He was sorely perplexed and troubled, and growing more and more doubtful of his quest, to which he found himself committed. It had begun simply enough, after all. 2 tin mice had made a fool of him, and he, in order to remain his self-rapport, was bound to smash them. Then, just as the whole affair had reached its point of final resolution, the frog had made fool of him, and was taken by his rightful victims with the shrews. By then, it had become clear to Manny that nothing was simple anymore. But sheer tenacity had driven him, upon his third humiliation, the role of banker rat sneak, which he grew morose. He felt himself half overcome by funk. Why must he go on pursuing clockwork mice, he asked himself. Why must I travel all night and sneak through thorns and brambles in the daylight, studious to avoid the blue jay's eye? What would his reward be at the end? By the time he smished those trumpety wind-ups, his name would be forgotten at the dump. His enterprise is taken over by younger, upward-moving rats. Frog's words came to his mind. A dog shall rise, a rat shall fall. Dogs to track him down? Manny Rat had no choice left. Some force beyond him was pulling him whichever way his quarry turned. He wound the elephant and cursed the now empty provision bag she carried. And he shuffled on, as if at the end of an invisible chain, by which his prey would drag him to his doom. In another part of that world, beyond the pond, high in a hickory tree, in a leafy squirrel nest which he had provincially fallen, when he slipped out of his woolen glove, the horned owl's talons... let me start the whole sentence again. In another part of the world, beyond the pond, high in a hickory tree, in a leafy squirrel's nest, into which he had provincially fallen, when he had slipped out of his woolen gloves and out of the horned owl's talons, a frog, under a kind of polite duress that amounted to house arrest. That's right, baby. Frog survived. Yay! Frog told fortunes night and day and begged the squirrels to help him down on his way. The mouse and his child worked through the winter, through wains and snow, while Muskrat hovered near to wind and oil them, and shift his tree-cutting machinery as necessary. The project was interrupted only when hunger or fatigue forced him to abandon briefly the world of applied thought for the physical refreshment of the thinker. Lessons were suspended indefinitely, and the young muskrats enjoyed a lovely holiday. While father and son worked their ovals night and day. Sometimes the work stopped when the snow had buried the mouse and his child, and the muskrat was forced to dig him out. Sometimes the father's clockwork froze, and Muskrat would take him and the child back to the den until they were warm enough to work. Most of their fur was long gone now, and what was left was far past mildewed, and was sprouting with moss. Their whiskers were blackened and draggled, their rubber tails had lost their snap. The glass bead eyes were weather-worn and dim, and the last shred, their blue velveteen trousers, flapped forlornly about their legs. The father's motor, so often wet with rain and snow, had stiffened somewhat despite the oiling. Pushing his son backwards around the trunk, he walked more slowly than ever before, his eyes fixed on the coin that swung from the child's neck, along with the drum. That coin grows heavier every day, he said. It's hard enough to keep pushing without any additional weight. It belonged to Uncle Frog, the child said. Maybe it'll bring us luck. Didn't bring him luck, replied the father. In any case, I fear we will soon be beyond reach of any luck that may be forthcoming. At this rate, our mortar will be worn out quite long before we attain self-winding. Give me just a moment. Sorry for that, folks. Apologies. There we go. Probably move forward a little bit more. Ugh. Okay. Appreciate that, Rando. Thank you. Okay. Onward marked the mouse and his child. Backwards, in the oval tracks that only the old endless circle made feel more narrow. The mouse child followed his own footsteps, going nowhere. And once the reward of the tension of the string as he moved outwards from the tree, the chonking bite as he returned to see the axe blade fall again. The thick blade of the aspen, marked by 1,000 axe strokes, tapered sharply inward to the point at which it precariously balanced. "Soon," said the muskrat, "very soon our project will reach completion. I must plan the final strokes so the tree falls with maximum splash." He looked about himself moodily. "Then perhaps someone will take notice." Certainly very little notice had been taken so far. The animals around the pond were fully occupied with living, dying, waiting, dormant for the spring. Only the birds had time to watch the project. The chickadees told one another to come see. The cardinals whistled sharply at it. And the nuthatches, upside down, busily pecking for grubs on the aspen trunk, said "ha ha" when the axe strokes rang out in the air. "You may laugh," said the muskrat to the nuthatch, "but you'll see something soon." He retired to his den for lunch, and the mouse and the child, left to themselves, walked the track until Father Spring ran down. "It must be soon," the father said. "We have been patient for a long time." "Then self-winding," said the child, and as he spoke, he saw 2 dark figures in the white mist that was rising from the falling snow, the melting snow. Passing into and out of sight among the bare black trees and stumps, they came towards the mouse and his child. Manny Rat still bore the scars of his brief thespian career. His paisley dressing gown hung about him in tatters. He was thinner, sharper looking than before, and he seemed to be thrust forward through the fog by all of the darkling midnights that had brought him to this gray and misty morning. He bent to the trail with such concentration that he did not see the father and son until he was almost upon them. He lifted his head, and his smile was that of someone who, after long and painful separations, finds his dearest friend. Elephant. The elephant moved slowly. Nothing had been able to force a daytime word from her, nor did she any longer speak between midnight and dawn. In silence she plodded at her master's heel and endured her shame. What was left of her blackened plush was streaked with rust. Her one ear, ragged, heard no good word for a long time, and her one glass eye looked at life askance. "Look," said the child, "the elephant, we found her, Papa." He had never been so happy. He had never felt so lucky. He had never doubted that he would be able to make his dream come true, and all the remaining difficulties shrank before him now. The dollhouse and the seal would certainly be found, and the territory was definitely to be won. He has found his mama. And then it came to him, all too sudden and terrible, that Manny Rat was there to take away the whole bright world and smash him. The elephant was completely and overly overwhelmed. Until now, she had only thought of herself and the injustice that had been done to her. The father, the mouse, and his child had been nothing to her. But now through her one glass eye there rushed the picture, in its wholeness on that foggy day, the steaming snow, the blackened trees, the tired father, the tiny, lost and hopeful child. A world of love and pain was printed in her vision, never to be gone again. The father could not find a word to say. The sight of the elephant and the rat flashed upon him with such intensity that he seemed to hear the seeing of them. His ears crackled and roared, and the two figures expanded in the center of his vision, while all else bubbled and burned away. The elephant was shabby and pathetic. Her looks were gone, departed with the ear and eye, her purple headcloth and her plush. The father, however, saw all of that and none of it. The brightness in her, some temper finer than the newest 10, something of the steadfast beauty, smote and dazzled him. He wished that he might shelter and protect her. All this time he saw the rock uplifted from the paws of Manny Rat. He fell in love and prepared to meet his end. Manny Rat sighed with immense relief as the world spun out of chaos and back into order once again. Large ease and happiness were once more his. The headache that had plagued him recently was gone, vanished, faded with the mist. He drew closer with his rock. But his curiosity for the moment overcame his desire to smash the nightmarishly durable father and son. Into sports, eh? What in the world are you doing? This is absolutely fascinating. Good heavens, you're chopping down this great and enormous tree to crash your neck. How much longer do you think it would take? Does it matter now? Said the father plainly. I must see the outcome of this, said Manny Rat. Let's speed things up a little. He put down his rock and seized the string that was tied to the father's arms, and ran full speed around the track, dragging the mouse and his child along with him, while the axe struck faster and faster and faster and faster, its echoes ringing across the pond. A long shiver ran up the gray trunk to the topmost branches that were bare against the sky. Slowly at first, then faster, leaving the empty sky behind it, the tree leaned earthwards with a rending groan, and tore one by one its final splinters loose, and fell. Muskrat had intended to direct the last stroke of the axe so the tree would fall into the pond in a place where no damage would be done. But now, the aspen toppled. It struck a taller tree that had been split by lightning, which in turn fell against a giant that stood dead and rotting at the water's edge. One by one, the dominoes crashed and fell until the last one landed squarely on the beaver dam and smashed it to matchbox. A great splash slowly went up in the air as the saplings were scattered like matchsticks, and the water of the pond poured into the valley. The Canadian geese took off in a flurry with a great beating wing. As the water rushed away, the beavers shot out of their lodge, surfaced in a welter of broken twigs, splintered branches, grasped the situation at once. There goes the pond. After it, men! Jeb and Zeb had been drawn backwards in the foaming rush of the water and shouted, "No more school forever!" as they shot the falls, while startled fish on all sides cried, "The world has sprung a leak!" The pure, applied thinker, dining underground in his den, felt the earth shake, and the fireflies went dark with fright, and Muskrat, stumbling through the clutter, leaped up into daylight. The sun had come, and the overcast had burned away the morning mist. The sky was clear, the air was soft with spring. He looked at the broad expanse of rank-smelling mud and debris, matted grasses, where a tiny trickling stream once... By a tiny... Let me start the whole sentence over. He looked out on a broad expanse of rank-smelling mud and debris, matted grasses by a tiny trickling stream where the pond had once been. And while he stood and gazed, the blue jay, passing overhead, called down, "What's new?" Muskrat pointed weakly at the desolation. "Why, I'm sow. Equals what?" "Pond minus dam equals mud," replied the jay as he flew off. "That's not news." Chapter 6. Manny Rat had let go of the string as the tree fell, but the mouse and his child were tied to it. When the top of the aspen struck the ground, the butt of the tree lifted and caught the string and flung the father and son far out over the pond and into the rushing waters. "Wait," whispered Manny Rat. But they were gone. He felt a sudden pang and knew he was going to miss them. His life felt oddly empty, purposeless. Horror. The elephant stood facing the pond, her single eye fixed on the place where the mouse and the child had disappeared. Convulsive, racking sobs were shaking her. She wept as if her spring would break, and still weeping, she was wound and started homeward to the dump. Manny Rat was certain the mouse and his child had gone to the bottom of the pond, and he assumed, as it was empty, they would be buried in mud, never to be seen again. But the father and son had fallen into a floating tangle of sticks and branches, and on it they shot through the broken dam and downstream through the little valley, tossing and boiling on the flood. Half submerged on their flotsam raft, the mouse and his child raced on. Sunlight and shadow, rocks and trees, snags and brushes flashed in and out of their vision as their heads bobbed in the icy water and went under again. Plunging over falls, bumping into shallows, whirling through the bends of the stream, they sped until the flood, having run the length of the entire valley, poured itself into a nearby pond miles and miles away from where the tree had fallen. Not sure why they took the time to draw that picture, but it certainly does show the mouse and his child in water. The water rose to overflow the banks and run off the surrounding marsh. The raft spun in its eddies, and the good luck coin, whipped out centrifugally to the length of its stream, pulled the mouse and the child into that deep water. For a moment, the nutshell drum kept them afloat, and then the strap slipped off the child's head, and they sank. They sank straight to the bottom, the brass coin winking in the darkness with them. The broken reflections of trees and sky settled once more into mirrored stillness, across which moved slow ripples from a little bobbing drum. And below the ever-widening ripples, on the bottom, with its bitter smell of darkness, of lost boots, old bottles, rotting leaves, waving green plants, the mouse and his child stuck head first into the mud. "What happened?" said the child, his words bubbling into the mud and up through the murky water. "What happened indeed? Why times how equals what? And here we are, no closer to self-winding than before." "We lost the elephant again right after finding her. We never even had a chance to say a word." The father did not answer. He sent a long and heavy gurgling sigh into the mud. "Earliness," said a voice that boomed and quivered in the deep. It was a slow and heavy voice. The sound of it was like the sound of gravel sliding out of an iron bucket. And I am not going to destroy my voice doing this voice. I am just going to give it a deep voice. "Earliness in the sense of untimely awakening," it said. see above. One arises considering what is the corporeal continuity of am. The voice is closer. I see one becomes aware of appetizing aspects of is, which is plop. A pair of sharp horned jaws closed on one of the mouse father's legs. Note well in the work cited inedible. Get us out of the mud, please, gurgled the father, and stop bending my leg. If you're capable of speech, you're capable of being eaten, said the voice. Clop! The jaws closed and opened again on the mouse's leg. Compare! In the same place, still inedible. Very well, then, let us talk. What is there to say when one's head is in the mud? Said the father. What is there not to say? Came the answer from the gravelly voice. The revelation of self to mud is basic to any discussion of to be. Basic at the bottom. Our heads are at the bottom, said the mouse child. We're upside down. The upside downness of self, said the voice. A good beginning. Please continue. We cannot continue, said the father, unless we are put on dry land and wound up. Wound up. Define your terms. I don't want to, said the father. I don't like this sort of talk. What other sort of talk is there? Said the voice. Here below the surface one studies the depths of to be, as manifest in am, is, and are. You do not hold up your end of the conversation, I might very well snap you in two, even though I do not choose to eat you. We are upside down, and we want to be right side up, said the child. For example, said the voice. The jaws closed again on the father's leg, far more gently than before. The mouse and his child were lifted up and set down feet first in a whirling cloud of mud particles. The cloud drifted into the dark, and the mud settled, and they found themselves face to face with an enormous snapping turtle. Whoop. They're all the way over here. Whoop, whoop. Big. Undoubtedly, it is a great pleasure to meet you. For you. To meet C. Serpentina, thinker, scholar, playwright, voice of swamp and pond. He paused to snap up a sleepy frog that had risen from the disturbed mud. Chomp, chomp, chomp. Ooh. And the jaws and stomach as well. His words ascended to the surface in a string of bubbles, each one making a silver circle that burst with sunlight. How do you do? I'm Mouse and Son. To return to our discussion. Wound up, you said. In what sense? In the sense of the key on my back, said the father. Serpentina looked at the key. What does it do? Go? No, wait. Key times winding equals go. Go, said the snapping turtle. Go where? This mud is being like other mud. We may assume other mud is like this mud, which is to say that one place of all places, and all places are this one. Thus, by staying here, we are at the same time everywhere, and therefore no obvious place to go. Winding, therefore, is futile. Serpentina settled himself comfortably in the ooze, and dismissed the subject, winding, from his mind. Then how are we to find the elephant again? Or the seal? And the child began to cry. We must get out of here, said the father. One has no need to get out of here, said Serpentina. One is at home on the bottom. One sees the surface of things. One thinks in the depths and acquires profundity. One which nothing of. A fish had swung too near him, and he struck with terrible snake-like swiftness. Chomp, chomp, chomp. Oh. Contemplation. He finished the sentence and the fish together. What do you contemplate? Infinity, mostly. What is infinity? Which sea? Said Serpentina. He turned the father and son so that the child found himself facing a tin can which stood upright, half buried in the mud. A Bonzo dog food can, said the white letters on the orange label. Below the name was a picture of a little black and white spotted dog wearing a chef's cap and an apron. The dog was walking on his hind legs and carrying a tray in which there was another can of Bonzo dog food, and on the label was another little black and white spotted dog exactly the same but much smaller, who was walking on his hind legs and carrying a tray where there was another can of Bonzo dog food. And so, and so, and so, the cans went until the dogs became too small for the eye to follow. The can had been at the bottom of the pond for such a long time, and some of the dogs had dissolved into bits and shreds of colored paper that had drifted into the dark, dark water. Tiny organisms bloomed on the label, and snails and little flatworms journeyed boldly from the small print to the bottom large letters at the top, grazing contentedly on the rotting, spoiling paper. Infinity, said Serpentina with a proprietary air. There is no end to it. There comes a time when each of us must contemplate it. He struck at the empty water 2 or 3 times for emphasis. My son is only a child, said the father. Let me do it. One can never be too young to contemplate the muchness of things. The child is a father to the mouse. Note well, he said, and his voice resounding in the depths. An endlessness of little dogs receding through progressive diminution to a revelation of ultimate truth. Where? Asked the lost child frighteningly. In the same place the works cited, beyond the last visible dog. It's odd that you say that. There's a play by that name. I am the author of that play, said the turtle, snapping her jaws dangerously close to the father's head. See Serpentina oneself. No doubt you have found it astonishing that a thinker of my depths could have conceived anything so light and diverting, so riotously entertaining, so popular in its appeal. There was certainly a great deal of excitement the night it was performed, said the father tactfully. It brought the audience to their feet right away. From the very beginning, in fact. That does not surprise me to the least. Furza and Wurza representing as they do the very isness of to be cloaked in fun and farce. Quite, said the father. I don't suppose you might help us out of this pond after we've finished with infinity? For shame, roared Serpentina. Each of us sunk in the mud, however deep, must rise on the propulsion of one's own thought. Each of us must journey through the dogs, beyond the dots, and to the truth alone. Having said this, he dug himself into the mud, closed his gray eyes, and went to sleep. How are we going to get out of here? The mouse child asked the father. I don't know, said the exasperated father. We are helpless as always. A bit of muskrat string still tied to his arm floated upward to remind him of the vain hopes of the beaver pond. Didn't Uncle Frog once say the bottom was strangely close to the top? This one is not, said the father. We are very deep in the water. Can't you see anything beyond the last visible dog? It isn't fair to burden you with this sort of thing, but I got my back to it. The father is the child to the mouse, and the child is the father to the mouse. I will do it. He examined the Bonzo can. There's the first dog, he said, and one after that, and one after that. Unable to turn away, the mouse child stared at the can as the days passed. He felt himself grow dizzy as the dogs undulated before him with a motion of the water. But as hard as he stared, he was never quite certain which dog was the last visible. Winter had left the pond. The trees had lost their bare sharpness, and the branches were blurring into leaf. Skunk cabbages pushed their coarse green points out of the black, boggy earth. And the nights grew clamorous with spring peepers. Robins were hard at work among the earthworms. Rattling cries of the kingfisher sounded among the banks. Mallards cruised along the reeds, and among the surrounding swamps came the whistle of the march hawk and the pumping of the bittern. The fish that swam past the mouse and the child moved more swiftly now, and the sunlight filtering through the depths seemed so much warmer than before. Grown frogs and young tadpoles, newts, snakes, and turtles, awaking from the hibernation in the muck, swam up to the surface as spring came to the pond. "There's that little dog, and the one after that," said the child. But no matter how hard he tried, he always lost his place among the dogs before he could find the last one. "Maybe I could help you look," said a small and gentle voice, "and maybe you'll talk to me and not eat me up? Would you, do you think, not eat me?" "We don't eat anybody," said the mouse child. "Where are you?" "Here, by your feet. I don't have anyone to talk to, and it's depressing." "Who are you?" said the father.
"I don't know. I don't even know what I am. When I talk to myself, I call myself Mud with 2 D's. I know that's silly, but you have to call yourself something when you've got no one else to talk to."
There was a stirring in the ooze at the mouse child's feet, and an ugly little creature rose up and leaned lightly against the mouse child's leg.
"What are you?"
"We're toy mice," said the child.
"Is it Miss or Mr. Mud? Please excuse my asking. I can't tell by looking." "Miss," said the creature. She was something like a misshapen grasshopper, and she was drab and muddy as her name betrayed. I think I'll be your friend if you'll be mine." "Will you? Do you think?" I'm unsure of everything." "We'll be your friends," said the mouse child. "We're unsure too, especially about the dogs. I know, it's so difficult, and of course everyone bigger than me tries to eat me, and I'm always busy eating someone smaller, so there isn't much thing." And as she spoke, she flung what looked like an arm out of her face and caught a water flea and ate it up. "It's distasteful," she said. "I know it's distasteful. I've got this nasty sort of huge lip with a joint like an elbow, and I catch all my food with it. An odd thing, you see. I don't think it's really how I am. I just can't believe I'm this muddy thing you see crawling in the muck. I don't feel as if I am. I simply can't be. I wish I could tell you how I feel inside. I feel clean, bright, and beautiful, like a song in sunlight, like a sigh in the summer's air. Do you ever feel that way?"
"Ah," said the father. How could he say how he felt? Far different from the tin mouse who danced under the Christmas tree, but no less than whatever he was needed to be, he hoped. He almost despaired of ever being. His works were clogged with mud and dirt, and his spirit was heavy with rust, as it was within him.
"I've lost my place again," said the child. "I will help you," said Miss Mud. "I'll point to each dog as you go. There," she said. "I am at dog number 1. And the one after that, and the one after that," while Miss Mud changed her position accordingly and pointed with her little paw to the appropriate dog. All through the lengthening days of spring, the mouse child looked at the bonzo label. The water plants put out their roots and anchored to them. The little colonies of algae settled upon him and flourished and increased. Snails fed on the last scraps of his fur. Catfish nibbled at his whiskers, and still
he sought the last visible black and white spotted dog. The father, his eyes always fixed on his son, saw the words, "You will succeed," disappear as the gold luck coin turned green, then black with algae. The child's glass-bead eyes grew ever dimmer and more tired, while the father watched helplessly with infinity at his back. Springtime passed, and the flickering play of shadows from the leaves among the dappled depths below, and the mud on the bottom still smelled of summer. The water striders darted on the silver points of light, far above the heads of the mouse and his child. Fish leaped above the hovering mayflies, to fall back with bright splashes that spangled in the quivering water. "Have you found it yet?" the mouse child asked. The mouse father asked the child. He felt his clockwork stiffening inside him with long disuse. As all hope of getting out of the pond faded, he found himself thinking in the mud. Once one got used to it, it was not uncomfortable. The motion of the water was soothing. The startling, sudden, light-bright image of the elephant in the mist of that departed dreadful morning was so sharp within his memory, and it was painful to him. As if the spring in his mind were wound achingly tight. Powerless to act, he could not convert that coiled energy into motion, and his determination faded as he settled deeper into the mud. "Y times how equals dog," said the child. "Then dog divided by how must equal y." Two passing tadpoles swam between them, in the bonzo can, where they encountered a water snake. "This way, please," said the snake, and swallowed them. "This looks bad," said one of the tadpoles, as they disappeared down the snake's throat. "You never know. If we can just get through this, maybe everything will be all right." "Keep your eyes on the dog," Miss Mugg said to the mouse child. "Miss Mud," said the mouse child. "Let us persevere even though prospects are uncertain." As in a dream, the child felt himself move from one dog to the next until he saw with shocking clarity the last, smallest, still recognizable dog. Beyond that, there were only tiny dots of color. Still as the child stared, he saw between the dots blank white space, emptiness that seemed to flow back towards him from the smallest dog out through the largest. "Nothing. I can see nothing between the dots, nothing at all coming and going. Nothing is what's beyond the vast visible dog." Clop! Sea Serpentina rose from the mud and snapped her jaws. "Nothing, absolutely nothing. Accretions and abstractions of annotated nothing. Bafflements of nothing. Charismas, demiurges, epiphanies of nothing. Note well, see above, see below. Nothing." He snapped up the snake that had eaten the tadpoles and was a long time in swallowing it. "Nothing," said the mouse father. "What's the ultimate truth? That's it. Nothing is the ultimate truth." "Nothing?" "Nothing." "I don't think it should be like that," said Miss Mud. "It scarcely seems fair, does it? And I'm not really sure." "I don't believe it," said the mouse child. The colored dots were dancing in his vision. The dog seemed to surround him. He felt his mind leap, as Muskrat had before him when he conceived the X. "I wonder what's on the other side of nothing." "Tiny upstart! What do you seek on the other side of nothing?" "Even I am," said Miss Mud. She reached out with her jointed lip and tore away the paper of the last visible dog and began to chew it up. "That is cheating. You cannot swallow infinity. You have destroyed it." "I just want to see what's behind it," said the child. "In the works cited. That's fair, isn't it?" "Very well. Develop your presence. I'll retire once more to the ooze." And he went to sleep. Miss Mud chewed and swallowed steadily. As the paper of the label disappeared, the shiny 10 behind it became visible. And the child saw a beady eye looking at him, exposed on the surface of the can. Gradually, the area of the exposed tin widened, and he saw his own face and outline, and he saw his father. His reflection in the counter as he stood. His reflection in the counter he had stood on long ago had been below his field of vision, but never had he seen himself before. He recognized his father, but knew nothing of himself. There's nothing on the other side of nothing. It's just us. Miss Mudd looked at herself in the tin, and then covered her face and ran away. The mouse child felt fanned by a current of water as a largemouth bass swam past him and glowered at the tin can. "Move along, buddy," he said to his own reflection. "I'm nesting here." "You talking to yourself?" said Miss Mudd, stepping aside as the bass struck and tried to eat her. Unconvinced, he backed into the water slowly and saw that the other fish did the same. "And stay away," he said over his shoulder as he left. "They're big and strong, but they're real silly," said Miss Mudd. "Shiny things on string come down and are always catching and killing them." The child looked at his reflection in the shining tin, and in the hands that held his own, he felt his father's grip grown weak. There's nothing beyond the last visible dog but us. Nobody can get us out of here but us. That gives us a why. We need to figure out a how and the what. "I fear Serpentina's right," said the father. "Nothing is the ultimate truth, and the mud is just like all other mud." "I don't care if it is. I want to get out of here. Can you find us some string, Miss Mudd?" "Oh yes, there's lots of it at the bottom. Get caught in snags." "I'll get some right away." The child stood muttering to himself while his father stared beyond him into the empty water, and Serpentina snored in the mud. Up times down, in divided by out, here, there. "Here I am with the string," said Miss Mudd, returning through the ooze with the end of fishing line. "It's quite a long piece. Will it do you think?" "Yes," said the mouse child. "Now I must have silence so I can work out little mouses much and little." Far above him, the sunlight drowned in the water, and the shadow flickered in the leaves. Hours passed, and it was midday, when Miss Mudd's ugly face appeared among the reeds and lily pads, where the nutshell drum still floated quietly by the edge of the pond. She clung tiredly to the reed stem she had climbed, and a length of fishing line hanging straight down from her jaws into the water. With what seemed like the last of her strength, she hauled up the end of the line with the good luck coin attached. She ate the algae that had covered it, and scrubbed it as well as she was able. Now, although it was not bright, the brass was capable of glimmering in the water. She hoped it would suffice. "Your lucky day. You will succeed." The coin twisted on its string. Dragging into the lily pad, Miss Mudd left it there in loose bits of coil, and climbed down the reed stem and disappeared below the surface. In an hour or so she reappeared with more line in her jaws. On the rocks near the bank, a row of painted turtles lay basking in the sun. Risking her life as she passed each turtle, she crept stealthily on until she came to a flat rock, overhung by low branches of sumach on the bank. Here she dragged the line through a narrow fork in the branches, then staggered on through the lily pads to where the nutshell drum still rocked in the ripples. She tied the ends to the drum, then tied it to the drum strap, then pushed the coin in the water, and the nutshell drum went under and then bobbed up again. Peering through the water, Miss Mudd saw the coin swinging below her, its worn brass faintly gleaming. Forlorn hope. "There," she said, "that's it." And she collapsed exhausted on the lily pad. "It feels so odd. I can scarcely catch my breath, and my eyes are growing dim. Perhaps I'm dying. My little muddy life is finished, and I was never meant to be anything other than what I am." Miss Mudd began to cry, and as her body heaved, it split down the back. "Oh," she said, and she felt life stir in her weak, wrinkled wings that were already stiffening for flight. It was so difficult to be sure," she sighed, and she climbed out of the muddy, empty shell of her discarded self
a lovely green emerald dragonfly. She waited patiently until the sun had dried her iridescent wings, and then she launched herself with joy. Her shabby nymphood crouched and forgotten on that lily pad, her old name forgotten too, and all that lay below the surface in the dark. Glittering above the pond she flew, lifting the warm wind like a song in sunlight, a sigh in the summer air. She flew, and she was beautiful. In the mud at the bottom, the mouse and his child waited, the end of Muskrat's string still tied to the father's arm. It was now knotted to the fishing line that hung and swayed, the slack curve up the string and the forked branch above the waiting flat rock. Waiting. The child. How much of our life have we spent waiting? Serpentina awoke, yawned, and snapped his jaws hungrily.
One arises afresh to new investigations of what it is to be. What have you found on the farther side of nothing?
A way out, snapped the mouse child.
Indeed! Have you paused to consider there is no way out, each way out of one situation necessarily being, definitionally, a way into another situation? We may say that... Hey, come back here and pay attention!
But the mouse and his child were exploding from a cloud of mud. They were halfway to the sunlit surface of the pond. Above them, the nutshell drum went slanting down in the water, and the bass that had swallowed the coin was off like a bullet, and the line cut a V-shaped wake through the water as it ran smoking over the forked branch and hauled up the long-submerged tin mice. Sodden and heavy with silt from the bottom, they broke the surface and burst splashing into sunlight and went skittering across the turtle rocks. "Summer people!" screamed the turtles and plopped in the water in rapid-fire order. The father and son banged in the narrow fork of the branch. The knot that tied Muskrat's string to the fishing line slipped out, and they dropped with a soggy rattle to the flat stone by the bank. The mouse and his child lay in a puddle on the stone as the water of months and months of wet drained out of them. This is in fact a story of my childhood. Love it so much. They were spotted, streaked, pitted with rust in all their joints, their arms outstretched to each other, naked, rusty, wires exposed. What fur remained was black with rot. Their green with moss and algae, their tin bodies racked with wet. Their tattered ears stood bent and crooked, their whiskers hung limp and dejected. The sunlight seemed intolerably bright, and its warmth on their tin was delightful. The sounds were needle-sharp and clear, as they listened to the rustling of the reeds, the drone of the cicadas, the sweet, slow notes of the white-throated sparrow, the strange, loud sound of the marshes that bordered the pond. Ong, bong, chung. It went pounding, pumping, thumping in the reeds. Ong, bonk, chung. It was a steady rhythm. In the nearby branch high above them, a kingfisher watched curiously. In his claws, he held a coil of fishing line, one end of which was hung straight down in the water. The pounding in the marsh stopped as the little child's tin voice rang out. "What shall we do now?"
Leave quickly, I hope.
Had a sepulchral voice in the reeds nearby.
One loves its privacy, replied the bittern. Let me suffice.
Who are you? The father, who lay facing the sound, saw the speaker was a heavy-set brown wading bird, speckled and mottled, in such a way that he stood motionless. He was almost invisible among the reeds. He stood like a reed, too, his long beak pointing straight up. His eyes, however, were set close together, like a little pair of yellow spectacles. He stared straight ahead, glassily, at the mouse and the father. The father stared back at the bird, who seemed to come and go like an optical illusion.
One loves privacy, repeated the bittern. let it suffice. Our acquaintance need go no further. Do not let me detain you. Goodbye. The wind stirred in the reeds, and he swayed with them, maintaining his invisibility. If you could help us, the child began. On your way, I would be delighted, said the bittern. How may I assist your departure? Turn the key in our back and wind us up, please, said the father. The bittern begrudgingly left the reeds and waded skulkingly to the stone, as if bemoaning the privacy he lost with every single step. Holding the father firmly in place with one large foot, he took a strong grip with the key in his beak. His little eyes bulged alarmingly as he strained at it, with his neck twisted halfway round, but not the key. What sort of hoax is this? Your key will not turn. A little rusty. Please try again. The bittern based himself once more and took a fresh grip on the key, grunted heavily as it began to turn. The cogs clicked and tore as the rusty spring tightened inside the father. He waited for the familiar release that always followed. The bittern stood them on their feet and let go of the key. But nothing happened. The father's legs did not move. Goodbye. Don't need to thank me. And the bittern vanished in the reeds. What's the matter, Papa? Why aren't we moving? We're broken, said the father, and it hurt just as much the painful tightness of the spring inside him. Broken? Said the child, too shocked to cry. Broken, repeated the father. We have survived the bank robbery, a war, the cause of art, the breaking of the dam, the contemplation of infinity, only for it to come to this. Perhaps we have too much pond inside your clockwork, said the child. Perhaps we've dried out too little. Drying won't be enough. And the father said, I feel it's more serious than that. Muskrats are our only hope now, but how will we get to them? Extra! Screamed the familiar voice of the news-calling blue jay. Muskrat killed in falling tree. Meets death in beaver dam reconstruction project. Last words, what divided by how equals y. Other news, diving beetles rout back swimmers in water polo. Tadpoles hit bottom in league standings. He looked, nodded in greeting, and shouted, Wind-ups idle! And he flew away. Oh, look out! Shouted the kingfisher from the birch tree. Lunchtime! Shrieked a third and harsher voice. A shadow fell on the mouse and his child, and they felt a sudden sharp grip of powerful claws. The whole pond and the trees around it, the marsh and everything dropped away. They grew small, tilted out of sight as father and son rose into the air in the talons of a marsh hawk. Kill! Sang the hawk with great good cheer. His eyes were fierce yellow. Kill! I have a kill. Blood to drink and flesh to tear. He laughed, and his wings flashed beautifully in the sun. The air was warm and pleasant as they flew. The gentlest of breezes spread the hawk along. He sighed and murmured after him. Below smiled the sleepy green and yellow fields that wore flashing streams like jewels, while stately trees stood nodding by their own cool shadows. The world had never ever seemed so fair. Still water-logged and heavy from his long immersion, the father hung from the child's hands and felt his own weight dragging behind them. He felt his hands rusty and crumbling, beginning to slip away from those that held him. His tight spring ached inside of him, and a great longing for peace and rest came over him. Why not give up the struggle, he sighed. I can hold on no longer. Don't say that, Papa. I've got you. I won't let you fall. We've had our hopes and they're gone, said the father. Let's drop into some peaceful meadow, where the grass may grow among my scattered clockwork. Why wait to be smashed on some lonely rock when the hawk figures out we aren't edible? If we were edible, we wouldn't have lasted this long, said the child.
Ahead on the horizon hung the smoke of burning rubbish. See below. I think we're headed towards the dump. He was silent a few moments. Do you remember that Muskrat told us we'd have to be taken apart before we figure out the hows and whats to make us self-winding? Yes, admitted Father. But the muskrat is gone. We aren't. Not yet. They were high above the earth, the ground below them tilting in slow sweeps as the hawk spiraled upwards on an updraft. The mouse child saw the dump in the distance, the railroad tracks and swamp beyond them, the highway, the junkyard, the roofs of the town. The hawk circled, climbing higher. The child saw something and laughed. You there, said the hawk. What's on your mind? Said the marsh hawk. You do a lot of talking for a small-sized kill. What are you having for lunch today? Asked the child. Yeah, the usual thing. Flesh to drink, blood to tear. Yours. I'm working up an appetite, so you'll taste that much better when I get home. Screep, screep, hee hee, laughed the child. What's so funny? Asked the hawk. You're not gonna eat us. That's how much you know. Didn't everyone tell you the balance of nature? It's a beautiful pyramid with lots of juicy mice and chipmunks at the bottom, and a hawk at the top. Naturally, the hawk eats up the mice and chipmunks. That's just how it is. You get eaten. They were almost over the dump now, and the mouse child saw the tin cans glinting in the sunlight. That's all very well, but you won't eat us. Yes, I will. I think I'll have a little bite right now and show you what I mean. He tore at the tin bodies of the father and son and shrieked with pain as he cracked his beak. Ugh! You aren't part of the balance of nature. And he let them fall from his talons and flew away, shaking his head as he tried to get the taste of rusted tin out of his beak. Down, down, down dropped the mouse and child, turning over and over in the air, the wind whistling through their tin as they plunged to the earth. They struck with a rattling crash on the tin can slope that overlooked the fires, and the dump shuddered their visions as the impact broke their grip on each other's hands, splitting their bodies open and flinging them violently apart. The scattered pieces of the mouse and his child lay on the path where the frog had once, long ago, told their fortune, and they saw and heard no more. Below them winked the red embers of the broken skeletons of umbrellas and the carcasses of old shoes, while flames flew up in wrecked bird cages, singing where the silence had long been. Empty bottles, dead light bulbs popped dully. The stench rose with drifting smoke and ash. On the tracks beyond a dump, a freight train whistled and the wind sighed over rubbish mountains. The rusty clockwork rolled from the wreckage of the father and came to a rest nearby. A tiny snail crawled out of it and slowly made its way around the dinted scraps of iron and tin. Half of the child lay facing the fires, the other half turned blindly to the sky, where the slow clouds drifted in a golden light of late afternoon. That's a long chapter. That was like 40 pages. Goodness gracious. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It gets better. It gets better. Ah. No peace, said the bittern. No quiet, no privacy, whatever. Wow, it almost has been 5 hours. You're not kidding. The world constantly at one's door, chattering, squeaking, demanding to be wound up. He sighed and went back to the frog pound he'd been building before the voices of the mouse and the child had distracted him. Well hidden in the marsh, an unfinished fence of stakes driven in the mud defined an enclosure which, when complete, would provide a place where his dinners might be kept fresh until such a time that they were needed. The bittern approached the stake where he had left it, grabbed a flat rock he had been using as a mallet,
gripped it firmly with his toes, beat his wings, and as the rock raised itself in the air, "Ong!" he grunted and let the rock loose on the stake. Bonk! And he let his breath out. Choom! He repeated the process, pumping and thumping like a small pile driver as the rock went up and down steadily until the stake was driven among its fellows. When the fence was complete and the frog pound ready to be stalked, the bittern waded off, his shoulders hunched and his neck in a flattened S-curve, his long, sharp beak moving crankily forward and back with each step. In a few minutes, his little yellow spectacle eyes brightened as he came across a large bullfrog, wearing a grease-stained canvas work glove, who sat upon a tussock and gazed open-mouthed at the part of the sky where the marsh hawk had just passed overhead. The bittern pointed his beak straight up and swayed invisibly among the reeds, while his downward-looking eye examined the frog minutely. Having judged from the plumpness of the glove, the bullfrog was significantly tender and sufficiently delicious for an evening meal. The bittern was about to dart his beak towards the frog when it spoke. Wow. Good old Uncle Frog.
Stop! Destiny is not to be trifled with. Do not commit the tragic error of satisfying present appetite at the cost of future fulfillment.
What did you say? Asked the bittern. Yeah, the fingers trail behind him, and he tears holes. He puts his head out of the hand bit, and he tears 2 holes at the bottom for his bottom legs to go. It's real cute.
Ah, my friend,
bellowed the frog, puffing out his yellow float, blowing himself up to be as large as possible.
That is how many of us give into the opportunity of seizing that priceless moment in which the tangled threads of mingled fates can be unsnared and woven.
What? What are you talking about?
Quickly, I want you to follow that hawk and take me as your passenger.
Even as he spoke, he rapidly wove a little sling of reeds in which the bird might carry him. It had taken him a long time to find a new glove, and he was not taking any chances slipping out of this one.
Destiny shall not wait. Make haste, I shall explain as we travel.
Now, one thing about Frog I want to point out to you guys is that all of his dialogue is written in a bold font, double the size of the regular text. So if you feel like I'm being excessive with this voice, I'm not. The bass that had swallowed the good luck coin swam back to his nesting hollow, the line trailing behind him until the drum caught on a root. The knot that had tied its coin to the fish had become undone, and the line slid out of the fish's throat, and the nutshell drum bobbed once more to the surface, and the bass was freed. Not bad, he said with a chuckle as he felt the coin's cool smoothness in his stomach. Highly satisfied with himself, he tidied up his little hollow and patrolled its borders aggressively, inquired of the neighboring bass whether or not there had been any messages, and then swam off in search of new adventure. He had found a quiet corner of the pond where slanting sunlight had come down through long rays in the shadows of leaves, and something shiny was quickly descending through the water. It was a tin seal. At the end of it, a fishing line, wiggling her tail and flapping her flippers. The metal rod that had once held a ball was now ornamented with bright feathers that slowly and seductively revolved. Several fish hooks dangled below the feathers, and the seal's worn tin glinted in the green-lit water. Like the mouse and the child, she had long ago broken the clockwork rule of daytime silence, and she sang softly to herself. Just a little lonely, maybe. Thinking of you only, baby. Holy smoke, look at that action, said the bass. Churning up the water as he worked up speed, he struck, hooked himself, and with the seal was hauled up out of the pond to the branch of the birch tree where the kingfisher sat. Not the bittern, the kingfisher. Beside the bird was a string bag that contained his fishing equipment, spare hooks and lines that he had kept salvage, and a little can of oil which kept his seal in perfect working condition. "Good work," said the kingfisher, stocky, handsome, sporty-looking, with an honest beak and a frazzled crest, and an incredibly friendly eye. A bachelor whose love of solitary fishing trips had ever kept him from settling down. He found the tin seal both a charming companion and an effective helper. He took the bass from the hook and clubbed it to death on the branch. Then he coiled up the line, oiled the seal carefully, cleaned and gutted the fish, and therein he found it, a shining coin. He sat down and enjoyed a hearty lunch. "Funny thing happened when you were underwater," he said to the seal. He described the emergence of the mouse and his child from the pond, their winding to the bittern, and the subsequent capture by the hawk. "Two wind-up mice? There's a big one and a small one. Blue trousers, leather shoes." "A big and a little one for sure. Their pants might have been blue a long time ago, but no shoes." Noticing the nutshell drum floating in the pond below, he interrupted the conversation to fetch it, and added it and the coin to a small string bag. Two wind-up mice. I wonder if they're the same ones I used to know." How the child cried, she remembered, not wanting to go out in the world. Which way did the hawk go? "He was headed home," said the kingfisher. "He lives in the swamp on the other side of the dump, across from the railroad tracks. He can't eat them. I wonder if he's dropped them. If he has, we'll probably hear about it on the late sports final. Feel like flying over towards the swamp and taking a look around? Let's." The kingfisher packed his gears, put her in the string bag, and they took off. While the kingfisher and the bittern were following the marsh hawk, another bird was ahead of them, hot on the same trail. The blue jay, who had too seen the harrier hawk and the prey. Avid for disaster, eager for a headline, he pursued the story at top speed, and was just in time to see the mouse and his child fall. Jamie! Jamie, thank you for the raid. Welcome in. Welcome in. I appreciate that. We are about to see one of the best parts of this book. The retaking of something special. But thank you for the raid, Jamie. I believe you were playing Minecraft. I believe you were building that spire, if I remember correctly. How did that go? Could we get a shout out for Jamie, by the way? If you don't mind. You were playing Minecraft. What's up, Corvus? How we doing? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, Rando. Spire build power. Dope. Oh my goodness. Well, Blue Lishy, welcome aboard. I am Greg, Policy of Madness, 32nd King, and Nasa Meal. Welcome aboard to the crew, and thank you for that follow, Tora Lullaby. It was a civil war. I can't wait to watch the VOD. I'm going to watch the VOD. That's awesome. Thank you, Rando. Appreciate that. We have been reading that book behind me, but you might be able to read this one a bit better. We have been reading The Mouse and His Child. Ugh. Dope. That works for me. That works for me. We've been reading The Mouse and His Child for the past 5 hours? And let me tell ya, I've been having a blast with it. Don't you dare feel bad. No. Refuse. Anyways. How did it go? Did you get hunted down? Did you get murdered? Did you manage to, or was it just spire building? Was it just spire building? I gotta know all the deets. In the meantime, though, I'm gonna continue reading.
The blue jay had seen the harrier hawk and his prey. Avid for disaster and eager for a headline, he pursued his story at top speed. It was in time, just in time, to see the mouse and child fall. The blue jay's shadow glided over the child's broken face as the reporter circled low for a close look at the wreckage and soared up into the warm air from the fires. "Late sports final," he screamed. "Wind-ups crash in dump, no survivors." He scanned the immediate vicinity for late scores and yelled, "Dung beetles, blank roaches in first game of a doubleheader." And he flew away, leaving behind him silence broken only by the crackle of flames of burning trash. Kingfisher heard the news, altered his course to head towards the sound of the blue jay's voice. The frog heard it and urged the bittern to fly faster. Manny Rat heard it too. He had been looking up at the sky, impatient for the dark, when he saw the hawk drop something over the dump. He now kept his eye on the spot marked by the blue jay. "Iggy," he called. Ralphie's successor, an equally ill-favored young rat of a stocky build and no scruples whatsoever. He hurried to his master's side. "What is it, boss?" "Get over to the ridge on the other side of the fires. If you see a couple of wind-ups, kill them." Iggy saluted and shuffled off as directed. "It couldn't be those two. It couldn't," mused Manny Rat aloud. And yet, his soul was disquieted. His heart beating faster. His head began to ache. Months ago, on his return to the dump, he had let it be known that fugitive wind-ups had been brought to their final accounting after a long and arduous chase, and the reaction of the general public was one of heightened respect. Was he to be made a fool of again, he wondered? Anxiously he watched the departing figure of his lieutenant, and beyond him the distant tin can ridge. No, he said to himself, it couldn't be those two. But on the other hand, who else would drop out of the sky like that? He frowned and looked across the rubbish mountains to the setting sun. Iggy was several trash piles away when the first kingfisher, then the bittern, landed, stirring up a little cloud of ash around the debris of the mouse and his child. "Too late," said the seal, after the frog had hastily introduced himself, and the bittern. "I'm afraid this is the end of them." The frog said nothing, but quickly gathered up the clockwork and the parts of the tin bodies, and put them in the kingfisher's string bag. Then both birds took off with their passengers and flew to the edge of the dump, where they perched on an oak tree near the railroad tracks and considered what to do next.
"Now that I've assisted you with your warps and woofs," said the bittern to the frog, "I really must return to my usual mode of life. Goodbye." "Goodbye," said the frog. "On behalf of all of my friends and myself, let me offer my most heartfelt thanks in return for your prompt and generous appeal for help."
But the bittern, his farewells completed, stayed where he was and looked sadly at the broken father and son.
"I hope we have all the pieces," said the frog. He took the arms and legs and the two halves of the mouse and child and fitted them back together, bending the little two flaps into place along the edge of the body so the child would not immediately fall apart. As the two halves came together, the mouse child returned to life. He returned at once to the rustle of leaves around him and saw, reflecting in the light of the setting sun, the golden eyes of his old friend fixed anxiously upon him. "Uncle Frog," he said, "I saw you following the hawk. I knew you'd find us before Manny Rat." Frog set him down carefully on the branch and picked up the father. The mouse child had not yet seen the others around him. Standing alone and a little giddy without his father's hand supporting him, he was looking straight out ahead through an opening in the leaves. "Ours!" he said suddenly and fiercely. "Ours, ours, ours!" What is he talking about?" said the kingfisher, and he peered out through the leaves to see what the child saw. Between the trees and the railroad tracks stood a little cottage, long abandoned. Its paint had flaked away, the empty windows stared blindly at the tracks, and the tall weeds choked the driveway. But beside the cottage was a pole with a wooden platform atop of it. A large birdhouse had once stood there for purple martins to nest in. But it was gone now. Stark against the red sky, its mansard roof crudely mended with tin, its chimneys and dormers roughly jammed back into place, haphazard and awry, the dollhouse that had been on the counter years ago. The windows were not a pane of glass among them. Thick pieces of wood, fastened askew, replaced the ornate molding, and the graceful banisters and brackets and porches and balconies, all gone. The scrollwork and the carven cornices were gone as well, and the whole house bristled with bent, rusty nails, clumsily driven and smashed into splintered wood. Nothing was straight. Everything was wrong. Nothing fitted. Newly fitted in the roof, in place of a lost lookout, was a crooked watchtower. The hinged front that had once swung open to reveal the interior was nailed shut, and a heavy, ugly coat of black paint covered all of it. Second-hand mache paper bunting, white, blue, and red, that had run together in the rain and the damp, festooned the balconies, and little faded flags drooped from the chimneys and the towers. The clothesline pulley fashioned to a branch above the roof showed how the house had been raised. A partially filled sherry bottle hanging from a boom of an erector set crane hinted at a future party. And pacing on the watchtower in a new silk dressing gown was none other than Manny Rat. Silhouetted against the sunset, the present master of the dump gazed at the distant trash fires and hummed a little tune while he thought with pleasurable anticipation of the housewarming party he had planned that very evening. On his return to the dump after his long absence, he had quickly seen the house's possibility as a private residence and had swiftly preempted it. The ambitious rat, as he expanded his operations with the fullness of time, become considerably more important personage than before. He now commanded squads of rats as well as wind-ups. He began to think dignity of his position. He decided it was inappropriate for Manny Rat to be dwelling in an inappropriate dwelling that was not appropriate to his rank. A location with a little removal from the hurly-burly, where he might relax into the cares of the night, while yet keeping an eye on his business interests. Accordingly, he evicted the social and athletic club from them that was the then resident, and devoted his ingenuity to the relocation and restoration of his brand new, perfect property. Press gangs of smaller, weaker rats had been toiled to raise up and repair the house. The wind-ups of the forage squad had trudged a heavy laden for miles and miles with the material for this grand renovation. The elephant had been harnessed to the crane and windlass so she might be put in good order for her master, the house he had once called her own. She stood beside it now, bereft of any plush, her bare tin weather-stained and rusty, her clockwork all but run out in the service of Manny Rat. Through a glassless window, her one eye saw the room in which lady and gentleman dolls had sat with their tea, where it was now a garbage buffet set out on the floor that awaited the delectation of the invited rats. Rat servants scuttled up and down the stairs, all making ready for the evening, while rat guards armed with spears walked the platform, favoring the elephant with low humor and coarse remarks as they made their rounds. The father was hastily put back together as the son had been, and speechless with relief, he looked in the face of the frog, and he saw the elephant, and he saw the dollhouse. "Oh," said the frog. "Oh," he said again, and he wept, for he felt a great rage growing in him, and had said the same words that his child had spoken. "That is ours." Look, Papa, said the child as the frog moved the tin seal to where the father and son could both see her. The elephant, the seal, and the house. It wasn't impossible. We found them all. And the enemy who awaits us at the end, said the father, watching Manny Rhett on his black tower. He was silent for a little while. Through the gathering dust, he looked at the forlorn elephant standing at the dollhouse. The road had been long and hard indeed. But now he knew that he had found what he wanted at the end of it all. Now, we must fight for our territory. I don't understand, said the seal. Kingfishers have territories. I know animals that... But toys do not. We aren't toys anymore, said the father. Toys are to be played with. We aren't played with. We have endured all that the frog foretold, the painful spring, the shattering fall, and more. And now we've come to the place where the scattering is regathered. What do you mean? Asked the seal. Would you be my daughter? Asked the father. And my sister. We need to have a family, you see. The tin seal, her hooks and draggled feathers drooping about her head, sat on a branch and looked at the darkening sky. Her past life came to her all in a rush. The store, the house she had gone to, the children who'd broken her, the dump, Manny Rat, her travels with the cart, the rabbit's flea circus, the quiet, serene days with Muskrat, her daily work with the Kingfisher. On a whole, it hadn't been a bad life, but it seemed long and weary. Felt so terribly alone in the wide, wide world. She no longer hesitated. Yes, she said, I will. Well, it's simply not possible to put off the return to the marsh, said the bittern. I must seek solitude again. But he watched, listened curiously, and made no attempt to leave. Have you got any plans for winning this territory you claim? Asked the frog to the mouse and his child. Not yet. I made the hawk drop us when I saw you following us, but I never expected we'd find the dollhouse and fight Manny Rat so soon. And at least 7 or 8 other rats I counted around that house, said the bittern, dropping all pretense of leaving and throwing himself wholeheartedly into the conversation. All the guards you may have noticed are armed. Still, someone with a sharp beak and flying fast might still strike accurately enough to have a sporting chance, said the Kingfisher, tapping his beak against the tree. Doubtful, very doubtful, said the frog. And there's Manny Rat alone on the tower, without a spear. What if I just got through the guards and finished them off on my own, right now? Then all the other rats would move up by one, and we would have a new Manny Rat to finish off. You're absolutely right, said the father. This isn't a matter of winning one rat and killing one battle. That's how it's written. The battle must be won in such a way to inflict upon the enemy a defeat so crushing that every rat in the dump will live in abject terror of us and leave us as undisputed masters of that house. The only way he can really keep our territory is if we take it absolutely. And we must rely on the element of surprise, said the frog. We cannot allow a single wrong move from the very first moment we show our hand. Exactly, said the father. The elephant of surprise. Element, he corrected himself. Frog looked through the leaves in the twilight. 30 feet away on the dollhouse platform, the rat guards walked their posts in sloppy, unmilitary fashion, but seemed quite alert. I do find myself to be wondering about those spears. As if to answer his questions, one of the guards idly took aim at a swallow that skimmed low over the dollhouse in the dusk. The bird was an easy target. The rat's marksmanship was poor, and the spear barely hit the wing covert before it was shaken loose. The guard watched complacently as the scarcely wounded swallow flew up, sharply fluttered, and then dropped like a stone. The guard took another spear from the rack and resumed his rounds. "Poison," said Frog, "just as I feared. Friend Rat has learned something from the shrews." "What do we do now?" said the Kingfisher. "Wait," said the father. "But what exactly?" "I don't know, but I'll know it when I see it. Something will happen. Some sign will indicate the X for us. My son and I have been waiting a long time. We can wait a little longer now that victory is so close." "How can you be sure of winning exactly?" asked the seal. "We've already done our fair share of losing. Our defeats are all behind us." Night fell and a new moon, having risen early, showed its thin yellow crescent across the declining west. The oak leaves pattered, and with the shifting night breeze came the faint sounds of the town hall as it struck 8. The dim red glow, as it always had, lit the sky above the dump, and the sounds of evening ascended one by one, merging in general humor and clamor. The carousel played its cracked waltz, and the rats of the midway, the gambling booth, the gambling dens, the gaming dance halls came noisily to life, and then disappeared with their mingled voice in the lonesome wail and the rumble of the passing freight train. Above the tracks, the green and red lights of the gantry clicked and changed. The engine's headlights slid along the shining rails, picked out leaf and branch, and the dollhouse where the boss of the dump sat pacing in his car, in his tower. The sound grew with the trains as car by car, clanking by clanking, its passage shook the pole and set the dollhouse loitering on the platform. The edge of the cricket song and silence stayed behind long after the train was gone. And for a moment, in the small and smaller clackling of the rails, the crackled waltz of the carousel returned, and the dance hall thumping wine, and the distant cry of pitchmen, and vendors in the alleyways and tunnels. By the starlight and the slender moon, they could see nothing clearly, but the little group on the oak tree could see the guards keep their watch with steady thump and rattle as they watched the platform. There was a clink and a rattle. The bottom of the pole. Someone had stubbed their toe on something. "Who's that?" challenged Manny Rat. "It's me, Iggy," answered his lieutenant. A string ladder rustled as it was let down, and the invisible Iggy climbed up the platform. The muttering conversation ensued, too low to be audible. Then Manny Rat was heard again, berating his subordinate for the failure to find the fallen windups from the Blue Jay. The ladder shook again as Iggy descended. They heard him moving in the weeds, the unmistakable sounds of spring motors being clicked and wound up. Forge Squad, the collective clockwork set in motion, receded into the distance with Iggy, who sang their song. "Who's that passing in the night? Foragers for Manny Rat. First we grab and we hold tight. Foragers for Manny Rat." A period of silence in the oak tree, and the father spoke. "I think a sign has been given to us." "What?" "Same one that's been given to us all along. The last visible dog." "Where?" "On the label of Manny's spare parts can. I'm certain that's what rattled in the weeds when Iggy stubbed his toe. In that can we should find equipment necessary for fighting both Manny Rat and self-winding. Now we need his plan." "I think I have a plan," said the child. "Did you hear the bobbing sound of the platform as the train went by?" "Yes." "Manny Rat repaired the house, painted it, put everything on top. There's one thing he hasn't done. He hasn't nailed it down." The moon set. Manny Rat's guests were due to arriving soon, the boss of the dump awaiting them on the tower of his beautiful new house. Stopped his pacing abruptly. Against the background of the uproar of the dump, there was the racket of servants and off-duty guards. He had become suddenly aware of an unidentifiable sound that was so close and unspeakably eerie. He strained to hear it again, but it was gone. Manny Rat thought about the horrid sounds so many more times that evening. But it was only much later that he came to know what it was. It was the horrid, peculiar, creaking, rattling sound of of laughing clockwork. Chapter 8. Manny Rat's homecoming was a great success. He invited the cream of rat society, and all of them attended, tittering and squeaking with high spirits as they climbed the string ladder to the dollhouse. Grizzled fighters and their plump, respectable wives, touch-whiskered with gentlemen rats, grown sleek by cunning and live young beauties of vaguely theatrical connection. Debutante, dashing young rats about town, all of the golden youth of society was there. Last up the ladder was scattering of selected social climbers, followed by the various bravos, obscure ruffians, and cheap hustlers whose goodwill was worth cultivating. The hungry guests made a concerted rush to the garage buffet, and the thirsty ones squealed with delight when they found the sherry bottle, contents of which were a viscous mixture of many dregs from many bottles. Several of the rats eagerly manned the erector set crane. The punch was swung onto the platform, and the house warming was underway. Much as Manny Rat looked forward to the party, he found his enjoyment flawed by a unique disquietude. It began with Iggy's failure, and intensified in that unearthly laughter in the night, until now the boss of the dump was nervous, jumpy, and a mess. He had scant pleasure from the distinguished company that had assembled on the rooftop. Having briefly mingled, he took himself to his watchtower and paced restlessly. Beyond the platform quivered in the darkness. The platform moved, and in the night, Manny Rat knew something waited for him there. Back and forth he paced on the parapet, hearing the rhythm in his footsteps, the words that Frog had spoken in the last winter moonlight. A dog shall rise, a rat shall fall. The words are meaningless, he told himself. Undoubtedly, it had been Frog's hope that the future circumstances lending themselves to random prophecy should frighten him into a wrong move that would cause his downfall. Manny Rat had tried to put those thoughts out of his mind. There were no dogs rising to threaten him, nor anything else he could see. He recalled the wild and weird laughter he heard. There was nothing. Nothing in the dark. The rustling mass of the oak tree a few yards distant, but nothing. Nothing to see, nothing to fear, nothing to hide from. Leaves were just whispering in the wind. Manny didn't care for that whispering, though. The breeze that stirred the leaves brought him an undertone of sense that baffled and annoyed him. He became less and less happy with the oak tree, and found he did not like to turn his back to it. He strained in the darkness, begging, listening, staring for something, but he did not know what. He heard a draggled song of the returning forage squad, and the sound of Iggy coming up the ladder. The creak and rattle of the crane of the bags that hoisted bags from the unloaded wind-ups. Below him, the revelry continued in the house, rat style, total darkness, its progress marked by shouts, giggles, playful bites, squeals, laughter, and boisterous song. But that which Manny Rat was listening for, he did not hear. He did not hear Frog's stealthy movements in the weed as the spare parts can was put in the Kingfisher's string bag and hauled away to the oak tree. Let's go, Frog. Froggers. Nor did he hear the muffled flap of the bitterns' wings as that bird, flying well out of spear range, landed on top of the hickory tree that overhung the dollhouse and lowered a bonzo can with Frog inside it, dangling in his armored gondola. The fortune teller removed the clothesline pulley from the branch, silently barred way. The active uncle made his next non-appearance at the railroad gantry that bridged the tracks later. When the midnight special passed the dump, the white beam of the headline showed the clothesline pulley hanging there, below the semaphores and signal lights. All this went completely unknown to Manny Rat and his guards, who, having sampled the punch, may have been somewhat less than fully alert. All that night, the boss of the dump walked his tower and thought long thoughts of rising dogs. Night was his daytime, and in his present state of mind, the coming dawn called the bright, nameless dread. He thought of the sunlight on the whispering leaves, and he shuddered. Terror took his body as he covered his eyes with his paws. He did not see low on the horizon, just before the dawn, the star for the first time rose to trace the circle in the end of summer days. Had he seen it, he would have known its name, As he turned from the sun and moon and stars alike, Sirius as it was, the brightest star in all the heavens, flashed in its pale glory. Sirius rose, also known as the Dog Star. The party, sherry bottle, had lasted long through the night, but both reached the end of their resources in the dim blue mists of the morning. Most of the guests lay where they'd fallen, replete with good cheer. You gone autistic rats, their burning eyes still half open, prowled hopefully among the remains of the garbage buffet. Outside, a sleepy guard, and one still at his post, looked on as some of the golden youth and maiden rats amused themselves in seeing how close to the edge they could ride the elephant without falling over. On the tower, Manny Rat dozed fitfully, his head cradled in its paws. In the weeds below the forage squad, their rusty tin and rotting plush, still damp with the night, stood exactly where Iggy unloaded them. The dark horizon was suffused with light, and in the dump, the voices of the night grew faint, pausing into silence at the dawn. The carousel was still, and the gambling booths were shut. Hydrate, thank you. The sextant beetle snuffed out his candles and closed shut. Buried the fish head where he had taken him that night. The little wizened vendor of orange peels slowly made his way home, crunching over the broken glass and leaving trails of wet ash. A train clanked sleepily over the tracks, stopped, started again, and pulled its way towards the town. "What day is it?" a frazzled sparrow asked his wife. "What's the difference?" she said. "It's all the same. Work, 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 work." "It's a brand new day. Such a day. "Don't be a fool," snapped the sparrow. "Morning's come again," crowed a distant roofer. "This dunghill's mine." "Morning," said the clown clock. "For good or ill, this day begins," and gravely struck the hour. The oak leaves were still whispering, but behind them there was suddenly another sound. A tiny, rolling drumbeat, sharp with rage, growing louder, crying for war. Out of the tree... Boop. There we go, now we can see it. Out of the tree, his wild crest spiky with grim purpose, his wings flashing in the sun, burst the kingfisher, his rattling challenge on the startled ears of Manny Rat. But the boss of the dump had no eyes for this deadly bird, passing low over the watchtower, swinging and revolving on the end of the line held by the kingfisher, was a mouse child and his nutshell drum. He and his father and the frog, racing desperately against time, had figured out the installation of clockwork. And now, equipped with spare parts can and a motor and a pair of red tin arms, he beat a ratapan, both fierce and loud, for the new drum was newly headed with tin. The child's eyes briefly met the furious gaze of Manny Rat, but any finely rehearsed words for this moment vanished with his mind. "Yeah!" he screamed, and off he flew. Manny Rat leapt up, fingers grazing the bottom of his feet, but not quite high enough. He fell back to the tower, tumbling and cursing. "Iggy, guards!" The lone guard platform whirled and flung the spear, but the kingfisher dodged cleverly and let it pass him. He hauled the child up short and turned for a second pass over the dollhouse. The guard ran to the rack for a second spear, but before he did, the bittern was on him, his little yellow speckled eyes blazing and a large rock clenched in his foot. Bong chong. The dollhouse echoed with the blow, and the guard lay flat on the platform, pounded nearly flat. The golden youths and maidens screamed and ran for shelter. Manny, half mad with rage, had almost gained on the spear rack when he turned and saw the kingfisher, who seemed to be all beak, coming for him like an arrow from a bow. He threw himself against the platform and felt the rush of the fiercely beating winds, and received a resounding whack on the back of his head from the mouse child's tin feet. "Ours! Our territory!" screamed the child passionately, and was gone again. Leaving all dignity behind, Manny Rat dove through the window into the dollhouse. scattering startled guests around him, and then very cautiously lifted his head and looked out in time to see the elephant being carried off in a string bag by the bittern. Manny Rat peeped carefully from the windows and saw nothing. "Iggy,"
What?
said the lieutenant from the other side of the room. One of the lithe, young, theatrical beauty rats had thrown herself into his arms at the first sign of danger, and he was well contented with his work. "Don't ask me what," hissed his master. "Look out the window and see what they're doing." Iggy, unhappily, disentangled himself from the distressed beauty, put his head out the window, and caught the second rock fully in the face, and fell back lifeless. In a word, stone dead. The ladies reconvened their screaming. "That's it," said the bittern to the Okri. "You've got very good range now."
Very good.
Said the frog, and sent another rock whistling through the window. The catapult he employed for the purpose was the Mouse Father. He had been reassembled and specially modified. The hind legs of the dearly departed tin donkey were now replacing his arms in such a way that the kicking action made an effective weapon. In order that the force of his motion might not hurl him from the tree, he had been lashed securely to a makeshift platform tried in a V of the oak tree. Beside the father was the seal, the rod of her nose slowly turning as she winched up a bag full of rocks from the kingfisher on the ground. The spare parts can stood on the platform, its contents scattered around: a beer can opener, a pair of miniature pliers, a tiny infant screwdriver, a sardine can key, a tangle of fine copper wire, an array of clockwork jumbled together in a beautifully mess. The father and son had many choices of action, such as string climbing to fiddle playing. The kingfisher's hooks and lines completed the total of the group's equipment, and the father had asked to have the good luck coin near him where it lay, the uppermost side silently proclaiming, "Your lucky day is." The elephant, still without a word, stood nearby, awaiting her part in the action. Next to her was the mouse child, drumming as regularly as the frog could wind him. Having worked out with his father the strategy was to be followed in the coming hours, and he was now content to be a little drummer boy until the battle could be won. We can't keep them inside indefinitely," said the father, as he hurled another stone at the enemy. "Manny Rat's no coward. He'll find some way of striking back in a matter of minutes." A squawk from the bittern attested to the truth, as Manny Rat had gnawed a hole in the roof and was attempting an attack from the rear, but he was quickly put down again.
We will move as fast as we can.
He watched through the leaves of the kingfisher, flew to the bottom of the pole, attached the lines to the wind-ups of the forage squads, and the other end was made fast by the crossbar of a capstan, fashioned from 2 strong sticks and mounted by Frog to the platform. He hitched the elephant to the crossbar and wound her up. Round and round she walked, turning the bar, and the foragers were dragged through the weeds, rising, swaying through the leaves of the platform. Next, Frog picked up the bundle of coiled lines and hooks, stepping onto the bonzo can as the breathless kingfisher returned, and picked the cannon's towering bridle and took off. Look at that last visible dog. Look at that last visible frog.
Rats!
Bellowed the airborne fortune teller as he approached the dollhouse, empty canvas fingers of the glove sticking out of the can.
Rats, hear this!
The angry murmur of the house subsided, and the frog continued.
Rats, the hand of fate is upon you. Resistance is useless, all is lost. Do not stir.
The can was lowered to the dollhouse roof, and the frog stepped out, while the kingfisher appropriated the poison spear arsenal, with the bittern patrolling the doors and windows to ensure dear fortune teller's safety. Having made certain the roof was strongly fastened, the frog secured 4 double lines to the corner with large fish hooks, setting them deep into the wood. The 5th line was attached to the perch, and then Manny Rat, fuming inside, saw the little black and white dog on the bonzo can glide upwards past the window as the frog took off again. "Dog shall rise," he whimpered, and he was sick to his heart. Not ready yet to give up the fight, however, he crept to the window and saw the lines trailing off the roof and saw what Frog was doing. The moment he saw it, he snarled defiantly and went to work with his teeth. This time, not the roof, but the floor. In the tree, the mouse child, the seal, the elephant, and the X-Forge squad windups waited, silent as the minutes passed, until they heard the whistle of the freight train approaching the tracks.
Now is the time.
Oh, excuse me. Now is the time. Where's Uncle Frog? Begged the child.
Here,
answered the panting Frog as he landed on the platform. With the Kingfisher's help, he made fast all the lines on the capstan bar and hitched every ex-forager to it in tandem rows with the elephant to lead. The danceless bear, the roarless lion, the lame and blind moldy goat all took their places and felt their springs wound tight. The freight train whistle blew much closer this time. They heard the clacking on the rails.
No!
cried the Frog. The battered toy strained. The lines ran through the creaking clothesline pulley on the railroad gantry. It grew taut and quivered as the fishhooks dug deeply into the moldy wood. The platform of the oak tree lifted slightly, but the lashings held and the crossbar went around. The lines unwinding slightly, climbing row and row and row. It inched higher and higher.
It's coming,
said the Frog, and put his shoulder to the bar. The bittern, still on duty at the watchtower, gripped the parapet more tightly and flapped his wings to keep balance as the dollhouse slid across the platform towards the train tracks. It tilted on edge and tipped dangerously. Now the house was hanging over the clothesline pulley, poised directly over the tracks as the engine of the freight train passed beneath it.
Rats, farewell!
Roared Frog as he hauled away the trip line fastened to the dollhouse porch.
Jump, rats!
And they obeyed. The rats poured out of the dollhouse and the windows, thumping the roots of the boxcar that rattled beneath them, picking themselves up in disbelief and amazement. The cream of rat society, all the grizzled fighters and their wives, the beauties, the gentlemen, the dowagers, the artistic rats, the hustlers, the bravos, the golden youth, all stood dumbly on the boxcar roof and watched the dump proceed into the curving track and the distance and the haze of autumn. The Blue Jay arrived on the scene a few minutes later than was his wont, having missed the main part of the action, although confused, still concise. Rats railroaded, he informed the word at large, and let it go at that.
Now,
said the Frog with elation to the party,
we must return the dollhouse to the platform, and let us not forget to nail it down as quickly as we can.
The bittern and Kingfisher took off immediately and set to their work. We've done it, said the father. We've endured, we've fought, and we've won our territory. Have you indeed? Said a quiet voice below them. Manny Rat, a poisoned spear in one paw. A poisoned spear in one paw, climbed wearily up to the platform and looked around at the little group. Almost won, said the mouse child, and his courage now gave way, and he began to cry. Almost, the father whispered. Goodbye, my little son. The elephant stood behind him. He felt her eye upon him. Silently, he said goodbye to her, and silently, she received his answer, as Manny Rat picked up the beer can opener and moved towards the child. In a moment, Frog, noting that all the catapult stones were spent, seized the first object within his reach, the good luck coin. Holding down the father's donkey leg arms, he laid the coin and quickly wound him up. Hold me back, father whispered. Don't let me go. For the first time this day, Manny Rat laughed. Hold him back, he shouted gleefully. He crossed the platform to the father and looked down at him. Yeah, hold the hero back. He wasn't hurt me. He snarled and brought his face and the beer can opener close to the father. Smash you and that little brat of yours won't satisfy me now. I won't rest until every blasted wheel and gear of every trashy piece of your tin is scattered far and wide. Let us see whether you or Manny Rat will fall. Father's eyes were on the coin before him. "You will succeed," it said in silent letters. He felt the point of the beer can opener on his tin, and the eyes of Manny Rat fixed on his own. "Let go," he said to Frog. The spring's coiled power was released, and the donkey legs flew up, and the brass coin caught Manny Rat squarely in the mouth, knocking out his teeth and flinging him headlong from the platform. The kingfisher and the bittern, returning from the oak tree, saw him bump branch to branch to branch to branch, scattering leaves and teeth about him for his fall to earth. Silence. Then from before, from below, came a rending wail. "Oh, no teeth," wept Manny Rat. I'm finished. I'm done. No teeth at all." And off into the dump, he took his broken spirit, his aching bones, and the good luck coin that had undone him. The completeness, the overwhelming finality of their victory left everyone speechless in the old oak tree. Then, a tinny giggle broke out from the moldy goat. A three-legged bear chuckled rustily and began to roar with laughter. One by one, the others joined in, until all the wind-ups, the frog, the kingfisher, the bittern, whooped in hysterical myth that sent the echoes leaping on the rubbish mounds and ringing to the tin can slopes. Startled swallows heard and flew up to the wires along the tracks like music notes, winging out their staves. All the dump, too, from the valley to the trash fires to the midway to the silent carousel, heard that laughter and knew Manny Rat had fallen. Gradually, squeak by squeak, rattle by rattle, gasp by gasp, the din subsided, and there was silence again. The elephant, still harnessed to the capstan by the head of the forage squad, was facing the mouse father's back, and her one eye shone with curious brilliance. A rusty whirring sounded in her works as the last winding coil of her spring released itself. She moved the capstan bar a creaking inch and came within the father's view. She tried to speak, overcome with emotion. Well done, sir, she burst out, and then sobbed so hard the platform shook and all the wind-ups rattled with her effort. "Oh no, madam, you mustn't cry, madam, my dear. I cannot bear to see you cry. Oh, please be happy now. We've won at last. Our time of suffering is over." But I am so happy," said the elephant, and sobbed even louder than before. "Well then, the kingfisher said. He laughed a little ratcheting laugh, then coughed and cleared his throat. He peeled a bit of oak bark off the branch he stood on and fussed with it, shifting from one foot to the other. "Well, I guess I'm off now," but he hesitated hopefully. "Well, can't you stay?" said the seal. "Yes, won't you be our uncle like Uncle Frog?" begged the mouse child. "All right, I will," said the kingfisher with finality. "Well, what about me?" demanded the bittern. "Must I take up my lonely life in the bog in the marsh like this never happened?" "I thought you only wanted to be by yourself," inquired the father. "It's too late for that. Let me be an uncle." "We would be delighted to have you." "Yes, we would. Now we have our house and our family with 3 uncles. Remember what you said was impossible, Papa? Remember? I said I wanted the elephant for a mama, and you said..." "That will do," said the father, and an awkward silence descended on the party. The mouse father, the elephant, unable to avert their eyes, continued to look directly at the other. The father tried to hum a tune, gave it up, and then he and the elephant spoke at the same time. "You must excuse my son's impertinence." "Does he still?" asked the elephant, and neither heard the both, and they both laughed. "I beg your pardon. Please go on. You were saying..." "I was saying, does he still want me for a mama?" said the elephant. Oh yes, and I know that Papa can speak for himself," and the father forthwith flapped into silence. "And will he?" prompted the elephant gently. "He hardly knows where to begin. He has come to admire, more than that to love, someone so far above him that he dare not hope he would reciprocate him." "Ah. Though perhaps a little taller, she's never really been above him. Were he to speak, she might be an interested learner, mayhaps. A listener who's seen so much, and knows the last true worth of a brave and gallant gentleman she met not long ago when she was young and foolish, and once thought the dollhouse was hers. It's yours now. Only if you offer it. You fought and won it. I do offer, and I offer myself as well, if you'll have both." "I will," said the elephant, and the swallows, note by note, had flown back to the wires, were once more scattered by the echoes of "Hurrah!" shouted all the voices in the oak tree, and then once again, "Ours! Ours!" Now, when I was younger, I thought the book should have ended right there. When I was younger, I thought the book should have ended right there. It does not. There is still 20 pages to go. Ugh. Like, this is very much a book that desperately needed an editor. No, I'm good for now. I'm gonna blaze through this next bit. Chapter 9 of 10. The interrupted task of moving the dollhouse back to the platform was once again completed, and the father's wartime donkey legs were laid aside and his regular ones put back in. He and the elephant were quickly married by the frog on the front porch that afternoon. The wind sighed in the oak and the hickory leaves. The tall weeds rustled in the yard of the abandoned cottage by the railroad. The train went clattering past and hooted once, and in the distance the dump glittered and smoked as the ex-foragers sang, "Oh, Promise Me." The child stood beside his father, as he once did before, as his best man. And the seal was a bridesmaid, and the kingfisher and bittern gave the elephant away, as she and the mouse father swore that they would take each other to have and to hold, in winding and unwinding, whole, broken, bright or rusty, until the end of your tin. I now pronounce you mouse and wife. "Late sports final!" yelled the blue jay from the last trip of the day. "Dung beetles clinch series! Roaches sign new coach! Wind-ups wed?" The father laughed with happiness as he overlooked the sun. "All this time yesterday we had nothing, and today the world is ours." "And now for self-winding," said the child. "Blue," said the elephant. "Very pale, faded, seashore kind of blue, I think. Ivory trim. Inside ivory with blue trim. Perhaps not ivory exactly, something more off-white. Cream, maybe. Almost a buff, maybe lighter?" "What are you talking about, my dears?" His voice, excuse me, try again. "What are you talking about, my dears?" "The house. This dreadful black paint simply must come off. And even before that, it's got to have a good scrubbing and air it out." "Oh, yes, indeed. I can see that you and I are going to get along quite well," said the seal quite agreeably. "Between us, I have no idea we shall simply have everything well and organized." "What about self-winding?" argued the child. "Later," cautioned the father. "First things first." The autumn nights were colder now, and the crickets chirped more slowly. Through the days, the air quickened and the leaves changed. There was constant activity, however, in the dollhouse atop the pole. Every 2 days, every day, 2 of the uncles combed the dump for supplies, and the third stood guard at the house. Either the bittern or the frog, or the kingfisher and the frog were regularly seen returning to the house, with salvage to be hoisted up by platform, by seal, or by crane. Steel wool, strong soap had been requisitioned by the elephant, sandpaper, turpentine, paint, and paint brushes. Furnishings were spoken of, glass for windows, draperies, fabrics. They were discussed at length. Resources of the dump were strained to their uttermost limit, and none of the males of the family knew where it would end. Should stare into the camera for 3 seconds. Cool. The elephant. All the thoughts of self-winding were put aside, and the spare cart's can was in steady demand, as one set of works was being exchanged for another, depending on the day's various activities. It was found that string climbing clockwork produced a motion ideally suited to sandpapering. Fiddle-playing arms and motors were good for scraping. Bicycle mechanisms lent themselves to stirring and color mixtures. All were being used accordingly to the mouse and his child. The elephant, with a little toy broom attached to her swinging trunk, swept out each and every room. Behind her hopped the frog, wetting down the floors with a water pistol, followed by the bittern, who held the mouse father's feet while the father administered a vigorous lathering of brown soap. The frog retraced his steps for the rinsing, and the forage squad, shuffling after him with rags and fragments of sponge tied to their feet, perfectly finished the job. The house, as it happened, was not painted completely blue, as that color was in highly short supply at the dump. There was only enough blue for 1 porch and 1 dormer. From the bottoms of available paint cans, however, all other colors in all their possible combinations, crimsons, scarlets, pinks, yellows, ochres, oranges, and several shades of green. Each color was made as far as it could, and no further. No 2 dormers were painted the same, and every surface of the siding and angles of the roof were different. Day after day the work progressed. Night after night the wavering candlelight stubs and the tireless wind-ups sprung from springs hauled up and lowered by the birds. Sometimes the glassless windows were a thorn in the elephant's side, and her immediate family and all the uncles spent sleepless nights over the problem, until one day, having seen a light bulb melting in a trash fire, first conceived a method of glass cutting by means of a red-hot wire. Flat glass was scarce in the dump, but there was an unlimited supply of bottles. Owing to variations in size and shape and curvature, some of the resulting windows were bowed, some were not, but amber, blue, green panes glowed like gems when set in their frames. The house's caretaker had changed much with the fire that wrecked it. The house's character had changed much with the fire that had wrecked it. In several stages of reconstruction that renewed, phoenix-like, the place was reborn of itself. Odd bits and graceful ornaments and carvings still clung here and there. The crooked porches faced the weather with easy poise, and the watchtower, smartened with orange and yellow paint, finished off with a railing and a flagpole, lost all of its dire grimness. The dollhouse would truly never be what it once was. Its stateliness and beauty were long gone, but something new and different emerged from the concerted efforts of the little family. When the last touches of trim had been applied and the vari-colored curtains hung up the bottle glass windows, the house assumed a look of wild confidence and reckless bravado. Indeed, it swaggered on its perch as if it dared the world to show it, and its occupants, a single peril they had not seen and laughed at. One last touch was lacking. At the spare parts can supplied it. From the Bonzo label, a paper flag was made and run up the flagpole early one morning, the mouse child keeping a steady drumbeat as the banner rose to the top of the staff and the last visible dog fluttered in the dawn breeze. The little dog smiled at the great one fading in the sky, and with the edge of the dump brought there by a mouse child's drum, a pathetic figure, shabby in a torn, draggled dressing gown, stood there watching. Manny Rat felt the sharpness of the coming winter in the morning air. He shivered, mumbling his toothless gums forlornly, as he looked up at the heights he so lately held, so briefly. He touched the good luck coin that hung around his neck, tracing the words with the paw, "You will succeed." He crept back slowly, his failure in shame. During the evening that followed the morning of the flag raising, the elephant was observed to be deep in thought, shuffling around on the platform. "What is troubling you, my dear?" the father asked. "Nothing is troubling me," said the wife, "but the house seems to want something more. I cannot for the life of me think of what it is." "Another flagpole, Mama?" "No." "Carpeting on the stairs?" "No." "Lights?" "Of course! That's what it is. It's been so long since I lived indoors, I had just forgotten. This house used to have real light, not just a few candle stubs." He paused. "Who said that?" Frog went to the edge of the platform and looked down at the rustling reeds. "Manny Rat." "Ugh! I thought I'd seen the last of that loathsome creature. Send him away." The bittern launched himself from the platform, and sometime later, the boss of the dump cowered abjectly in the twilight among the weeds. "Oh, please don't send me away. I'm nothing now. I can't do any harm. Everybody laughs at Manny Rat now. Only yesterday, the sexton beetle tried to bury me when I was napping. Have pity." "He does seem quite harmless now," said the father. "Can find some lights and put them in for you. I could figure out all kinds of things. I'm handy and I'm a willing worker." "You used to like the dark," said the mouse child slowly. "No more. Oh, a lonely thing is the dark, a fearful thing. Oh, a lonely, hateful laughs and whimpers. No good ever comes from the darkness. Oh, take me in. How beautiful your house would be with me." Poor wretch. It is difficult not to pity him. "Mercy!" pleaded Manny Rat. "Think of it. Think of how I've helped you. Where would you be if you had no one to fight? Who would have been your victory? Manny Rat was not there to be defeated." "There is something in what he says," agreed the frog. "I will not have him in my house," said the elephant. "Really, my dear, I think we have no need to fear of Manny Rat. He seems to have truly learned his lesson." "Well, if he hasn't, I'm happy to hammer it into him," said the bittern. "Aside from the fact that he's a black-hearted villain and not a moment to be trusted, I find him personally offensive." "I'll take a bath, and I'll get a new dressing gown, and I'll be ever so clean and neat. Your problematic fave is Manny Rat." The elephant sighed. It would be nice to have electric lights. The ladder was let down for him, and Manny Rat climbed upwards once again. The fallen master of the dump was made good to his pledge to bathe. Along with the dirt, he... 6 hours. 6 hours. Literally so mad. Don't worry. Don't worry. We have 10 more pages to go. Ugh. The fallen master of the dump made good on his pledge to bathe, and with the dirt he seemed to shed the last of his pretension, chastened and subdued, looking very much the humble penitent master. Looking ever the humble penitent in his new dressing gown, a clean but coarse scrap of sacking, he dedicated himself to bringing the light to the house where he reveled in the darkness. Having explained the results were not to be hoped for overnight, Manny Rat began his researches at once. He applied himself to the close examination of the traces of the wiring that still remained in the doll's house. So it was But looking from the house from a point of view of a diligent workman rather than a careless master, he found many other things he wanted doing. No job was too heavy, no job too menial. He slept, dusted, washed the windows, hewed, carried, made repairs, improvements far beyond the modest abilities of the little wind-up family and their 3 fleshed uncles. So meek was he, so touchingly graceful for the least kind word. His transformation would have melted the heart of stone. The elephant, however, was impervious to his present humility, as she had been to his past arrogance. Made sure he was kept under surveillance, both strict and constant. The family being so comfortably settled in the dollhouse, the mouse and his child now found leisure time in which the problem of self-winding might be attempted. Therefore, taking stock of their spare parts inventory, they began considering how it must be done. Not only is the solution such a problem far beyond my abilities, but when you stop to think about it, it scarcely seems necessary. You have good friends to wind you and all the clockwork you could ever want. An almost unlimited variety of activities is open to you at your convenience. Why would you want anything so tiresome as constant motion? You don't know what it's like to go through life the way we used to, never knowing where our next winding come from. Is the principle of the thing. A mouse wants its independence. Having fought for our territory, are we helpless to patrol its boundaries unassisted? And so, the family withdrew from the topic, so that the mouse and his child might confront their problem undistracted. As the father and son stood alone on the platform and looked across the dump, the blue haze of autumn hung in the air, and the leaves rattled their flaming colors to the wind, and the gleaming railroad track converged in silence on the flat horizon. The same black crows cawed over the snowy junkyard almost a year. I cawed on this day too, and the sound of another winter's coming was in their voices. E times winding equals go. Go divided by winding equals E. This isn't getting us anywhere. Let's start again. Another day passed, another night without success, and on the following morning they were no nearer to any solution than when they started. Manny Rat, returning from the silent dump with a coil of electrical wires, found them baffled and irritated, while yawning Bittern stood guard and shook his head. Ring times cog. Times cog times wheel, and still no X. Excuse me for saying, said Manny Rat, but there are simply things that cannot be figured out. We figured out how to get to the pond, and we figured out how to take the dollhouse away from you, said the child. Oh yes, no one wants to listen to a loser. Something of his old self flashed out in a glance. Reasoning won't do it for all. Reasoning won't do it at all. You have to get a feel for things. He put down his wire and picked up 2 motors from his spare parts can. He hummed abstractedly to himself as he inspected them. Going, ongoing. He followed the coils of steel springs, caressing them with their paw. He sat down in the motors in his lap, still humming, retraced the sequence of gear trains. Thus peacefully occupied, Manny Rat seemed completely different from his old satanic self. Watching him, the mouthed child found it difficult to believe he was the cold-blooded murderer of wind-ups, whose fond hope only lately had been to smash them. Manny, humming placidly as if he were indeed an uncle, repairing a nephew's favorite plaything, had a surprising thought. He stole a sideways glance at the father and son. They were not unlike him. He realized for the first time they were tin caricatures of himself. In the long exposure to the weather, moss in the crevices of their tin now covered them like a soft green fur. Manny laughed inwardly. Perhaps they were becoming animals, and he, once the most powerful animal in the dump, would turn into a toy. After all, had he not? Had the roles not been completely reversed? Had he not been hunted by the hunters, the losers winners? Had they not risen to high places that he fell from? Just as such a spring, he held the coin, knocked out all his teeth. His nose quivered as he looked down at the worn brass disc that was cool against his chest. Going and ungoing, and going back again, muttered Manny Rat. Hours passed unheeded, and twilight came again. Evening. Guardian uncles, relieving one another in regular shifts, had rotated 5 times through their roster. Inside the dollhouse, Frog, coming off duty, lit the candles, and the blue and green amber windows cast colored lit shadows, and the figures grouped upon it. This goes here, and now we attach this. Almost against his will, he saw his own paws find the answer that would make the triumph of his enemies complete. He had a sudden craving for treacle brittle, and he sadly shook his head. He reached for the wires and made the connecting rods from the wire go, so that he could rearrange the gear trains. Then, he saw his paws couple the 2 motors together and wind one up. As the first buzzing spring uncoiled and clickingly wound up the second one, which, in running down, wound up the first one. Manny Rat put down the rotors and stood up. He watched them in the wind as they wound and unwound reciprocally for several minutes. With an odd little questioning smile, he picked up his screwdriver and touched it to the father's tin. Go ahead, said the father, and he felt his senses leave him as he and the child were taken apart by Manny Rat. They returned to consciousness to find them walking, the springs inside them buzzing and clicking as they alternately expanded and contracted their coils. Manny Rat turned away without a word, dragging with him the wire he had brought from the house from the dump 2 days ago. The soft light from the windows streamed over him, and his departing shadows as he passed by the twitching father and son. "Oh, look, Papa, he did it! We're self-winding! Oh, thank you, Uncle Manny!" Manny Rat dropped his wire and whirled around as if struck. "What is that?" I mean... He meant thank you, and that was all, the father said. Manny Rat nodded, turned his back on them, and went back into the house. And so it was that the mouse and his child became self-winding, that they might unassisted walk the boundaries of the territory they had rightly won from Manny Rat. Chapter 10. The shortest chapter in the book. I grossly underestimated my time commitment to this. Oh. I am literally going to go collapse after this. Stream is officially canceled for tomorrow. Maybe we'll do something, maybe, but like, don't count on it. Yep. Very true. After his remarkable success with the problem of self-winding, Manny Rat sharply accelerated his preparations for the illumination of the dollhouse. He had worked hard before, but now he seemed a driven rat. He was gone for days at a time on research expeditions in the walls of the house. He found and stole miles of wires. He found and stole miles of wires and masses of old and new equipment. Miniature sockets and switches, transformers, circuits, circuit breakers, fuses in sufficient quantity for the electrification of a dozen full-size houses. At last, from all his work, all was ready. The wires had been stapled in the walls, the ceilings all over the house, sockets been screwed in, light bulbs affixed, brand new miniature light bulbs gleaming in their appearance. A model railroad transformer stood black and mysterious in the parlor, where it was covered quickly with a fringe cloth at the elephant's command. "Tonight's the night," Manny Rat said, rubbing his paws together, chuckling. I can hardly wait for nightfall, said the seal. How pretty the house will look all lit up. Yeah, indeed. You'll be seen for miles, I promise you that, said Manny Rat. It shouldn't be too bright and glaring. It should be warm. Cozy. Oh, yes, said Manny Rat. It'll be warm. And he busied himself with the materials necessary for connecting the wires in the house to those strung pole to pole from the railroad tracks. Towards dusk, his preparations nearly finished, the ardent electrician coiled up the wires he would need and checked and placed them upon the platform. There, he stopped for a lingering moment at the mouse and his child, self-winding, interminably walking the boundaries single file, prevented from going over the edge by a guardrail that he himself had built and installed. The child wore little drums and is in constant readiness to sound the call to arms. The father paced the platform with an air of newly prosperous land ownership, surveying his broad acres. Behind him, wound by the frog, strolled the elephant and the seal. The elephant was now Mrs. Mouse. She had begun to take some pains with her appearance. Wearing a black eye patch over her missing eye and a bright kerchief knotted over her missing ear, she achieved both a charmingly rakish and surprisingly chic. The seal spun a gay parasol on a rod that projected upward from her nose, and the whole little party, in their manifest contentment and mutual esteem, the pride of place burned their image unforgettably the brain of Manny Rat. They said the gay. They did it. Going back to the house, Manny Rat went to the parlor and took from the cupboard 2 large, red, brass-tip cardboard cylinders. With a beer can opener, he tore both of them open and removed the quantity of lead pellets, which he threw out the window into the weeds below. Next, he made a careful circuit of the parlor, scattering from the metal cylinders a trail of black powder all around the room. The bittern, who had been watching him unwinking, the yellow spectacle-eyed stare, pointed at the foot of the powder train. What's that you spilled on the floor? Electrical powder, snapped Manny Rat. You can't very well have lights without electrical powder. The bittern, born and bred in the marshes, had no acquaintance whatsoever with electricity, and he did not recognize neither the shotgun shells nor the gunpowder being poured on the floor. So he instead nodded wisely and pointed his beak straight up to show that he understood, and held his peace. Now then, it is time to make connections. He unwound some coils on the platform and led to the 2 wires through the window, but did not connect them to the transformer as he should have. Instead, he placed the wires on the floor about an inch apart, fastened them with insulating staples, and laid bare the brass good luck coin across 2 bare ends. The word "Your lucky day" was facing upwards. Manny Rat heaped gunpowder over the coin, the wires, and left the parlor, winking at the bittern as he left. The ex-boss of the dump, conversion to goodness, auspiciously as it began, suffered a jolting setback when his gift of self-winding was given to the mouse and his child. He crowned the victory of those who ruined him, and strain on his moral fiber was too great. However black his sins had been, his high atonement was a heavy burden, on which his mind gave way beneath. Manny Rat clutched desperately at sanity, and with a sigh, gave his soul to evil. It was in that frame of mind that he resolved to illuminate the dollhouse in a manner very different than his original intention. He intends to burn it down. He had avoided everything so obvious as matches. Though thoroughly enjoyed the artfulness of his deception, all he needed to do was to connect the wires to the power lines that ran along the railroad track. As soon as he was done, a spark would leap from the parlor where the coin lay on the ground, and in a flash it would ignite the gunpowder, and the dollhouse would be submitted once again to fire, or it would burn like a torch until there was nothing left. Manny Rat giggled as he imagined the mouse and his child as charred specters, treading endlessly the ashes of their territory. He slung the wire over his shoulders and descended the string ladder, unreeling it as he went. It was at this point the elephant, upon returning to the family promenade, came to the parlor and said, "Good heavens, what is all this?" "Electrical powder," said the bittern knowingly. "You can't have lights without it." "Nonsense. Power is what you mean, not powder. I've seen electric lights before, and there's never a mess like this. Men simply will not clean up after themselves. And that's what this amounts to. Wind me up and attach my broom, please. The rat seems he can do like he likes, because he's got no teeth. But he thinks if he thinks for a moment he can turn my house into a dump, he is mistaken." She swept up the gunpowder briskly, sending the bittern for the doll's dustpan for which to pick it up. "What is this?" she asked as she uncovered the good luck coin in the wire ends. "The rat is an idiot." She called the frog. "What is the matter?" "Don't believe Manny Rat knows any more about electricity than I do, and that's likely very less. Anybody knows the wires have to lead to something. Look, there are two nice ends sticking out of the black box. Now just tie these to those, and the whole thing will be a lot neater, and the lights may possibly go on. That is the way they did them in the store, I believe." "No harm in trying," said the frog. He hung his good luck coin around his neck once more, and spliced the wires correctly. As Manny Rat climbed the pole to the power lines beside the tracks, he was happier a rat than he had been for a long time. Dusk had become night, and the darkness caressed him lovingly. He wished he could prolong this moment for delicious anticipation, but he dared not risk failure if he was ever to know peace of mind again. He reached the top of the poles and felt the wires among there, instinctively avoiding the great humming thick ones that seemed too threatening. He had gleaned useful knowledge from local rats and the researchers in town. With that information and his own sharp intuition, he felt reasonably safe in what he was doing. He selected a low-powered one that ran to the signalman's shack some distance down the track. He hung by a string bag on the power line and climbed on it so he would not be grounded to the pole. And he scraped away the insulation with his claw. The bare copper wire he carried terminated in alligator clips, and he was now holding one in each paw and made ready to attach them. He looked down once again at the dollhouse. The candles were lit, their soft light shining through the blue-green amber glass, and one of them came. Which one of them came and went, pacing the shadows of the mouse and the child. What the heck? I'm just gonna skip that whole sentence. The X-Forge squad wind-ups were singing some plaintive ballad the seal had taught them, and there was conversation and quiet laughter through the house as those inside had waited for the candles to glow pale before the glories of electricity. "Good luck and happy burning," said Manny Rat. As he connected the wires, there was a blinding flash, and every hair on Manny Rat stood up and crackled with blue flame. He felt the shuddering thrill as the full voltage of the power line coursed through his body and sent branching lightning into his brain. The dollhouse blazed with light at all the windows, but darkness swallowed Manny Rat. Where he lay slumped in the string bed, his body swaying gently in the evening breeze. Rando, you are gonna hate this next sentence. After a while, he was missed. The bittern and the kingfisher came for him, and he was carried back to the parlor that he had intended to set afire. They laid him carefully on the floor, and all the family stood sorrowfully over him. "Poor Uncle Manny," said the child as he paced around the room. "And I will call him Uncle. He made us self-winding. He made our house beautiful. And now he's dead because he gave us light. He should have been content to stay in the dark," said the molding tin goat, and every one of the squad laughed. I can't help but feel sorry that his life was shut short like this. He certainly was a changed rat at the end. I can't say that I liked him, mourned the elephant, but I can't forgive myself for this. It really is too bad. And here's the second sentence you're gonna hate. I don't think he's dead. He's opening his eyes. Speak to us, Uncle Manny. Ooh. Ugh. Rick. Should I continue? Oh, I agree. I agree wholeheartedly. Just finish this, please. Thank you. You can go to bed, babe. You can go to bed if you need to go to bed. You got work tomorrow. You're the one with responsibilities tomorrow. Lying limp, huddled like a worn-out rag doll on the floor, Manny felt the life returning to him. He half sat up and looked around. The house he saw had not burned down, and he found that he was glad. Say that again, he murmured faintly. Say what? Well, you called me. Uncle Manny? Manny Rat nodded and smiled a toothless smile, and felt the darkness that dwelt in him open to light. The dollhouse was at last complete. Every night it shone in all its brilliance like a jewel hung in the darkness. And all that were in it were contented and happy. Perhaps there's just one more thing, the elephant said one day. Perhaps a small thing, really. I think our house should have a sign. What kind of sign? Said Manny Rat. I'll make one right away. I'm not sure. Something dignified and simple. Something, this is like the Gables or the Ilm. I think there's only one possible name for our house. And only one favorable sign. The Bonzo label that had flown over the watchtower had long since blown itself to shreds in wind and rain, but a new one was found, and Manny Rat executed a faithful copy, painting an infinite black and white dog upon the transitional orange background of an oval board. The effect, the last visible dog, was quite handsome. It's odd, said the elephant. It's a lovely sign, but it looks like it should belong at an inn or a hotel. A hotel, said the father thoughtfully. He passed his wife and one of his regular servants. Next time round, he said, why not? The kind of place that birds would like. We could have travelers stop in and talk whenever. And they could stop here every year, said the child, interrupting the seal. They could fly north, fly south. We could give them shelter in nights and cold rain. Manny Rat lettered the little signboard that was appended to the larger one that said, Migrants, yes. And thus invited, migrants came. Day flyers, setting their course by the sun, saw the gray colors of the hotel by the dump, stopped to rest at nightfall. Night travelers signaled by the beacon of the last visible dog shining like a lamp, and a lighthouse steered the darkness to the fading dawn. Geeses honked. Oh, boy. Here I am, it said plainly as possible. The last visible dog, ladies and gentlemen, at your service. Shelter and good cheer for the weary traveler. Enter and be welcome. All of the uncles were as active as never before. Chairs and tables multiplied. Red checkered tablecloths appeared. Potted plants. The place resounded in a cheerful racket of arrivals and departures. As fast as rooms were added, they were occupied. And twice that the fall of the platform had to be doubled. The 10 ex-forager musicians, splendidly renewed by Manny Rat, accompanied by feathered ones at the end of evening musicales, Tin clowns, jugglers entertained, tin animals did tricks. The goat carried trays of crepes, and the seal, when the lights were low, dimmed by Manny Rat's transformer, waggled among the tables, sending tender ballads. Father and son pacing tirelessly among the guests, exchanging stories of travel and adventure with them to make everyone feel at home. It was the elephant, however, who did more than anything to set up her stamp upon the place. Her immense dignity, her noble carriage, her charming relieved by the knockabout look of her black eye patch and pirate-style kerchief, left the whole establishment a patrician affair. It's irresistible. One bird told another, and the operators of the hotel were acclaimed as matchless hosts. Indeed, the last visible dog was said by birds to be known to be the first and only place to roost when traveling by the dump. When the last migratory wave had passed, there were still frequent visitors such as chickadees, sparrows, nuthatches, cardinals who came to spend their idle hours around the tin can stove installed by the parlor fiend, Manny Rat. The blue jay, reported too indefatigable by his nervous, never-ending search for news both great and small, found the parlor stove and the tray of birdseed near it to be more than less the center of his winter rounds. And yet, as popular as it was, the house had not yet reached its final flowering, full fruition. It was said that later, as the fame of the wind-up families and its 4 uncles spread its ever-widening circles, the first imitation of what was to be occurred when the cause of art, visiting their old friends, turned the platform into a stage, and got successfully through all 3 acts of The Last Visible Dog at The Last Visible Dog. Having achieved that, they immediately began plans for annual drama festivals that was to be most eagerly anticipated events at the dump. It was to be followed in time by the Cause of Arc workshop and personally directed by Crow and Mrs. Crow. It was said that Sea Serpentina put many a strain upon the Erector-Set crane when it hoisted the voice of the swamp and pond to the platform, was equaled only by the strain upon the local intellectuals when they hoisted some of his heavier thoughts. But all agreed it was an experience not to be missed. The Muskrat Foundation was set up, and the first course in practical physics was taught by Manny Rat himself, he who was to win renown as a beloved teacher and mentor to the young. Broad, with the advent of the Committee for Surveillance of Territories and the Resolution of Interfield Enmities, or Strife, as it came to be known, was elected the first chairman. He brought that office his characteristic wisdom and foresight, although constantly occupied with field trip, peace missions, and delegations for irate animals, he still found time when his services were requested by customers, either in doubt or love, fortunes, and performance of weddings. The Fashion Forum and Homemakers Clinic, under the joint guidance of the Elephant and the Seal, was so immensely successful in its inception. For several seasons, eye patches and kerchief were all the rage through the dump. That's a bit cringe. The mouse and his child had learned so much and prevailed against such overwhelming odds, they could be persuaded to teach a success course. Popular demand was intense, but they steadfastly refused. The whole secret of the thing, they insisted, was simply and at all costs to move steadily ahead, and that they said it could never be taught. They were not idle, however, and they were regularly involved in some extent in all projects going forward at The Last Visible Dog. I hope our guests won't miss us for a while, said the elephant to her husband and her son as they completed another circuit of the house. This night has been such a happy one for me that I cannot take it all in at once. I simply find myself taking a look for it outside a moment or two. It is so difficult to believe we have one another and all this besides. Father bumped against her gently as they walked, and their tin clinked softly and lovingly. I've felt that too. Do you remember, said the elephant, brushing the mouse child with her swinging trunk, how I sang you a lullaby when you were afraid of the great world outside the toy shop window? I remember, said the child. And yet it was I who was afraid when I found myself alone in the world, and it was you and your papa who were brave and rescued me. I find that very pleasant to think about. The mouse child cried a little. He could not help it. He was so proud of himself and so pleased with his mamma. The front door opened, sending laughter and warm air into the frosty night, and the seal came out to them. She waggled slowly around the house with her mother and father, and her new ball that the crows had brought her. "The year is almost over," she said. "It's the best year I've ever had, and what will the coming ones be like, I wonder?"
"Better yet,"
said Frog authoritatively. And together they continued their tour around the platform, enjoying one another's company in silence. "Good heavens!" exclaimed the father. He had been walking more and more slowly without noticing it, and now he stopped fully, astonished, as if the reciprocal winding springs inside him, having lost a little energy each day through friction, had at last come unwound. "I'm not wound up any more."
"Well, I don't suppose anyone is ever completely self-winding. But that is what friends are for," declared the frog, and he reached for the father's key to wind him up. "Not yet," said the father. "It is pleasant to think for a while, and rest. The road's been long, and we have been in the low summer darkness of the pond, the high of the winter light here in our house. Time brought from a painful spring and a shattering fall, and the scattering regathered, all as you foretold." "Your fortune has been made," said the frog. "It needs no more telling." And they stood together and looked in the light, and the platform shook as the lonesome whistle was heard, and the white light slid around the tracks past the house. A rumbling freight was sent slowly clanking towards town. One of the boxcar doors stood open. As the train rolled on, a bundle was flung in the snow. The bundle was followed by a ragged man holding a little dog in his arms. The man and the dog rolled over and over, and rose to their feet as the train grew smaller and was swallowed in the night. The tramp brushed himself off. Picking up his bundle, with the little black and white dog frisking at his heels, he crunched across the starlit snow to the abandoned cottage. He walked to the open door, and stood there, his attention caught by the dollhouse that blazed like a beacon atop the pole. He looked across the yard at the last visible dog, at the town clock sending strokes of midnight singing in the sharp air. "12 o'clock, and Merry Christmas," the clock said.
"Merry Christmas, Bonzo," said the tramp to his dog. He dragged a rotting wooden box over to the pole and stood on it so he could see over to the platform, and found himself looking in the faces of the mouse, the child, the elephant, the seal, and the frog. Inside the house, the Blue Jay reporter broke off an interview with the starlings when he heard the clock strike 12. "Excuse me," he said. He stepped outside on the porch. "Extra, extra! Season's greetings expressed with intense goodwill expressed by all." And then he squawked and drew back, for he saw the great whiskered scaring face of the tramp before him. The tramp saw the father and the son, with their family and friends around them. He saw the last visible dog, and heard the words of the bird, all of its brightness and glory shining daringly against the night. He heard the singing and the merriment inside, and he smiled. He smiled and he spoke one last time, the mouse and his child. "Be happy." And that is the end of the mouse and his child. Whew! Okay, we did it. It took 6 hours and 37 minutes, and my God, my throat is shredded. Drop the book, drop it. Okay. This is going to be uploaded to YouTube. It's probably... Hi, YouTube. What's up? 6.5 hours is insane. This book, while not the best book ever written, is a integral part of my childhood because it's one of the first big books that I ever read. That book right there, sitting right there with that green label and the yellow front, was one of the first books that I ever sat down and read myself. And now, I just read the whole darn thing for you. Have a great night, YouTube. We're going to hit somebody with the raid spectrum. Do I even have anybody that's live right now? Dr. Grizz is live. We'll hit Dr. Grizz. Have a great night, everybody. Love each other. Be good to each other. Thank you so much for tuning in. I really do appreciate those of you who have been lurking Those of you who have been hanging around, I do appreciate it. It means a lot. It really does. But, that book is done. We have defeated the book. We have done it. It is good. I enjoy it, even though it's flawed. Nothing is perfect. Heal my throat time. Have a great night, everybody. See you in the raid. Bada bing, bada booyah. Let's go say hi to Dr. Chris. Thank you for watching, everybody. Be tramps.